Hello, Dustar. Do you need me to do anything today? The small ShadowClan warrior asked. The rest of the clan boredly laid around camp. There wasn't much action nowadays. He tended to his kit before looking over at Littlesprout. Border patrol would be nice. His small orange kit, fawn kit, leaped out and started to walk over to Littlesprout. She nodded respectfully to him. Yes, sir. And hello, little one. Once the kit managed to mew a small hello back, she smiled and then began to head towards the camp exit. Perfect. Coming back from patrol was Badgerclaw, a fellow warrior. Hopefully, if he was in camp, then no one could follow her. Now feeling a little bit more relieved, she began the night patrol and looked around. However, in her heart, she knew exactly where she was going. The Thunder Path. Once there, she began to sniff around and do her usual border patrol duties, but she was excited. It was quiet during this time, and she had hoped he would come. She paced and watched for the other side, hoping she would see him, but nothing, until she heard a voice. "Hello, stranger," he said with a soft chuckle as he approached her. She was a little startled at first, but quickly relaxed when she noticed his familiar dark pelt. It was Mason. "Oh, Mason, hi!" She purred and couldn't help but blush. "You're so close to camp. Someone will see us," she whispered. Usually they met on the other side of the Thunder Path. "Doubt it," Mason said in his usual monotone, deep voice. "Oh, okay, if you say so, but Dustar has been sending out extra patrols lately. There's rumors, that what happened to the last deputy." She was too nervous to say it out loud, but there was rumors in camp that the last deputy was killed by a group of rogues. Littlesprout chose to think that he just maybe ran off. He was a lousy deputy anyways. "Even if they do, you can just say you were telling me to leave," he assured her with a gentle nuzzle to her cheek. Something about him just always helped her calm down. "Yes, you are so smart," she nuzzled back in a dreamlike state. The two cats cuddled in the snow, enjoying each other's warmth. "I have missed you so much." "I have missed you too," he said as he gently licked her forehead. "How has ShadowClan been recently?" he asked, seemingly more interested than usual. "It's been good. Busy as usual. A lot of extra hunting due to Leaf Bear," she explained. Then began to pick up the scent of some cats not too far from here. She rose to her paws, very nervous. Mason quickly looked around before back at her. "Are you hungry?" "Oh, well, yes, I suppose so," she said, almost forgetting there were cats nearby. "Come with me," he said, before he ran across the Thunder Path. She quickly followed after him. This was so fun. She loved running off and exploring the woods with Mason. Usually back at camp things were pretty boring, but looking up, she suddenly couldn't remember which way Mason went. Oh no. She turned back and tried to pick up a scent, but there were other cats around. "Oh dear," she whispered to herself as she heard the crunching footsteps of another cat approaching her. Turning around, she was relieved that it was only Badgerclaw. "Oh, Hi, Badgerclaw. She tried to sound normal. Who are you looking for? The Tom asked, looking around and not immediately seeing any other cats. No one. She was lying, and it didn't feel good, but Badgerclaw didn't need to get mixed up with all of this. Just on a patrol, she smiled sweetly to him. Badgerclaw knew that he had seen her with another unfamiliar cat, but simply nodded. Oh, okay. Littlesprout felt a little bit relieved that he seemed to have believed her. Would you mind escorting me back to camp? She asked. Sure, the Tom said simply as she began to follow him. She couldn't stop thinking about Mason and if he was okay. Surely he would be okay. He was a large, muscular Tom. Not very many clan cats would mess with him. Anyway, she tried to clear her mind and walk back. The two made it back to camp safely, and everything seemed normal. Maybe she could get away with this. It's not like her seeing Mason was hurting anybody or the clan. They had enough to deal with. She looked back over at Badgerclaw. I think I might grab some food before sleeping. She nervously couldn't help but wonder how much Badgerclaw had seen, but he wasn't saying anything, so maybe he really didn't see anything. Leaning down, she picked up 2 mice and padded over to where Badgerclaw was sitting, leaping up on the rock and curling up. I brought you something. She dropped both of the mice in front of them. Oh, thank you, he meowed quietly, bending down and curling up himself to eat one of the mice. The two spoke back and forth. She was hoping that if he did see something, he would admit it to her now that they were talking a little bit more alone, but he remained completely normal, smiling and sharing food with her. It was kind of nice. She was often so busy running out of camp and out with Mason that she never spent any time with her own clanmates. She was a little surprised by his next comment. Sometimes I wonder if ShadowClan is where I'm supposed to be, he admitted. Oh? She tilted her head. I can't imagine myself anywhere else. My whole family and their family have always been ShadowClan cats. The Tom looked at her questioningly. She kind of picked up on this and quickly jumped up. Well, I should be getting to bed. See you around, she said as she walked through the camp. It was now a few moons later, and she was waking up for the dawn patrol, but she woke up a little earlier than she needed to. Quietly standing up, she began to sneak out of camp. She had to talk to Mason. She couldn't hide it any longer. Littlesprout knew exactly where she needed to go, underneath the thunder path and over to the river. Her and Mason had dug out a small little den to hide out in, and hopefully he would be hanging around there today. She waited for a while until she picked up his scent. He would probably be here soon. Spotting him, she jumped up and ran over to him, purring. I have something to tell you. Follow me, she said, running back over to the den. The large Tom tilted his head. Oh, and followed her. Leaping down, she quickly curled up and looked over at Mason. Well, I am with your kits. There was silence for a few moments. His eyes widened. Really? Oh, Littlesprout, that's wonderful, he said, approaching her and laying down next to her. Yes, I'm So happy, she purred and stared into his eyes. She enjoyed every moment they had together so much, but then sighed. I can't stay long today, but I wanted to tell you. You'll be such a good father. Mason's smile slowly fades as a thought returns to him. Littlesprout tilts her head as she picks up on his mood shift. Mason realized that she had caught on to his shift in expression. He shook his head. It's nothing. You should, get back. Littlesprout didn't think any more of it. Okay, yes, you're right. I promise to see you soon. She got up and nuzzled his cheek. All right, he said solemnly, but she was already leaving the den. Walking back into camp, she quite literally bumped into Badgerclaw. Oh, hi, Badgerclaw. Oh, hi, he greeted back. Badgerclaw seemed a little more shy today. He kept staring at her, so she responded, Would you like to go hunting today? Sure, Badgerclaw responded, the tips of his ears turning red as he rushed out of camp. They both passed a few busy clan cats running back into camp as they left. It was a beautiful day out, and the snow was fresh. As she walked, Littlesprout began to wonder how she was going to pull this off. Not the hunting, but, the whole kit thing. There has to be a way for Mason to be able to stay a rogue. She could still stay in the clan, and the kits could stay and no one would question them. Looking at Badgerclaw, suddenly the idea hit her. What if she pretended to be his mate and say they were his kits? Yes, it was horrible to lie to him, but if he liked her and, was lonely and wanted to raise a family, he could be happy. Mason didn't have to worry about it, and they could visit him. Maybe this was just the best chance she had. Badgerclaw quickly grabbed a large bird, bringing her back to reality. You're such a skilled warrior, Badgerclaw. She couldn't help but compliment him. Thanks, he said, his mouth still full of the prey. She gently brushed up against him as she walked forward and began to stalk a crow. She wasn't as graceful or as fast as Badgerclaw, but Littlesprout managed to catch it. As they were turning to head back to the camp, a monster ran loudly on the path. Badgerclaw jumped back, looking extremely startled. She instinctively leaped behind him. He looked at her nervously. Sorry about that. It's okay. That thunder path can be pretty scary. Let's get back to camp, okay? She said, hoping to get his mind off of it. Turning around, they both walked back through their territory through the snow and made it back to camp. A little while later, Littlesprout was laying out on a rock sunning herself. She spotted Badgerclaw. Come join, she called out. Oh, okay, he said, trotting over to her. Sitting fairly close so only the two of them could hear, she leaned in closer. I want to tell you something. She impulsively made up her mind and thought this was the best answer. Yes? He asked, turning his head to face her. Well, would you like to be mates with me, Badgerclaw? He looked a little shocked and was silent. She quickly added in, I have always dreamed about starting a family. His jaw nearly dropped as he stood up. Let's go out of camp. His voice was serious and Littlesprout's heart began to beat. She nervously stood up. Oh, okay. This wasn't what she thought was going to happen. Why are they going out of camp? What does he not want other people to hear? She takes a deep breath and follows him out into the snow. He seems to be taking her to the thunder path. She stops and looks at him. This should be okay, he finally says. I think you're amazing, but I saw you with a rogue, he says, just as she begins to scent Mason. Oh no. Panic began to set in as she tried to figure out what to do. Think, Littlesprout, think. Oh no, I was only chasing him off, she purred, trying to sound as confident as possible. She would tell Badgerclaw one day, but not right now. Suddenly she could hear footsteps crunching in the distance, closer and closer. It seems my suspicions were right, the familiar voice hissed. She jumped to her paws and ran over to him. Huh? Get out of here, rogue! She hissed. Trying her best to stay subtle, she shot Mason a quick wink. Hopefully he would play along. Badgerclaw quickly joined next to her. Go! He growled. Mason slowly turning his head to face Badgerclaw. Littlesprout shot him another glance. Get out of here, rogue, or we will get more clanmates. Mason looked over at her. Fine, and began to walk away. The two ShadowClan warriors were on his tail, watching as he left the territory. She was shaking. Badgerfur's pelt was all puffed up. Littlesprout looked around sadly. I don't know why he keeps hanging around here. It's fine. I just hope he doesn't come back, Badgerclaw finally said. She took a deep breath. Yes, of course. I'm gonna go lay down, feeling really sleepy. Can we talk more later? She asked, looking up at him with big, cute eyes. He sighed and nodded. If there's something you need to tell me, I won't tell. Sure. He couldn't help but say yes when he looked down at her, nuzzling his fur before turning and heading back to camp. A moon has now passed, and tonight Littlesprout wakes up and knows what she has to do. Looking around the camp, trying to find Badgerclaw. Spotting him, she jumped up on the rock. Oh, there you are, she purred and nuzzled him. They had gotten much closer. Oh, hi, he responded, blushing and licking her cheek. She casually tried to hide her ever-growing stomach with her tail. Can we talk? She asked in a sweet voice. Badgerclaw sat up and nodded. Go on. Well, you see, I am with your kids. Badgerclaw turned to face her with a big grin on his face. That's great. You will make such a wonderful dad, and the kids should be here soon. I wanted to surprise you, she purred. Deep down, she still felt horrible about lying, but if everyone was happy in the end, then it would be okay, right? Badgerclaw nuzzled her, and I'll be here to support you, no matter what. After cuddling with him, she eventually got up. I'm going to go speak to our medicine cat, she said before carefully leaping off the rock and walking into the medicine den. It was pretty full of cats. She awkwardly stood by the door. Hello? A dark-pelted cat approached her. It was Bloodcrow, the young Tom medicine cat apprentice.
She was almost never sick, so didn't know the medicine cats very well. "I'm expecting kids soon," she said, just as Arsenic Claw, the head medicine cat, turned to her. "I see. Congratulations." "Thank you. Badgerclaw and I are so proud. Is there room for me here?" she asked, looking around. Arsenic Claw spoke calmly. "Well, you can stay in the nursery until your knitting starts." "Okay, I will come back then. Thank you," she purred, excited and nervous at the same time. "No problem," he responded as he got back to his other cat patients. Littlesprout turning around, she nearly bumped into Badgerclaw on her way out. Badgerclaw had a flower in his mouth, but his expression looked worried. "So, what did they say?" "The kids look healthy and may actually come tonight. They think there might even be 4. Could you believe that?" She couldn't help but chuckle. He smiled. "Then you may want to rest a bit, just in case." "Of course, I'll get some rest." She gently licked Badgerclaw's face before heading off to her own den to sleep. Curling up in her nest, she began to fall asleep, but didn't last for very long. Suddenly, she was in an extreme amount of pain. Blacking out from the pain, the next thing she remembers is waking up in the medicine den with 3 beautiful kids around her. While the medicine den was still very busy and crowded, Arsenic Claw still had time to give her some herbs. "Go ahead and eat this," he said, pushing the green leaf over to her. Looking around, she spotted Badgerclaw sitting by the den entrance. Did he stay there all night? It was so crowded that they probably made him wait out there. Arsenic Claw was circling her and getting a better look at the kits. Her heart stopped. Would he know that the kids were part rogue? Finally he spoke. "They all seem healthy," before he turned around. "Oh, thanks, StarClan." Badgerclaw busted in. "They're beautiful." She couldn't help but chuckled. He was always so funny. "What should we name them, Badgerclaw?" "How about Silver Kit for the gray one?" he said. She smiled. Yes, a wonderful name. But suddenly she looked. There was another cat that was entering. Dustar. She was so thankful that the kits at least looked a little like Badgerclaw. Thankfully, Dustar left before even really getting a chance to look at her. Arsenic Claw spoke. "It's pretty crowded in here. You guys should head back to the nursery if you're not feeling sick." Littlesprout nodded. "I think that would be best." Misty Willow, who was also in the medicine den, couldn't help but speak out. "Your kids are beautiful, Littlesprout." "Thank you so much, Misty Willow. Can you help me take them to the nursery?" she asked, standing to her paws. "Yes, of course," Misty Willow responded. "We can each take one," Badgerclaw added. Littlesprout nodded and carefully picked up one of her kits, walking out of the medicine den. Soon she was all curled up with her kits. "Thank you so much again," she said to Misty Willow. "No problem." She smiled and laid down. Badgerclaw sat close. "They're amazing." She casually nodded at both of them, but in her head she was thinking about something else. Soon she needed to plan a trip to see Mason. She carefully groomed each kit. He deserved to see his own kids. Storm Kit snuggled closer to her. The rest of the day was uneventful. She chatted with Badgerclaw and her friend Misty Willow. The next few weeks were the same, But finally, now her kits were old enough to leave camp without anyone saying anything. Waking up with a big stretch, she purred and looked down at her kittens. "Good morning. You are all old enough to explore. Would you like to walk around with me and your father?" The kits all mewed their excited hellos and good mornings, their eyes widening at the prospect of being able to leave camp. Her kits started fighting with each other just as Misty Willow woke up. "Can I join? I've been wanting to get out of camp." She looked nervously. Sure." She didn't really want Misty Willow to follow, but didn't want to seem suspicious. Turning around, she headed out of the den. She had been waiting for this moment for so long. Her heart was racing. She wanted Mason to meet the kits so badly, but how was she going to pull this off? She walked out of camp with her 3 beautiful kits and Badgerclaw and Misty Willow. "Look how beautiful it is outside," she said, walking down in the snow. Littlesprout was the first to make it to the abandoned tree. She wanted to make sure it was safe before her kids joined. And Misty Willow decided to keep walking and go look at some flowers. The largest kit, Storm Kit, was the first to make it over. His eyes were wide as he looked around. They had never been out of the camp before. Quickly behind him was his 2 siblings, Rusted Kit and Silver Kit. "Wow!" Rusted Kit let out as he looked around. The only she-kit, Silver Kit, was already leaping over trees, Badgerclaw quickly following behind her. "Oh no, these kids blend into the snow," he joked. "It's huge," Storm Kit said, in awe of this old tree. The 3 kits began to explore and play. Storm Kit pulled his claws out and began to slash at the tree. He was very strong for his age. Suddenly, the voice of their new deputy could be heard, calling out who was going on patrol, and unfortunately Badgerclaw's name was a part of it, so he quickly left, but not before saying goodbye to his family. "Stay safe," she meowed softly as he left. Storm Kit also watched as who he thought was his father left. Rusted Kit leaped down from a tall branch, looking over at Littlesprout. "Mommy, look!" he said. She couldn't help but smile. These kids were definitely part Mason. Speaking of, she smiled. "Okay, kids, let's continue the walk." "Come on, Silver Kit," Storm Kit said to his twin. Silver Kit was definitely the most stubborn out of the 3. "Come along, Silver Kit," she spoke. Turning around, her heart stopped. It was Mason. Rusted Kit had already wandered over to him. "Mama?" Rusted Kit said, semi-nervously, but Littlesprout quickly ran over and nuzzled Mason, standing beside him as the 3 kits approached cautiously. Mason let out a low, grumbly purr. "Hello, little cloud." Storm Kit didn't want to get any closer. He began to crouch as his fur bristled. His other 2 siblings didn't seem as nervous, though. "Aren't they perfect?" she said, nuzzling Mason again. "Kits, come here," she says, almost demandingly. All 3 listen to their mother. Mason looks them over, his eyes flickering between the 3 of them before looking up at Littlesprout. "They are indeed." His voice begins to trail off. "He doesn't smell like us," Storm Kit states. Mason continued to sit there stone-faced, looking at the 3. They have your coats," she purred. Except Mason began to say. Littlesprout could sense that something was off. Why wasn't Mason happy? She nervously leaned down and began to groom Rusted Kit. What's wrong, Mason? They're everything we could have ever wanted, right? Mason stands up and takes a step away from her, hissing, "They aren't mine, are they?" Jumping to her paws as well, she frowns. "How can you say that? Of course they are!" Mason shook his head, fury glowing in his eyes. "You know that Badgerclaw was just a cover," she pleaded with him. "I see the way you look at him," Mason spits. "Mason, please, stop this. I've risked everything for you. For us, for our kids." "You know they are your kids," she finally said, anger growing in her voice. Mason remained silent, staring blankly. Rusted Kit even tried to say hello, but was ignored. Finally, Mason spoke up. "Even if they are my kids, it's either me or Badgerclaw, Little Cloud," he said, tears now rolling down Littlesprout's eyes. "It's you! Of course, Mason!" Rusted Kit finally reached out, trying to paw at his father, but Mason pulled his paw away and turned around, stalking off. Littlesprout couldn't hold it in any longer and began to cry harder, her legs shaking as she looked at her 3 kits. "Let's go home, kids." Storm Kit looked up at her. "Mama, who was that?" No one. Let's not talk about him, okay?" she said, wiping tears from her face. She began to walk back through the snow towards the camp, her 3 kits confused but following her. Before entering camp, she quickly groomed the kits so they would no longer smell of a rogue. Back in camp, everything seemed pretty normal. She wanted to talk to Badgerclaw. "I wonder where your father is. Not back from patrol yet." She looked around and headed for the den, curling up. Feeling overwhelmed, she decided to take a nap. Waking up a few hours later in a daze, only Storm Kit was laying next to her. "Sorry for falling asleep. Have you seen your father? Or your siblings?" "Morning, Mama. No, not since he went on patrol," Storm Kit responded. I hope he's okay," she mumbled, and quickly spotted Silver Kit, not too far off, in a tree, like usual. She was sure Rusted Kit was somewhere, too. After looking around, she didn't spot him immediately. "Where did Rusted Kit go?" she asked the 2 kits. "I think he ran off somewhere," Silver Kit responded. "Kit's lost again, eh?" Raccoon Tail mumbled. Littlesprout frowned. The last thing she needed was another warrior getting involved in her affairs. Thankfully, he left, and she began to look around. "Rusted Kit! Rusted Kit!" Eventually looking at her other 2 kits. "We need to find him." Leaving the den, her heart began to beat again. This was getting a little weird. Where was everybody? "Badgerclaw!" she called out nervously. The rest of the patrol was back already, so where was he? "Dad?" Storm Kit meowed, looking around. "This is not good. Let's look outside," she said to her kits, trying to sound optimistic. "Badgerclaw! Rusted Kit!" she called out. Still no response. She began to panic when suddenly she noticed 2 cats down by the thunder path. She began to run until she saw it. Badgerclaw laying bleeding to death on the ground, with Mason standing over him. Mason licking the blood casually off of himself before walking away. What is happening? Littlesprout screamed, running over and laying down next to Badgerclaw's body. Soon after, Storm Kit and Silver Kit approached. She couldn't hold it in any longer and began to sob. Badgerclaw, no! Badgerclaw. She pressed her face into his neck before standing up and running over to Mason as he just casually crossed the street. She threw her body at him, trying to get him to stop. Mason! But he ignored her and just pushed her aside. He stopped for a moment to blankly look at her. Mason, why? Littlesprout cried and pleaded. She could see Storm Kit crying and curling up next to his father's body. You deserved it, Mason growled, shoving past her. She quickly got back up and continued to chase after him. He didn't do anything to you! Still, he didn't stop and continued walking. She tried to claw him. Turning around, he lunged at her in a fit of rage, knocking her to the ground. Without a second thought, Mason slammed his weight down on her, digging his claws into her throat. Littlesprout struggled to breathe. Why? Why did you do this? I loved you, Mason! Please, our kids! If I can't have you, no one can! He hissed at her. Littlesprout was so desperate to live. Please, we can still be together. Our kids. But was losing oxygen. Unfortunately, in the distance, Silver Kit could be seen watching all of this happen to her parents. They are not my kits! They're yours! Mason persisted, pushing down even harder. No, Mason, they are yours! She continued to plead, but knowing it was on deaf ears, in the background a very small "Mom" could be heard coming from Silver Kit. Badgerclaw was just a cover. So, Dusk Star. She continued to try to explain herself. Would not question. Mason continued to glare into her eyes, completely unfazed, filled with pure hatred. Please, believe me. Finally, a small chuckle left his throat. Look on the bright side. You'll see him in StarClan. No, Mason, please! Mason bit deeply into her throat, ending all sounds. Littlesprout's lifeless body flopped over, the snow around her slowly turning red. She could hear Mason leaving as her soul began to leave her body. Everything became so much brighter now. Suddenly her eyes opened, and it was beautiful. She was up in the clouds, and it seemed like her story was over, as everything fades to white. It was finally time. Silver Kit and Storm Kit had been waiting to be apprentices for many moons now. For those who are not aware of these two's history, let me fill you in. After what seemed to be a horrible rogue attack, both of their parents' bodies were found dead alongside their sibling, Rusted Kit, who was found by the Thunderpath. A ShadowClan she-cat named Haildrift immediately took the two orphans in and treated them like their own. It took a long time, but eventually the two kits began to move on with their lives and focus on becoming apprentices. And thankfully, the wait was over. Tonight, Dawnstar had called a meeting, and they both knew it was probably time. They were sitting next to their friend Bubblepaw, with Haildrift sitting nervously behind them. But first, Dawnstar had to announce one of the new warriors. Cougarpaw became Cougar Cover, and everyone in the camp cheered and called her by her new name. Next, Dawnstar spoke. Stormkit, you have reached the age of 6 moons, and it's time for you to be apprenticed. From this day on, until you receive your warrior name, you will be known as Stormpaw. Your mentor will be Brindleshade. I hope Brindleshade will pass down all she knows on to you. Then finally, it was Silverkit's turn. She got the same speech as her brother, but her mentor was Riverhowl. And last but not least, their friend Bubblepaw had the mentor Marrowpatch. The three of them all were so excited. After the ceremony was dismissed, Silverpaw nervously approached her mentor. Hi. Riverhowl looked down to her apprentice and smiled warmly. Hello, come sit next to me. Silverpaw nodded and shuffled over to sit next to her mentor. Okay, have you ever had a apprentice before? She looked up with her big green eyes as her mentor tilted her head slightly. Not exactly, but I promise I will teach you well, Silverpaw. Silverpaw seemed satisfied with that answer and smiled. Okay, I trust you. I just want to be really strong, she meowed loudly. Wait, my brother! She leaped to her paws and began to run off. Hey, Storm! I got the best mentor! Silverpaw was, and has always been, a very loud and energetic cat. Her brother, on the other hand, has always been a little bit more reserved and mature. We'll see about that, Stormpaw responds. As the two siblings bicker, chatter can be heard around the clan. Little did the apprentices know that there was a war about to be started with ThunderClan. Dawnstar refused to settle anything other than with claws. Suddenly, Bubblepaw leaped in between them. Silverpaw! Stormpaw! I can't believe it! All the mentors watched them curiously. Silverpaw rolled her eyes. Oh yeah, Bubblepaw. Bubblepaw didn't seem to hear or mind and continued. We are finally apprentices! We will grow up and be leaders and deputies and, she continued excitedly. Suddenly realizing how childish she had been, she blushed out of embarrassment. After a lot of hard work, of course. Silverpaw was already bored and spoke up. Maybe we can all train together. Marrowpatch nodded and agreed. It is a little crowded. Let us all go outside. Come along, Bubblepaw, she said as she walked out of camp. We're all gonna go on a walk! Let's go! Silverpaw yelled before chasing after them. Whoa, it's so cool out here, Silverpaw remarked. It had been a long time since they were outside of camp. It was snowing before, and it was nice now. Everything was green. She gracefully walked beside Riverhowl as the group of them went farther away from camp. Marrowpatch had taken them to a small pond nearby. Water! Bubblepaw squeaked. "Whoa!" Silverpaw couldn't help but remark. She looked around before quickly pushing Bubblepaw into the water. Unable to control herself, she started laughing and splashing at the water as Bubblepaw struggled to get back up and coughing a little. When suddenly Dawnstar approached with a huge patrol. "Come with me." "We must hurry, Dawnstar. ThunderClan is likely waiting," the deputy called out. Silverpaw watched in awe as the cats were talking back and forth, the mentors trying to explain they were out here training, but Dawnstar demanding that they join in the attack. "They will go back to camp," Dawnstar said firmly. "Cougar cover, guard the camp." The mentors looked at each other and sighed. There was no arguing with Dawnstar at this point. Maripatch looked at the apprentices. "Back to camp, now." Silverpaw glared. "Why?" But before she could say anything else, she was shot a very angry glance. "Fine, we'll go back," Silverpaw said, feeling defeated. She was tempted to sneak off, but Bubblepaw was right there. It wouldn't be easy to lose someone as clingy, so the two of them headed back to camp. During the trip, Bubblepaw spoke up. "Where is Storm, anyway?" Silverpaw stopped for a moment. "Not sure. I haven't seen him since the ceremony." Probably back at camp, honestly." Silverpaw nodded. "Let's go!" And the two of them ran off. Back at camp, she zoomed past Cougar Cover to find Stormpaw just kind of sitting. "Stormpaw, I was worried," she said. "I'm all right," Stormpaw said, tilting his head. "Dawnstar came, and everyone left. They're going to war." Suddenly, Haildrift came running over. "Stormpaw! Silverpaw!" "Oh, hi, Haildrift. We're okay," Silverpaw responded, not wanting her foster mother to worry. Bubblepaw came over, out of breath, and flopped down. "I lost you," she mewed. "It's not my fault you have short legs," Silverpaw responded. Another apprentice, Volpaw, joined in on the conversation as Brindleshade and Haildrift watched over the apprentices. "Silverpaw, Stormpaw, Volpaw, I know a good game to play," Bubblepaw spoke up. Silverpaw sighed and stood up, just as Stormpaw did. "Your games are never that fun." "Come on," Bubblepaw insisted. She laughed and followed Bubblepaw over to the Elder's Den. "No, this one's the best." A nervous Haildrift walked over and watched them, just as Volpaw spoke up. "Better not be a kick game," he snorted. However, Silverpaw noticed her brother sneaking out of camp, and she wasn't about to let him do that alone, so she bolted for the exit. She did her best to keep her belly to the ground and follow him. Brindleshade also followed, but she didn't think that either of them saw her. Finding a nice bush, she laid down and listened to the conversation. It didn't take long for Volpaw and Bubblepaw to find her, but thankfully they just quietly stayed in the bush next to her. "Shh, I'm listening," she said to them both. Brindleshade finally spoke up. "You shouldn't wander off on your own." "Sorry, I just needed to get some air," Stormpaw responded. Volpaw and Bubblepaw were bickering about something, but Silverpaw decided to just ignore them, when suddenly Haildrift spotted them and smiled. She wouldn't give away their secret. She was a cool mom. Brindleshade looked down at her apprentice and sighed. "That's fine, But with all that's going on between the clans right now, it's not really safe. Stormpaw simply looked at the ground, not responding. It seemed like there was something on his mind. His eyes finally looked up off the ground and over to the road that laid beyond the forest.
Fight? Yes, please, Bubblepaw meowed. Bubblepaw, blah, blah, blah. Shh.
Silverpaw put a paw over Bubblepaw's mouth. Have you heard of a cat named Mason? Stormpaw finally spoke. The mentor's ears perked up, glancing over at her apprentice. Heard some things. Why? Silverpaw dug her claws into the dirt. They had promised they would never say that name again. She continued to listen. He killed our mother, Stormpaw said. Silverpaw saw him do it. Silverpaw leaped out of the bush. No, I didn't! Stormpaw, hush! And when I'm a warrior, I'm going to kill him for what? Stormpaw stopped as his sister approached him. Yes, you did, Stormpaw demanded. No, it was just a random rogue, she hissed. Volpaw and Bubblepaw slowly left the bush to see what was happening. Hildreth also realized that the two were fighting and quickly came over, concerned. Stormpaw began to speak. And stopped talking. Besides, that rogue is gone now anyways. We never saw him again. Brindleshade was a little startled and frowned, looking down at the young Stormpaw. Warriors do not need to kill to win. If you kill him, you will be no better than he is. All the apprentices began to talk amongst each other as Stormpaw just quietly turned and walked away. Stormpaw, Brindleshade said softly under her breath and took off after her apprentice. The cats tried to come back to her, but she hissed, "Leave me alone!" Running away from them, she bumped into her mentor. Hey, River Howl, how is the fight? River Howl sighed as Silverpaw approached her. It was bloody. I'm glad you weren't there. Silverpaw fiddled with a blade of grass. Did we win? Her mentor nodded, just as they could hear yowls from their clanmates that there was a meeting. They both managed to make it back on time, but Dawnstar was nowhere to be seen. It was announced that Dawnstar had lost his last life in the battle, but they had won. Marrowpatch would now become Marrowstar and lead ShadowClan. After the meeting was dismissed, she quickly trotted over to the apprentice den, feeling sleepy. She spotted her brother curled up on a nest. Stormpaw, are you asleep? No, he eventually grumbled. Then why did you have to talk about him today? Stormpaw just laid there in silence, not responding and staring into his paws. Silverpaw hissed under her breath, getting up and pawing at him rather hard. Wake up! She stood on top of him, not moving until he acknowledged her. When suddenly Bubblepaw and Marrowstar entered the apprentice den, she shook her pelt, just as Stormpaw leaped up. I'm awake. The leader looked over at them with a worried expression. I didn't see you in camp when I got back. She was mostly looking at Stormpaw, her eyes even maybe accusing. Stormpaw was sleeping, and I was at your meeting, Silverpaw quickly responded to defend her brother. Immediately after, another warrior entered. Maristar, it's important. Maristar seemed to be happy enough with that answer, and she turned to speak to her apprentice. Silverpaw was looking around all of this commotion in the apprentice den, just as she heard her brother mumble something. I'm gonna kill him one day. Yeah, right. Whatever, just go back to sleep, she hisses as she leaves the den. She slips right out of camp and just doesn't stop walking. Her walks turn into runs. Finally, she finds the place she's looking for. Beyond the thunder path is a beautifully green, lush forest. Leaping up onto a old stump, she lays down and just listens to all the sounds of the forest. Everything was quiet. When suddenly, loud footsteps could be heard approaching. They stop about a fox length away from the stump. A large, dark-coated, muscular Tom stares. Hello, Silverpaw, he says, leaping up onto the stump. Dad! Silverpaw mews, running over and pushing her forehead into his chest. He smiles at his daughter, curling his tail around her. It's been so long. I thought you would never come back. It's good to see you. How is ShadowClan? The Tom asks. We're doing okay. We're fighting with ThunderClan, though. Oh, Mason asks. And Stormpaw is acting all weird. Weird? How? Well, she began to mumble nervously. He what, Silverpaw? Mason asks. He mentioned you to his mentor. We're apprentices now. Mason's stern face broke into a gentle smile. That's all right. I told him to shut up, but he got mad at me. Silverpaw sighs. Hey, it's okay, Silverpaw. I can handle a few ShadowClan cats if they come after me. He couldn't help but chuckle, nuzzling her reassuringly. Okay, I just don't want to lose any more parents. You're all I have. Small teardrops began to fall down her face as she pushed her head more into Mason's fur. There was another bit of silence. Finally, he spoke. You know why I had to kill your mother, right? Silverpaw froze. I know. She lied, right? And lying is really bad. Yes, the Tom spoke. You never want to lie to the ones you love. Mason nodded. She lied to me and to you. To everyone, Silverpaw responded. That's right, Mason smiled. It's just Stormpaw doesn't see it that way. I want to tell him that you still love us, but I know he will just be mad. That's all right, Silverpaw. Not everyone sees things the same. Yeah,
Too bad for him, but that just means we can keep hanging out without Stinky Stormpaw.
Mason simply smiled and looked down at his daughter.
I want to be big and strong, just like you.
One day you will, he reassured her.
Really? You promise?
She asked, looking up at him with her big green eyes. Of course. I can even train you. I'll be your secret mentor, he explained.
Really? I would love that. Riverhowl is okay, but you're way stronger.
You may be my daughter, but don't expect me to go easy on you.
Don't worry, I won't go easy on you either. I'm strong.
She gently begins to claw at the log in an attempt to show how strong she is. Oh, I bet that would have hurt a cat, he smirked. I should head back, Silverpaw frowned, not wanting to leave. Everyone will be worried about me. Be careful crossing the thunder path.
Of course, I'm super fast. Tomorrow, I'll be here again, okay?
Of course. She nuzzles Mason before leaping off and heading back to camp. Silverpaw managed to sneak back into the camp, no problem. She spotted Vol. Hey, Volpaw.
Yeah?
The apprentice asked. Have you seen Bubblepaw or Stormpaw around? It was then when Sparrowpaw spat out a moss ball. Stop bothering Volpaw, Silverpaw, he snapped at her. Volpaw rolled his eyes. No. Silverpaw glared at both of them. She hisses at Sparrow and turns to sulk off. She wasn't in the mood to deal with those two mouse brains. Unfortunately, Marrowstar held another meeting, and she had to go back out with everybody. Nothing really important happened, but she couldn't help but notice that Volpaw and Sparrowpaw were picking on another apprentice. Finally, she walked over.
Knock it off! Funny you'd step in, Volpaw sneered. Nobody asked you, Silverpaw, Sparrowpaw snapped. What is that supposed to mean? She hissed at Volpaw.
Some of the other apprentices began to join and try to calm Silverpaw down, but Sparrowpaw wouldn't stop. Mind your own business, why don't you? Finally, something in her just snapped, and she tackled Sparrowpaw. Just as Stormpaw walked up, what's going on? Stormpaw simply watched as Silverpaw and Sparrowpaw were clawing and hissing at each other, fighting in the middle of camp. Within a few moments, Marrowstar was walking over. She grabbed Silverpaw by the scruff and pulled her off. That's enough! She glared at Stormpaw. He didn't even try to help her. Marrowstar bared her fangs towards the young cats. I want everyone in the apprentice den, now.
I'll never be in a den with Sparrowpaw, Silverpaw hisses.
Fine. Stormpaw, Silverpaw, my den. Silverpaw sighs as she follows Marrowstar into the leader's den, soon after her brother Stormpaw approaching. What was that? Marrowstar spoke, settling into her own nest. Silverpaw simply looked away. After a weird, awkward silence, she mumbled, Nothing. Stormpaw was the next to speak. Silverpaw, what's wrong with you? Nothing! Why does everyone keep saying that? She hisses. You're acting so weird, Stormpaw responds. No, I'm not! And what about you? Marrowstar glared at Stormpaw. Your mentor has been reporting you missing multiple times. Silverpaw's ears perked up. Where had Stormpaw been running off to? But she quickly focused back on what was happening. I'm sorry, Stormpaw apologized. Silverpaw simply stayed silent. Maristar continued to speak with the two apprentices, threatening that their warrior ceremony could be delayed if they don't mature. Stormpaw finally spoke up. Maristar, can I go? Silverpaw's ears were burning. She was furious on the inside. Who needed stupid clan or a stupid leader? Then I don't want to see it again. I want both of you working with your mentors individually for the next few days. Okay, Silverpaw responded, just wanting this to be over with already. The leader sighed. Take some time for yourselves, and for StarClan's sake, come to me if something is wrong, okay? Now go on, she finally spoke as the two apprentices almost ran out of there. Silverpaw headed straight for the apprentice's den. She was exhausted, but Stormpaw went to go find his mentor. Brindleshade? Sorry about earlier. It's alright. Just make sure you tell me next time you go out of camp. Stormpaw nodded and quickly turned to the apprentice den himself, curling up as all of the apprentices were finally calm for once. You could hear little mews and snores as they slept. Tonight seemed like any other night. Stormpaw had just gotten back from a night patrol with his mentor Brindleshade. She was deputy now. And with New Leaf in full swing, it was raining almost every other day, and tonight was no different. But thankfully he laid asleep, quiet and not wet. As he started to dream, he dreamt up his mother, Littlesprout, who he wondered what she was doing right now and hoping that she was thinking about him. When suddenly he felt like he woke up, but his body was still sleeping, and everything turned white. Once his vision began to become less blurry, he sat up and looked around confused. You see Littlesprout smile and walk over to her son just as he speaks. What is this place? Mother? He asks, looking directly at her. She nods. This is StarClan. I know we have only met in your dreams, but... She looked down for a moment sadly, but quickly smiled and looked back up at him. I wanted to bring you here. I missed you, Stormpaw. The young cat quickly leaped up and ran over to her. Mom! I missed you so much! After a few moments, he sat down and tilted his head. So, do you always see us? He asked. Not always, but sometimes they let me peek down. Her ears quickly perked up. You and your sister have been apprentices for quite some time now, haven't you? His ears perked up. Really? I hope you have been seeing my skills. My mentor has been training me. He lifts his paw, flexing it. He quickly looked down and more serious. Oh yeah, my sister. Huh? What's wrong with Silverpaw? She asked. Well, she's been acting off. I can't put my paw on it, but something's up. Littlesprout frowned. Oh, that would explain why it's been impossible to reach her in a vision. I'm really worried, Mom. I don't like how she's been acting. Littlesprout looked over at her son. She wanted to tell him, but it felt it wasn't the time yet. I'm sure she's just growing up. It's times like this that can be hard for a young cat. Possibly. Hopefully she'll change back into her normal, hyper self soon. Littlesprout figured maybe it was best to change the subject. Badgerclaw sends his love. He wants to see you so bad. But StarClan has all of these rules and such. Stormpaw simply lowered his ears. Oh. The mother and son spoke back and forth, talking about ShadowClan and cats that she missed dearly, when suddenly she felt her body starting to fade. My time seems to be up with you, but please. Stormpaw's ears twitched, his heart pounding. She looked into his eyes. You have already made both of us so proud, I promise. Be careful, okay? I love you so much. All right. I'll be careful, I promise, he said, frowning as he buried his face in his mother's neck. He would miss her so much. Goodbye, Mama. His heart ached. He couldn't bear for her to leave again. She could feel tears running down her face, but she quickly looked around before leaning down and whispering into his ear. He is back. Stormpaw's eyes widen. What? Who? Who? He asks, but Littlesprout's already almost completely gone. Suddenly he hears an echoing voice in his ear. Mason. He whips his body around to try to find his mother again, but his body collapses as he returns back to the Apprentice den. By the time morning arrived, the rain had finally stopped. Marrowstar leaped up onto her rock and called a clan meeting. Cats came out of dens and, if they were nearby, returned from hunting. ShadowClan had been doing very well under Marrowstar. There were many cats in the clan, and lots of senior experienced warriors, as well as apprentices and kits. Deadheart, the medicine cat, was very experienced, and they almost never lost any cats from battle. Stormpaw and Bubblepaw were already awake when Silverpaw leaped to her feet. Oh, we're late! The 3 older apprentices knew what time it was, and all leaped out of the apprentice den. Just as they made it to the clearing, they could hear Marrowstar speak. Today is a special day for some of our older apprentices. They managed to find a nice place up front to sit and looked up at their leader. Marrowstar's gaze rested on the 3 apprentices sitting close together. Stormpaw, step forward, please. The black and white Tom's eyes lit up as he proudly stepped forward. Stormpaw, you have gained maturity and strength in your apprenticeship. Do you promise to be loyal to ShadowClan as a warrior? He spoke up loudly, fluffing out his chest. I'll fight and hunt for my clan until the end of my days, Marrowstar. From this moment on, you will be known as Stormheart. Overcome with joy and pride, Stormheart turned around and smiled at his sister and friend, sitting back next to them. The clan all erupted with cheer. Stormheart! Stormheart! Next it was Bubblepaw's turn. She became Bubbleleap. Bubbly, bubbly, bubbly could be heard echoing around camp. Then silence. Marrowstar spoke. Silverpaw, Please step forward. It was finally time. She was a bit nervous, but walked up. Silverpaw, you have worked long and hard to earn your place as a warrior in ShadowClan. Do you swear your loyalty to your clanmates for the rest of your days? Silverpaw simply nodded and spoke. Yes! Marrowstar nodded and continued. From this moment on, you will be known as Silverfern. May StarClan light your path. The meeting was over shortly after, and everything else was pretty uneventful. Marrowstar had tasked them to go on a nightly border patrol as Vigil, and said that they could talk to each other, just make sure everything looked okay. Once the patrol was almost over, they decided to stop by the pond and see if they could find some frogs to bring back for fresh kill. Silverpaw had picked up on some strange rogue scents as they walked, but it seemed like Stormheart and Bubbleweep didn't pick up on them, so she didn't mention it. Before long, they found the pond and began to hunt. Her ear quickly flicked as she looked around. She thought she saw Mason? Quickly standing to her paws, she looked at her brother and friend. I'll be right back, guys. Taking off, she began to follow the shadowy figure. It definitely looked like Mason, but it was hard to tell. It was so dark out. It felt like she had been walking all night. They didn't speak to each other. Mason seemed very concentrated on where he was going. The sky began to turn dark and the trees disappeared. Without saying a word, he crawled into a hole underneath a bush, seemingly vanishing. She quickly did the same and appeared on the other side. The trees began to take on an eerie reddish glow, and she made sure to keep up with her father. Looking down as the river that flowed through this land was black. Whoa. I hope you can swim, he chuckled before slowly stepping into the water, his fur almost blending in. Silverfern followed after him, her body slowly being covered by the water. Where are we? Mason stayed silent and simply slipped away into the darkness. She lost him for a moment, but then quickly found him, sitting atop a rock. Welcome to the dark forest, he booms. Whoa, I have heard stories. She sat next to her father and looked up at him. Do you live here? Mason took a few moments to respond and simply nodded. Sometimes. She looks away for a moment and then back up at Mason. I see. They say that bad cats come here after they die. Not exactly. Only cats deemed unworthy by StarClan, he explained. Oh, that seems unfair. It is. Silverfern stayed quiet for a moment, thinking. This was a lot to take in. Eventually, Mason broke the silence. You could always stay here, you know, with me. Her ears perked up. Really? But then slowly lowered as he responded, yes. I mean, that would be nice, but I'm finally a warrior, and Bubbleweep, and Stormheart. She thought for a moment. Can I think about it? She asked, looking up at her father. Of course, he said calmly. Okay, thanks. We've been busy with rogue attacks. I'll find time to think it over soon. Mason simply nodded as she stood to her paws.
How is your brother? Mason asked.
Good. Probably freaking out wondering where I am, she chuckled. I sorta ran off while hanging out with him.
You should get back then, Mason responds.
Yeah, she frowns. I'll see you soon, though. She quickly gives her father a nuzzle before leaping off, remembering the direction she came.
Now get going, he commanded as he slowly faded into the darkness.
On the way back, it began to rain and caused her to take a little longer, but eventually she made it back the next morning, right as another meeting was starting. She quickly squeezed in between Stormheart and Bubble Leap, just as Marrowstar began to speak. Rogues have tried to take our camp. Now we will show what it means to mess with ShadowClan, she hissed, and below her was a very beat-up, strange rogue. Is that a rogue? Stormheart said, as the rain began to pour down harder. Once the clan quieted, she continued. These rogues, dragging one forward, left behind by their so-called allies, will be our prisoners. Silverfern noticed that Bubbleip had scooted closer to her. She gently wrapped her tail around her comfortingly. This was getting scary. Suddenly, Marrowstar tossed one of the rogues off of the high rock. They landed with a loud thud. There were gasps and hisses coming from the clan. Silverfern, Bubbleip, Stormheart, you will go on patrol and search for these rogues' camp. Stealth only. Once we figure out where they all are, we will attack. The three young warriors all looked at each other. This seemed like a big mission for them, but Marrowstar probably wanted more of the experienced warriors in camp to protect it, so they all quickly turned and headed out of camp. The journey was not terribly long, but it was wet and kind of made everything miserable. But eventually they made it into WindClan territory and knew that the barn was somewhere around here. As they all got closer, they began to pick up stronger and stronger rogue scents. This is definitely where they were staying. The three of them stood on a fairly tall rock so they could see over the fence. Here we are, Stormheart said. This rain, Bubbleip complained. Silverfern looked around. I don't see any, but I sure do scent them. They're probably all hiding inside. Stormheart nodded. Probably so. Well, Marrowstar said stealth, so just a quick look around? Yeah, that bush over there. Come on, guys. Sounds good, she says, as she follows them and leaps over the bush, when immediately they were confronted by a large rogue. Soot crept from her cover, sauntering up towards the young warriors. And what do we have here? Bubbleip, Stormheart, and Silverfern all crouched down together underneath the bush, frozen. Bubbleip was the first to speak. When suddenly Stormheart hissed, Go, go, go! And the three of them exploded out of the bush. Silverfern quickly darted off in the first direction she saw, figuring she could probably figure out a way to get out of here, when suddenly she was jumped on by another rogue. Ah! She got me! Silverfern yowled as this rogue, who was named Rabbit, unsheathed her claws, pressing down on Silverfern. Soot came running around the corner, chasing after Stormheart, who stopped when he saw what was happening to his sister. Get off of her! But there was nothing Stormheart could do, because immediately Soot dug her claws into Stormheart's shoulders, throwing him to the ground. Bubbleip was the last warrior not to be
pinned down, and she tried to fight, but she was no match for two grown rogues. Soot couldn't help but let out a chuckle. You'll just make your situation a lot worse. Don't get feisty now. Or maybe he can go bye-bye, she said, tapping a claw on Stormheart's skull. Please, just let us go, Silverfern begged. While Bubblebeep was distracted, the rogue named Rabbit leaned over and swiped at her head, attempting to knock her down. The boss will love you. Now let's get into the barn, she said, dragging Stormheart's body towards the barn. Silverfern slowly wobbled to her feet as Soot and Storm were arguing a few fox lengths away. She carefully and slowly began to follow them, brushing up against Bubblebeep's pelt as she walked by and whispered, It'll be okay, I promise. The group of them made it into the barn where, at least it was dry. Soot led them up to the top of the barn, where she forced them all three into a corner. I'm going to need some names. She leaned forward towards Stormheart, her rotting breath on his ears. We're just young warriors. We're no good to you, he sneered. I just asked you, rat brain. I'm Leap, Leappaw lied. Stormheart grumbled. Fine. I'm Hurricane Hiss, he said, trying to sound as convincing as possible. But Silverfern just simply said, I'm Silverfern. Let us go. She was hoping that if Mason had something to do with these rogues, maybe they would just let her go. There was a lot of back and forth arguing and hissing. Soot stalked over to Bubblebeep. You stink of ShadowClan. What is your other name? Rabbit, who was pacing back and forth, was scratching and clawing at the floorboards, letting out a low snarl. Eventually, Soot had had enough. Oh, and you have a mouth on you, she hissed clearly towards Stormheart. Rabbit, why don't you pull him aside? We don't want anyone making plans. Rabbit let out a snarl, walking over and picking up Storm by the scruff, dragging him away. Be safe, Silver Bubble, he frowned before being dragged off. Silverfern wanted to get up and fight, but she knew it was pointless. Suddenly, Sootstar turned around. I'm grabbing a snack. Don't go anywhere. I have my eyes on you. After Rabbit tossed Storm into the corner, she smirked sinisterly. You do nothing but hiss. Did your clan not teach you how to fight? Of course I can fight. I'm a warrior. His fur bristled. And if I could, I would, he glared at the she-cat. You look nothing more than an apprentice, she couldn't help but laugh. I'm a young warrior, he snapped back, trying to defend himself. But I know how to fight. And one day, I'll prove that to you. You'll see. Oh, really? The way you act, you'll be dead before you can even prove anything. He sighed. You can hurt me, just don't you dare hurt my sister or Bubble. Silverfern couldn't help but listen to the argument her brother was having with that rogue, but at least it seemed like they weren't fighting yet, so she would stay put. We just need to stay calm and wait, she said, nuzzling Bubblebeep. I hope everyone at camp is okay too. I am just happy you're okay. she meowed and nuzzled Silverfern back. I'm sure everyone at camp is okay. We will get through this together, I promise. Bubbly purred. If you say so. Silverfern was honestly exhausted, and she simply laid down and curled up, an ear still open and listening in case she needed to fight, but for now she would try to get some rest. Bubbleleap had decided to stay awake and stared longingly at the open barn door as she watched as a new cat appeared. A young, almost all-white she-cat carefully came up to the second floor and sat next to Soot. Soot was bent over, half chewing on a rat, picking at it with mild disappointment. Huh? Oh, North, you're back. Hello, Soot. I was told you needed me, miss. Soot scoffed. I guess I could put you to use. She sat up, tilting her head far to the side. Go take Rabbit's job. She might be going soft on him. Thank you. You won't regret it. I can handle it, she purred, excited to finally be old enough to help. Leaping to her paws, she slowly made her way over to where Rabbit was holding one of the prisoners. As North approached, she heard a loud thump and the sound of hissing. Turning the corner, she could tell that both cats had been fighting from the blood. Rabbit! Hey! She tried to quickly get her fellow rogue's attention. Rabbit grumbled and begrudgingly let go of the warrior. As Stormheart moved away, she hissed, I'm not finished yet. North quickly stood in between them. Soot said that you need to go take a break, and I'll watch him for now. Orders. Now, if it was me, I would let you stay, but you know how Soot gets. Fine, she said, giving Stormheart a sly smirk before padding off. North, now relieved, turned around to face this mysterious warrior. Are you okay? Hi, Stormheart said, somewhat startled. Yeah, thanks. He glanced away. No problem. She has a bit of a temper, but means well. Sometimes, North chuckled. All that came out of Stormheart's mouth was, Who are you? I'm North. And you? That's a pretty name. I'm Stormheart, a newly made warrior. Oh, a warrior, huh? She couldn't help but blushing slightly. Let me guess, the clan that lives near frogs? How could you tell? He looked surprised. I've been learning all about the enemy clans. One lesson was that one of the clans smells of mud and frogs. The proper name is ShadowClan, but yeah, I guess you could say that. Oh, ShadowClan. The leader around here don't like teaching us the real names. Well, we don't all smell like mud and frogs. He looked away, embarrassed. North immediately picked up on his embarrassment. Well, not like you. Well, a little, but it's not a bad thing, she chuckled. Stormheart couldn't help but chuckle back. I guess so. So, I've been hearing a lot about this leader. Yes, we're not allowed to say his name, but he is a large black cat. Stormheart's eyes widened. Could it be? But the thought was quickly interrupted. So,
How long you here for? Thinking about joining? Lost or?
The older rogues didn't really keep her informed, unfortunately.
Oh, well, funny story, he smirked.
Oh? North asked.
We got captured. My sister and our friend is here as well. I hope they're all right. Oh, that makes sense. The older cats never tell me anything. But don't worry, I saw them when I arrived. They're sleeping together, nice and safe. I'm more worried about you. She looked over his open wound. Let me patch that up for you. Stay here.
Stormheart tried to interject. You don't have to... But she was already gone. She knew exactly where all of the cobwebs were in the barn, so it only took her a few moments to go over, grab some, and head back. Stormheart gulped, glancing at her again.
Really, you don't have to.
But she was already laying down next to him, examining his paw.
It's no problem. My mom taught me all about herbs.
She carefully leaned down and tended to his wounds. She couldn't help but looking up at him every few moments and then quickly refocusing on the task at hand. Thankfully, it wasn't very deep. It would recover soon. Once she was done, she sat next to Stormheart. He asked her a question.
So, did you grow up here, or?
Yes, I was born here.
My mother still lives here. I'm not sure who my father is, though. I was told he died when I was only a kid. I bet your mother is beautiful. That would explain your looks. I mean, you know, he said, trying to cover himself.
Thanks. She's our grumpy medicine cat, and pretty old now, but I appreciate the compliment. She blushed. Since they were both pretty much stuck here, they decided to lay down and chat for the rest of the night. The rain never did stop. It only got worse and more windy as it became early morning. Back in ShadowClan, we can see that Marrowstar is on top of the Leader's Rock, about to hold a meeting. Cats of ShadowClan, gather for a clan meeting! Most of the cats were sleeping in their semi-dry dens when they heard Marrowstar's call. They begrudgingly came out, confused. Once most of the cats were sitting in the clearing, looking up, Marrowstar continued. Our young warriors are missing. We will be going across WCUE territory to search for them. We are ready for war if it should come to that. Most of the clan was fairly excited about war, while some questioned. Brindleshade and I will take the lead. Everyone excluding queens and kits and young apprentices will be coming. Taking a few moments to catch her breath before continuing. No excuses. The sun slowly could be seen creeping into existence as Marrowstar leaped off the high rock. ShadowClan, move out, she said, as the horde of cats began to follow her. The rain had caused all of the land around to be so muddy, some cats slipping and covered in mud, but that didn't stop any of them. Marrowstar continued without hesitation, leading all of the warriors to the barn. WCUE knew better than to mess with Marrowstar when she was angry. The group of cats all gathered together before they entered into the barn, taking the rogues completely by surprise. And then chaos ensued, each side fighting with all of their might, blood slowly beginning to cover the cobblestone, just as Silverfern woke up. Quickly, she jumped to her paws. Bow leap! Bubbly, she nudged. Wake up! ShadowClan is here. We have to go. Bubble's ears perked up at the sound of fighting. Oh, let's go, she meowed quickly, following after Silverfern. The two started heading over to the corner where Stormheart was, but paused for a moment, looking down outside of the barn and just to see what chaos was ensuing. Now facing her brother, she was confused about where the other cat went, but assumed that she must have ran down to join the fight when it started. Catching her breath for a moment before speaking, outside is crazy. We need to get back to camp. Bubbly also added, Stormheart, let's go! Quickly. Huh? What? Oh, all right, Stormheart said, still trying to wake up, the three of them bravely dashing into the storm. Silverfern managed to dodge the fighting cats, running right next to Bubbly, making sure she was still there. But turning around, she realized that she lost Stormheart. Where did he go? Stormheart! Stormheart! She yelled, finally locking eyes with her brother, but he immediately began to look around. What was he looking for? Finally, Stormheart spoke up. Keep going, Silverfern. I'll meet up with you. Go! She was frustrated, but nodded. Fine! Silverfern and Bubbly began running back to camp. They weren't sure if the rest of the clan knew about this battle and needed to go warn them. Returning back to the fight scene, you can see North looking around. She suddenly locked eyes with Stormheart when she felt a large cat knock her to the ground. It was Marrowstar. North could feel her body crumble onto the cold, wet cobblestone as Stormheart yelled in the background, No! Don't hurt her! A black rogue with white speckles sneered, Come on, North, get up. She wasn't a very good fighter, and most of the rogues would tease her about it. She tried to get up, but couldn't kick off the large cat. It was hard to see with how hard the rain was coming down, but she spotted Stormheart clawing at his leader. Please, Clan Cat, I don't want to fight, she pleaded. Marrowstar, stop! She is a good rogue, I promise! Suddenly, Marrowstar was attacked by a rogue from behind, causing her to let go of North just long enough for her to run, taking a few steps before she realizes Storm isn't running. Come on, Stormheart, she pleaded as she dashed behind a hay bale. She stood there, trying to catch her breath for a moment. Thankfully, she wasn't bleeding. Thank you for saving me. I'm so sorry that my leader pinned you. It's all right. I owe you my life. No, he shook his head. I just paid you back for saving me. Oh, of course. You are the nicest clan cat I have ever met. There was a few seconds of silence as they both blushed, and then Stormheart spoke. North? Do you want to join ShadowClan after this? We can run back to camp. We'll join my sister and Bubbly. North looked down, frowning. Well, as much as I would love to, I need to take care of my mother here. She is old and I love her very much. I could never get her to join as well, though. But maybe we could still see each other? Stormpaw was obviously disappointed, but smiled and nodded. Of course, I would like that. I'll never forget you, North. I would like that as well. I'll never forget you, she says, gently nuzzling him as he nuzzles back. After a few more moments, the two cats had decided to try to help calm everyone down. Thankfully, most of the cats had already gone back to where they came from. Immediately, Stormheart noticed a large black Tom sitting atop crates. He couldn't believe his eyes and continued to walk closer. The rain was pouring down so hard, but this cat just smiled at him and leaped away. Stormheart knew who it was. It was Mason. Adrenaline took over his body as he began to follow his father. North's eyes widened as Stormheart seemed to know her leader. Where was he going? She took a few steps forward, thinking about chasing after him, when her mother, Wisteria, bounded forward. "You can't follow him, little one." She fluffed up. "I'm not little anymore. I need to make sure Stormheart is okay." "I know," she nuzzled North, "but you have to defend your group. I'm sure Mason has a plan for him." "That's what I'm worried about," she sighed. "What if I never see him again?" No, I have never been wrong about my advice before, right?" the mother asked, offering a reassuring smile. "You're right. Let's get inside. The fight seems to be over, and I'm freezing." The mother and daughter both quickly walked back into the barn. Even though it should be midday, the sky is still black and angry as Stormheart continues to chase Mason. As they were both jumping over a rock, Mason slipped in the mud, tumbling to the ground, letting Stormheart have enough time to catch up to him, the younger Tom's tail lashing back and forth. "I've been waiting forever for this day." Mason quickly sprung to his feet and faced his son. "And what would your sister think about this? Killing your—" But he was cut off. Stormheart immediately leaped forward and clawed at his face. "You killed my mother!" he yowled, swiping again. Mason this time getting hit pretty bad, yowling in pain as he stumbled backwards. Blood was now dripping from Mason's face. "Now, I'm going to end your reign!" Stormheart yowled. The father remained silent for a moment. Stormheart just glared, confused. Within a flash, Mason lunged at Stormheart, knocking him to the ground. "You're dead!" Unfortunately, Stormheart was no match for such a strong Tom, and he fell, gasping for air. Mason stood over him, smiling, ready to bite into his throat. When suddenly, a large, yellow glowing cat landed from out of nowhere. It was Badgerclaw. He swiped at Mason's eyes in an attempt to at least temporarily blind him. While normally Badgerclaw was not a violent cat, being able to seek revenge on his own murderer felt just, and he was also protecting his son. Mason laid on the ground, confused and dazed, as Stormheart rose to his paws. Badgerclaw? The StarClan cat continued to fight, his vision blurred. He felt dizzy, but he kept attacking Mason. Mason couldn't move for a few moments, trying to catch his own breath before kicking Badgerclaw away and off of him. "Don't ever mess with my son," he growled, landing another harsh blow. Mason managed to get up for a few moments, but immediately Stormheart was leaping at him. Badgerclaw also refused to let up, both of the cats now ganging up on Mason, whose blood continued to ooze from the claw marks. For a moment, Mason managed to kick Badgerclaw and get him down, but Stormheart was quickly on top of Mason, raking his claws down his back. "Get off of him!" he said, as Badgerclaw weakly managed to pull himself up. Mason laid there, struggling to break free, but both cats were standing on him, his eyes widening with fear for the first time in his life. Stormheart yelled, "Doesn't this look familiar? Now look who's scared!"
"Let go of me!" Mason yelled back.
A warrior doesn't need to kill to win, but Mason is a threat to us, Badgerclaw growled. "So what must be done will be done," he meowed, giving Stormheart space to take the final blow. "I am ending your life, just like you ended my mother's," Stormheart yelled and deeply slashed into Mason's throat one final time. A sound could be heard coming from Mason. It sounded like a plea, but was cut off, his head just dropping to the side. Stormheart backed away, blood dripping down his paw. Thankfully, at least the heavy rain seemed to wash some of it off. "He's gone," Badgerclaw panted, out of breath. He quickly also cleaned his starry pelt, then mewed. "Good job, Stormheart." Thank you, Badgerclaw." Casually stepping over Mason's body, Badgerclaw approached Stormheart. I have to go back to StarClan, but I will continue to watch over you from above," he purred and licked the top of his son's head. The young warrior purred. "Tell Littlesprout I did it." Badgerclaw quickly nodded before disappearing into the fog. As the scene begins to fade to white. As the scene fades in, we see a very grumpy Silverfern sitting under a bush, wondering why she had not scented her father recently. It had been a few days after the war with the rogues. Surely things had calmed down by now. The she-cat's ears flicked as she heard the annoying voice of Volhiss, but before she could get up, her brother, Stormheart, approached her very quickly. The Tom looked like he had something dark on his mind as he trotted over. "Silverfern," he said in a more or less friendly tone, taking a quick breath. "Hey, Stormheart, what's up?" she asked. Can we talk?" he asked, nodding to the corner of the camp with his tail, where it would be a bit more quiet. Silverfern's eyes squinted. This was very odd for her brother. Sure." The siblings took off towards a more quiet part of the camp, almost hiding behind a bush. They leaned in close. Silverfern was extremely curious at this point. Stormheart's tail nervously flicked back and forth, his heart pounding. "Do you remember when we were apprentices and we talked in the den that one night?" His voice was low. The silver she-cat's fur immediately stood on end. "Yes, I remember," she whispered. Taking in a deep breath, he couldn't help but smile softly at his sister. "He's gone, Silverfern. He's gone. I took care of him, just like I said I would as an apprentice. He can never hurt another cat again," he said proudly, as Silverfern shot up. "What? Who's gone?" She was panicking, trying not to show it, but her paws started to shake. Her brother's eyebrow marks raised a bit, surprised at her flustered reaction. Our father, he said, glancing around, making sure no one was listening. As the dread sunk in, she couldn't help but yell. "How could you do that? He was our father, Stormheart!" she hissed, not caring if anyone heard. Stormheart was shocked. "Silverfern, a father is someone who would take care of us, like Badgerclaw. He was just a murderer," his voice almost breaking. "I couldn't just let him get away with killing Littlesprout." "You don't know that! You weren't there, you didn't see it," she hissed, trying to hold back her own tears. All she could remember was her father coming up to her and comforting her, taking her somewhere safe to live for a while until she was brought back to camp. And most days she wished she was still with him and he had never brought her back. Shaking her head, she shouted, "Move out of my way!" Not waiting for him to actually move, she gently shoved him to the side with her shoulder. "Wait, Silverfern," he began to speak when he was shoved over, his eyes growing worried. The sound of her brother's paw steps only caused her legs to run faster. She needed to get out of here. Thankfully, there was a few warriors at the entrance and they stopped Stormheart to talk, giving her time to slink off. She headed straight for the dump. Normally, she would just go there to break stuff, but today she picked up a familiar scent. It was Volhis. He let out a yawn after a long day on patrol. He enjoyed hanging out here in the sunlight sometimes. Silverfern flexed her claws and realized this was the perfect cat to let out her frustrations on. She carefully snuck up on his crate, making sure not to make a sound. Getting closer and closer, holding her breath as she walked past the catmint. Within a heartbeat, she leaped, actually leaping too far and completely over the cat, quickly turning and making another leap, this one actually making contact with him and slamming him into the crate. Volhis grunted and tried to squirm out from underneath her. "Not so fun is it now," Silverfern teased, just like he used to do to her as an apprentice. The Tom looked up, glaring. "What do you want? What are you even doing? Get off!" he yowls, kicking her in the chest. Silverfern let out a small hiss, but continued to dig her claws deep into his shoulders. It was only when the blood began to stain her white paws she snapped out of it, leaping off of him. Volhis rolled over on his side, coughing up some blood as she quickly decided to run. Stopping for a moment to breathe, she hissed under her breath. How could she be so stupid? What was she gonna do now? Her mind immediately thought of the den that was near ShadowClan that her father took her to. It would at least give her time to think about her next step. Back at camp, Volhis returned limping, bleeding still from his wound, as two kids ran up. "Whoa! Volhis! What happened to you?" the little white kit asked as a few more cats began to surround. He simply shrugged it off. "It's nothing." "Vol, is everything all right? What happened to you?" A she-cat spoke. With a sigh, he nodded to her. "I'll speak with you, alone." Volhis finally finished the whole story as the she-cat gasped. "What? Do you have any idea why?" When suddenly Bubbleleap approached. At least she ran away before she did anything permanent. He shrugged. Wait, who? Bubble's head tilted as Volhiss glared at her. Your bestie just attacked me. Who, Storm? Silverfern? She realized. Winterstorm piped up. We should talk to Marrowstar after we get you patched up. You should heal in the medicine den, and we can continue this conversation there. Volhiss nodded but continued talking to Bubbleleap. I think she's still mad about what me and Sparrowpod did to her all those moons ago, he grumbled. Well, you probably deserved it, Bubbleleap scoffed. Just as Volhiss snorted. They both couldn't help but chuckling before she turned. I'll see if I can talk to her later. Marrowstar could be seen in her den speaking to her deputy as Winterstorm motioned again to the medicine cat den. Finally, he made it in there and tried to settle down, just as Deadheart approached. Volhiss, what is this about a badger? Badger? Volhiss retorted, confused. The tuxedo-pelted Tom furrowed his brow. Why are you so injured? You need rest, you crazy bee-brain. Deadheart quickly pushes Volhiss back into the moss nest, not waiting for him to slowly get comfortable. I suppose Silverfern's the badger then, he replied, still defiantly not laying down. Deadheart let his eyes narrow at the name. That feline he had thought always to be bad news. He remained silent for the rest of the time, picking out and chewing and mixing herbs. Eventually, though, curiosity got the better of him. Mind telling me what happened? He gently rubbed his paws on the Tom's wounds. Volhiss's ears laid flat on his head. Not much to tell. She attacked me, ran away. End of story. Deadheart nodded and slid a few poppy seeds over to the warrior, sighing. Here, these will knock you out. I'd rather stay awake, the warrior simply retorted. Fine, but I don't want you doing anything stupid, so just stay here, the medicine cat whispered before walking out and heading to Marrowstar's den. Approaching, he was happy to see Winterstorm already waiting outside the den. Excuse me, Marrowstar. Deadheart turned, inching closer. Is this about Silverfern and Volhiss? The white she-cat nods. I think it should come from him, though. Marrowstar prowled out of her den. Right on cue, she nudged Brindleshade before engaging with the serious cats. What is it? There was an issue with Volhiss today, she finally let out as both the leader and deputy stood in front of her. Yes, you're right. He's awake, so you can talk to him. Young warriors, she mumbled with a growl. What did they do now? There was a small conversation between the group of cats, but it was decided that Marrowstar should speak to Volhiss in person. I don't know what's gotten into everybody, but lead the way. Stepping into the medicine cat den, she spotted Volhiss on the ground. What am I hearing about an injury? Winterstorm quickly ushering the kids out. This conversation could get ugly. Volhiss let out yet another sigh. Silverfern attacked me at the carry-on place. It's not that big of a deal. The leader's eyes narrowed. Is there a reason? The orange Tom shrugged. I don't know. Maybe she's still mad that we fought as apprentices, but she looked fairly angry. Deadheart spoke up. But to this extent? She's a warrior, he commented. Brindleshade, stay with Volhiss. I will get the full run of the story, even if I have to find Silverfern myself. She should know where her values lie, is all I'm saying, the grumbly medicine cat said as the leader left. Brindleshade was a little pained to see her leader go, but nodded and sat down in front of Volhiss. It didn't take long for the very experienced leader to pick up on Silverfern's scent and find her underneath the Thunderpath. I assume you're here for me, Silverfern let out a huff, turning to face her leader. The leader approached her, not seeming to be hostile. Why is Volhiss yowling at everyone in camp that you two got into a fight? Silverfern stayed quiet, her eyes glued to the ground, not even sure how to respond. Does she lie and say she thought he was an enemy cat? Say that she is still mad about the past, or the truth? Maristar stepped closer, gently looking her over for any wounds. Look, I don't want to talk about it. I'm fine, Silverfern said harshly. Just exile me for a while. I'll leave. I don't care. Maristar's eyes narrowed. That would be too easy. You swore loyalty to ShadowClan. To me. Silverfern felt a few tears begin to roll down her cheek. She didn't hate the clan, just losing her father. Something in her snapped. Just the thought caused her heart to beat faster as the rain began to pour down. Taking a deep breath, she responds, I'm sorry for attacking Volhiss. Maristar tilted her head as Silverfern showed a sign of remorse. I just want to know what happened, Silverfern. I know this wouldn't happen for no reason. Silverfern lied. Kind of. I was still upset about him bullying me as an apprentice is all. I was alone and he was alone, so I wanted revenge. It was foolish of me. You're better than that. Her gaze softened slightly. Revenge over something that happened moons ago? The leader questioned. Yes, I let my anger get the best of me. I'm so sorry, Maristar. She dipped her head. The leader sighed. A stressful moment will get to everyone. It is my responsibility to take care of my warriors. I said it during your apprentice ceremony, and I will say it again. Come to me. Silverfern takes a step closer, wanting to bury her muzzle into her leader's soft fur, but shook her head, just nodding. Maristar comfortingly pressed her own head against Silverfern's for a moment, before turning away briskly. Come on, let's get out of this smelly tunnel. I will, Silverfern said. As she walked behind her leader, she couldn't help thinking about what her next move would be. She needed to get back at Stormheart. The two cats make their way back to camp as the scene fades to white. You now see a familiar cat you recognize as Littlesprout. Hi guys! So this is actually footage that I recently found on my computer. It was going to be part of a bigger series, but we ended up cutting some stuff out, and so this is what I have left. Let me know if you guys like it. I'm thinking about continuing with Silver and Storm because I really like their stories, and I have a lot of ideas of where it could continue, but I hope in the meantime you guys will enjoy this. If you do, feel free to subscribe, leave a like, comment. All that really helps the channel out and helps me make more of these really fun movies for you guys. But until next time, bye guys!
This story begins in RiverClan, but this RiverClan has recently made a pact with BloodClan.
and the current leader, Bloodstar, was known to be very vicious. The warrior yawned, not out of disrespect, but out of pure exhaustion. Bloodstar always had him hunting or on a patrol, but his ears perked up when he heard Bloodstar speak. "I feel like having a war." "So what about we start one, with either ThunderClan or ShadowClan?" Bloodstar spoke. "Sounds good to me, Bloodstar. I'm always ready for a fight," Shadestep added. "I think we can make war with ShadowClan," a nearby cat named Cheetahface spoke up. As cats debated on which clan to attack first, Shadestep's ex-mate, Blackluck, approached. Shadestep rolled his eyes. Did she really have to sit next to him? There were so many other places to sit. "We should attack ThunderClan first. Their numbers are smaller. We will either take them out or take them as prisoners. Then we go after ShadowClan." Bloodstar's eyes locked on Shadestep. "Great suggestion." "We could also perhaps invite rogues," Bloodstar continued. Another cat in the crowd speaking up, "Rogues are untrustworthy." Bloodstar smirked. "Not all, and if they're traitors, I have a solution," he said, extending his claws. "I simply snap their necks." The clan erupted with excitement. Not long after, Blackluck's two kits approached, Half Kit and Spotted Kit. He sighed as they sat next to him. Shadestep caught Blackluck talking to another Tom right before the kits were born, so now he doesn't believe that they're his, even though they do look like him. But that was besides the point. Spotted Kid looked up at her mother. "What's going on, Mom?" Blackluck looked down. "Nothing exciting." "Clan dismissed," Bloodstar said. Finally, Shadestep could get away from his ex-mate and her kits. Shadestep walked over to Bloodstar. "Bloodstar, do you need me to do anything?" The leader looked down from his rock. "Hunt!" Yes, sir." Shadestep turned around and began walking out of the camp. Nothing scared him, except an angry Bloodstar. He heard small footsteps following after him. Whipping his head around, he spotted Half Kit. Shadestep leaned down, closer to the kit. "Get back to camp," he said in a hiss voice. The kit, startled, took a step backwards and ran back to camp. He didn't have time to be a babysitter. That wasn't his job. He needed to hunt for the clan before Bloodstar got on his pelt again. He looked around and then began to walk down the river. Eventually, Shadestep finds a good spot and leaps into the water, diving deep to grab a few fish. Walking back to camp, he spotted Cobra Strike sitting by herself. He set the fish down and sat by her. "Hey, what do you want?" Cobra Strike blinked at the Tom, her ears irritably shifting. Shadestep hissed, "If you have nothing better to do, you should be hunting." Grabbing his fish, he leaped off the rock, walking over to the fresh kill pile. Looking back, he could hear Cobra Strike. "You don't tell me what to do!" Like clockwork, Spotted Kit and Half Kit came running over. "Dad, you came back!" Spotted Kit said. Before he could even respond, Silent River, the RiverClan deputy, hissed, "I'm talking to you!" Shadestep looked. "Me?" He completely turned away from the two kits, looking at the deputy now. "Yes, take 2 warriors and go hunt, now!" Spotted Paw attempted to paw at Shadestep's side, but he quickly walked away. Walking back over to Cobra Strike, he sighed. "Deputy says we gotta hunt. Come on." "Sure, that's always fun," Cobra Strike said, very sarcastically. Shadestep grunted as they both walked towards the river. Cobra Strike sitting on the edge, peering into the water, while Shadestep jumped in. Shadestep, who is usually a very good and quiet swimmer, loudly splashed water up at Cobra Strike. "Oops," he said with a smile. Cobra Strike patiently waited, her ears twitching at the sudden ripples of water. She frowned, revealing her sharp teeth. Shadestep looked up at her from the water. "Aw, come on in. It's not too bad." The she-cat swatted at the water, causing it to cover Shadestep's face. He quickly shook his head and laughed. "Guess I deserved that." "I prefer to stay dry in this weather," Cobra Strike meowed sternly, walking along the river's edge. Shadestep laughed. "What? Cold water builds a character." He swam down to the bottom of the riverbed, looking around until he found it, a medium-sized crab. Grabbing it with his mouth, he came back up to the surface. On the riverbank, Cobra Strike had a small perch. Maybe she wasn't too bad of a hunter. Shadestep shook his coat out, making sure to get a few water droplets on the she-cat. "Impressive, I guess." Cobra Strike mocked. "You guess?" A hint of amusement burrowed in her blunt optics. The two cats walked back into camp, delivering their prey to the fresh kill pile. He looked up at Bloodstar. "All right, Bloodstar, that should last a while." He couldn't help but overhear one of his clan mates mentioning they wanted to scope out ThunderClan. Shadestep walked over. "I'll join." The cats traveled to ThunderClan. Shadestep was a little bit behind them, and by the time he approached ThunderClan, it was completely empty. Not a single cat in sight, not even his own clanmates. Fear set in, and he turned tail and ran all the way back to RiverClan. Entering the camp, he spotted a lone ThunderClan cat surrounded by angry, hissing RiverClan cats. "It smells disgusting." Bloodstar seemingly already had this cat under control. He approached the ThunderClan cat. "Join us, and we will take over ShadowClan next." Shadestep added, "Join us, or leave." Looking past the group of cats, he spotted Black Luck, Half Kit, and Spotted Kit. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty for neglecting them so much. Every day, they began to look more and more like him. Maybe it was time to finally step up and be somewhat of a father to them. On his way over, he picked up a small fish from the fresh kill pile. "Here," he said, dropping it in front of his two kits. "Ooh, a fish," Half Kit said, playing with the fish. Dad, smell my paw," Spotted Kit said, running up to him. He growled. "Stop fooling around. You should be practicing fighting." Spotted Kit stopped immediately, looking up at her father. "But Mom said I might be a bad warrior. What if I don't do good?" He frowned. Why would Black Luck say something like that? Looking back at Spotted Kit, he tried to smile. "You won't. Just keep practicing," he said before quickly walking past the kit. Walking past the medicine den, he noticed Sunbear, the medicine cat, dragging out some of the old bedding. Maybe she needed some help. "Need anything?" he said to her. She looked around. I may need some more moss for bedding." Shadestep nodded quickly before turning and leaving the camp. Moss shouldn't be too hard to find around this time. Eventually he found what he needed and headed back to camp, making a beeline for Sunbear's den to drop off the moss. Looking around the camp, he noticed Bloodstar was nowhere to be seen, when suddenly a she-cat named Golden Flame came running into camp. "ShadowClan spotted us!" she shrieked. "Please, the battle is starting now! We need reinforcements!" Golden Flame said, but none of the RiverClan cats seemed to be noticing her. Anger building, he jumped up onto the leader's rock. "RiverClan, follow Golden Flame. The fight has started. Kits, stay." He quickly walked over to Black Luck, Spotted Kit, and Half Kit. He wanted to say goodbye, but couldn't find the words to say it, so he just stared at them. He knew this might be the last time he saw them. Fights never ended well. Running back over to Golden Flame, he spoke in a low voice. "I'm ready."
"Then let's go. What are we waiting for?"
she said. Shadestep dashed out of the camp, knowing exactly what he was heading into. Fighting, and probably death. Entering ShadowClan, he sees the bloodbath before him. Cats from both clans fighting and ripping each other's pelts off. He prepares himself, getting ready to jump into battle. Entering the fray, he could see that the RiverClan was greatly outnumbered by ShadowClan. Bloodstar had quite a few cats all attacking him at once. Shadestep leaped over to Cobra Strike. She was currently battling with the ShadowClan deputy. It seemed like he had her pinned, but he knew better. She used her paws to kick up at the deputy, clawing his stomach. Shadestep leaped over, attempting to knock him over. Silvertail, the ShadowClan deputy, rolled over onto his side with a thud. Ah! Before he could even look around to see what to do next, a ShadowClan cat barreled into him, knocking him to the ground. During the fighting and chaos, Shadestep overheard a few ShadowClan cats talk about the patrol they sent to go attack RiverClan camp while this fight was happening. He quickly got back to his paws and joined back into the fray. What seemed like hours went on, both sides losing cats, lives lost. Bloodstar refused to give up. He had lost life after life, and Shadestep was worried that he wouldn't have too many lives left. Fear struck Shadestep as he realized that his ex-mate and 2 kits are still at the camp, and most of the warriors were here fighting, or dead. He looked around, Bloodstar on the ground, seemingly motionless, and he decided. "RiverClan, retreat!" he yelled before running back to camp himself. It turned out that Bloodstar was not fully dead, only had lost a few lives. Returning to camp, he immediately jumped up on the high rock to call a meeting. A few cat bodies could be seen spread around camp. But before Bloodstar could even speak, he passed out. It was during this chaos that he had learned Black Luck and his kit, Half Kit, were both murdered by ShadowClan cats. With Bloodstar probably on his last life and the clan in shambles, Shadestep knew that it was just not safe here. He needed to leave ShadowClan with his last remaining kit, Spotted Kit. The clan gathered around the dead bodies, mourning and crying as they left to go to StarClan. Shadestep sat with his kit next to him. Looking around, he whispered, "Spotted Kit, follow me." The 2 of them quickly left the camp. He knew that if he wanted a chance for his kid to grow up and survive, he needed to raise her himself, teach her the harsh reality of this world. First, they must find shelter. A fellow clan cat followed the 2 out. He looked back, glaring, sending them a look saying, "If you even try anything, I won't be scared to attack you." Spotted Kit looked up. "Why are we leaving?" He could see that she was confused and upset. She did just lose her mother and brother. Shadestep turned around and said, "What?" to Black Eye, who quickly turned around and left without question. probably a good idea. Then turning to Spotted Kit, he responded, "It's not safe here. Bloodstar is going to die and the clan's in shambles." Spotted Kit looked up and let out a small, "Oh." Shadestep's fur bristled. "It's only us now, but I will protect you." She smiled and seemed very content. "Okay, Dad." Shadestep gently nuzzled her comfortingly before turning. "There's a barn we can live at. Let's go." The two cats traveled together. Sometimes Shadestep would pick her up if she was too tired to walk, and other times he would just slow his pace so they could both make it there safely. Still hidden by nightfall, the two found the barn. All they needed to do was cross this bridge and up a hill and they would be there. Shadestep made sure he was on full alert, sniffing around to see if there was any sign of WindClan or maybe aggressive rogues. Thankfully, he only scented a few cats, but they didn't seem like anything that would bother them, so he ignored it for now. The two entered the warm barn, Spotted Kit looking around going, "Wow!" Shadestep nodded. "Yeah, our new home, for now." He leaped up on a hay bale. This would be alright for tonight. They both curled up on the hay, making sure they were comfortable. Shadestep gently curled his tail around his daughter, while also keeping an eye out, making sure nothing entered. Everything was quiet, and he knew he wouldn't be sleeping tonight. Sighing, he spoke. "I still want revenge for your mother and Half Kit. They didn't deserve that." Spotted Kit looked sad and nodded. It was quiet for a while until she spoke up. "Are there any clans around here?" "Maybe some clans. There used to be, if I remember, but I'm not sure if they're here anymore," he spoke. Spotted Kit tilted her head. "Can we meet them?" Shadestep felt sad. He knew that she was a clan cat, clan born, and that was the only life she knew. Would being a rogue fit her? "Maybe, if they don't pose a threat. I'll train you to be strong and defend yourself. We shall start your training at sunrise." Spotted Kit nodded. "Oh, okay." He could tell that she wasn't really excited to learn how to fight, but she needed it. This world was harsh. He puffed up and looked at her. "In this world, it's kill or be killed." "Oh, that doesn't sound good," she mewed. Shadestep couldn't help but almost growl. "I want to see you live, Spotted Kit." He let out a small sigh, realizing how harsh he was being, especially after everything that happened. Moving over to cuddle Spotted Kit, she looked up. "I'm excited to learn. I want to be big and strong, just like you." A gentle smile crept on his face. "Now, get some rest. It's almost morning," he said. "Okay," Spotted Kit responded, curling up next to him. Shadestep slept with his good eye open until sunrise. He could hear the small growling in Spotted Kit's stomach. They hadn't eaten since they left. Spotted Kit's ears twitched as Shadestep began to arouse. She reached out, trying to nuzzle him, but he was already standing. "Stay here," he commanded. "I'm going to get breakfast." Spotted Kit responded, "Okay," as she watched Shadestep leave the barn. Easily, he was able to hunt down a medium-sized chicken for him and Spotted Kit to share. He rushed back, not wanting to leave her alone for very long. A Upon entering the barn, he spotted a small cream-colored kit and spotted Kit saying, "Hi!" He puffed up, running towards the cat.
Get! Shade hissed. Spotted Kit jumping down. Dad! The kit jumped, stumbling backwards before darting behind some wood piles. Shade Step set down the chicken before looking back over the kit. What do you want? The kit mumbling, I'm sorry. I heard breakfast and... He cowered behind the pallets quietly, eyeing the food. Spotted Kit had already started nibbling on the chicken excitedly. Shade Step let out a hiss. Not for you. Oh, okay, the kit meowed. Turning to face his daughter, she spoke up. They smell like a clan. We should take them home. Shade Step let out a sigh. They smell like ShadowClan, the clan that killed your mother and brother, he said. They did? Spotted Kit asked. Yes, ShadowClan patrol did while I was in battle. Her ears lowered. She stared at the ground. In the background, the kit could be heard yelling, Your RiverClan cats? Shadefang let out a snarl, turning and stalking the kit. You'd better run, Kit. Whoa. The panicked Kit stumbled backwards, squeaking. Spotted Kit approached her father from behind. Let's take him home, Dad. He continued to creep closer and closer, claws unsheathed. You can find the cat that got Mom. Or maybe an eye for an eye, Shade Step hissed. The kit, still trembling. Please, don't eat me. A life for a life, Shade Step continued, inching even closer. I didn't do anything, he trembled, fearful for his life. Spotted Kit spoke up. Dad! With a deep sigh, he stood up and turned around. What is it, Spotted Kit? Let's just take them home, please, she begged. In the background, the cream-colored kit could be heard crying. Shade Step, cold as ever, asked, why? They didn't do it. They shouldn't have to pay for it. Shade Step thought for a moment. Fine. I guess you're right. Yay! Thank you! Shade Step turned back to the kit. Do you know how to get home? The kit shook his head. Shade Step sighed. Of course not. Spotted Kit piped up. We could explore! The ShadowClan kit began to explain. Miss Goose brought me here when the fighting started, and... Shade Step immediately blocking him out and turning to his daughter. Spotted Paw, can you track the scent? He decided that she was old enough to be an apprentice now, and so he would start calling her Spotted Paw. Yeah, of course I can, Spotted Paw said, running over to her cream-colored kit friend. Shade Step could hear an approaching cat, so he began to walk out of the barn. A smaller black and gray cat approached. Shade Step growled, Watch out, I am not in a good mood. Within moments, this cat bolted out of the barn. All right, lead the way, Spotted Paw, Shade Step said, keeping a close eye on the ShadowClan kit. Spotted Paw lowered herself to the ground and began to pick up the scent. The small kit could be heard saying, What's your name, Spotted Paw? He asked. Oh, well, it's Spotted Kit. Shade Step quickly interrupted. You're an apprentice now, Spotted Paw. I will be your mentor. Well, I'm Sand Kit. I'm almost an apprentice, too, Sand Kit spoke. The three cats continued to walk,
as they stumbled upon the thunder path, Spotted Paw looking with wide eyes. "Whoa, what's that?" "Be careful. Monsters live here," Shadestep said. In the background, Sandkit was having trouble keeping up due to his shivering.
The thunder path is dangerous."
Spotted Kit looked over at Sandkit.
Thunder path?
Shadestep quickly added, "Look for lights, sniff for smoke, then run." Following his own advice, he looked both ways before running across the hard path, the other two quickly following behind. Crossing a frozen river, Shadestep began to sniff ShadowClan. Turning to his daughter, he spoke, "I smell them. Good job." Turning around, they waited for the slowest member of their party to finally cross the ice. The little kit looked around.
"I know this place."
"Come on, Sandkit," Spotted Paw said cheerily. But, of course, characteristic to normal, his paws slipped out from under him and he fell on his belly. Shadestep sighed. "If you fall in the river, I'm not saving you." Spotted Paw jumped up and ran over to him, nudging him and helping him up. "Don't worry, I can help you. Ice can be pretty hard." The kit huffed. "Thanks." The three cats continued to walk up a hill, the scent of ShadowClan becoming stronger and stronger.
Mister?"
Sandkit piped up, causing the whole group to stop. Shadestep turned. "What?"
"Come on, Sandkit, we're close,"
Spotted Paw said.
"You're not gonna hurt anyone when we get there, are you?"
Sandkit asked. Shadestep simply chuckled. "No promises," then turned to walk back towards the camp. The three entered down into ShadowClan, memories filling Shadestep from the battle.
"Wow, it's empty,"
Spotted Paw remarked. "Good," he chuckled, before hearing Sandpaw blabber behind him. Another cat said, "Rogues inbound." And Sandkit had the bright idea to say,
"They're even better! They're RiverClan!"
Shadestep walked over and picked him up by his scruff, dragging him over.
"Ow! Ow!"
Sandkit said. Shadestep dropped him. "Found one of your pathetic kits." Sandkit thumped to the ground.
"Wow, it's so different,"
Spotted Paw said, looking around. At this point, ShadowClan cats began to come out of their dens and see what was going on. A brown warrior approached them. "Nice of you to bring him back." Shadestep looked, with a sour look on his face. "Was not my choice, but at least he's back alive, I suppose," Shadestep said, looking around. He couldn't help himself. "Where is Needlestar?" he asked. In the background, Spotted Paw and Sandkit could be heard speaking to another ShadowClan cat. She explained that she protected him on the trip and she was a great tracker. The warrior looked at Spotted Paw and then at Shadestep, obviously very suspicious. "Not sure if you would understand. But if you must know, we were recently attacked by another clan." Shadestep couldn't help but smirk, realizing this cat didn't know who he was. Interesting," he said. The warrior squinted. "Our leader is healing from battle at the moment." Shadestep's fur began to bristle as he realized other ShadowClan cats did recognize him and began to walk closer. He looked over at his daughter. "Spotted Paw, let's go."
"Aw, you're leaving?"
Sandkit asked. Spotted Paw looked up it sadly.
"But I made friends."
"Spotted Paw now," he said in a firm voice. Spotted Paw was saying goodbye to Sand Kit and the rest of the cats she had been talking with when Needlestar himself walked over, right past him. "Clan meeting. Everyone under the rock." Shadestep's heart froze. He quickly picked up his daughter and got out of there. "Ow!" Spotted Paw said, from surprise and probably a little bit of pain, as Shadestep brought them both a little bit outside of the ShadowClan camp. He dropped her gently and then sighed. "I'm sorry," Spotted Paw said. She could tell that Shadestep was upset. He looked at her. "No, it's okay." He could feel his heart almost breaking as he continued. "I just want what's best for you." Spotted Paw looked up.
"They didn't seem mean."
With a deep breath, Shadestep spoke, looking directly at his daughter. You can stay, but I can't." Spotted Paw jumped to her feet.
"No, I want to stay with you."
"Maybe it's better for you here," Shadestep said. If he were a more emotional cat, he would probably be crying. Spotted Paw freaked out.
"We'll stay at the barn. We'll stay together."
Shadestep let out a sigh as he looked down at his crying daughter. "You can still become a warrior. I don't know if the rogue life is best for you," he finally admitted.
"Dad, I want to stay with you. Please."
Spotted Paw got closer to her father. He looked down at her. "I can still visit."
"No, we're leaving together. Come on,"
she insisted, turning around to start walking back to the barn. Okay, Spotted Paw, if you insist," he said, getting up to follow her. The two cats began to leave ShadowClan territory as Shadestep spotted a smaller barn up ahead. "Maybe we can stay here, closer to keep an eye on the clan," he said. He was worried that now that ShadowClan knew he was still alive, they might try to seek revenge for the battle. Spotted Paw, who didn't really understand all of that, just replied, "Okay." There was a small broken part of the fence, and the two managed to enter with no problem. He immediately began to sniff around, making sure there was no other cats there. After making sure the coast was clear, Spotted Paw began jumping on some of the garbage left around. "Look, I'm so tall," she said proudly. Shadestep, sitting next to her. "Yes, you're growing very fast, Spotted Paw." He was proud of her.
I'll be a great rogue warrior. I'll be the strongest."
"Of course, the strongest," he responded. But deep down, he was still very worried about Spotted Paw's future. Shadestep decided to do a little training exercise with his daughter, the two of them running around the area, jumping, leaping, practicing, all of that good stuff. Finally, Spotted Paw spoke up. "I'm hungry." Shadestep nodded. "Okay, let's hunt." He began to walk towards the exit when he noticed a flash of orange running towards them. His heart stopped, and then started to beat faster. He was angry. "Spotted Paw, wait!" he yelled, running in front of her to approach this mysterious cat. He soon realized it was just probably a lost kitty pet. He hissed, "Who are you?" Spotted Paw staying quiet behind her father. After a few heartbeats, she spoke up. "Dad, there's a cat."
the orange cat simply going, "Oh." "My name's Dena. I'm a house cat," she meowed, purring, not seeming to be startled by Shadestep at all, which was a first for him. Spotted Paw stayed close to her father. She could feel his stomach grumbling as he spoke. "Better watch out. Unfriendly cats around these parts." Dena, still unfazed by Shadestep's threats, locked eyes on Spotted Paw. She smiled. "Is that your daughter?" "Yes, she is," Shadestep said, protectively. Spotted Paw mewed nervously. "I'm Spotted Paw." "And I'm Shadestep. Not happy you're here, but won't attack you for now," he said, shooting daggers at the house cat. He huffed. "I guess not." "We live with humans, darling," Dena spoke. "What's a house cat?" Spotted Paw asked innocently. Dena raised an eyebrow looking at Shadestep. "Do I look like a threat to you?" she asked before looking down at the kit with a gentle smile on her face. "Humans?" Spotted Paw asked, tilting her head. Shadestep took the time to relax and sit down. He could tell this was going to be the start of many, many questions. "Big two-legged animals that take care of cats, like you and me." "Oh," Spotted Paw said. "Do you two need a place to stay? My humans won't mind a couple of cats in the house." Shadestep couldn't help but squint a little. He didn't like this idea. "Are they nice?" Spotted Paw asked. Most are," Dena responded. "We have food, water." Shadestep quickly interrupted. "I'm not the friendliest." He quickly realized that he was being a little aggressive and calmed down. This could be a safe place for them, especially Spotted Paw. "Is it safe?" he asked. Spotted Paw piped up. "My dad's nervous because ShadowClan killed our mother and brother." He shot her a glance. Maybe it's not the best idea to be telling their story to everyone they meet. "It's the safest place I know." Maybe we could check it out, at the least." "I'm sorry to hear that," Dena spoke. "Are there any other cats there?" Spotted Paw asked. "Usually it's just me. But it's getting dark. If you want to stay the night, we should hurry home." Shadestep looked at his daughter. "Spotted Paw, do you want to check it out?" He would let her decide. Sure. Only if you don't leave," she meowed to her dad. "All right, lead the way, miss," Shadestep said, getting up off the ground. I won't," he said, somewhat comfortingly to his daughter, as they began to follow this kitty pet. They traveled through the night, but eventually all three made it safely to the house. It was huge. Shadestep had seen them before, but never gone inside. Spotted Paw looked around. "Wow!" "Yeah, it's all right," he said, somewhat begrudgingly, as he entered through the kitty door. "We're here, guys," Dena said. "It looks so weird," Spotted Paw couldn't help but remark. "Feel free to eat any food. The bowl is over there. Are you hungry, Spotted Paw?" Dena asked. "Yeah, I'm hungry," Spotted Paw responded, and quickly pranced over to the food bowl, beginning to chow down. Shadestep sighed under his breath. The father Shadestep found a comfortable spot to sit in while he waited for Spotted Paw to finish eating.
This is good. It's really good.
Really? What does it taste like?
It's fishy, but without the scales,
she responded. He let out a little humph and decided to find out where the kitty pet went. It only took a moment for them to find her. She was curled up, sitting on a couch. She looked over the two and finally spoke. So, judging by your names, you're former clan cats? Maybe. Who wants to know? Shadestep snarled, but quickly composed himself. The kitty pet chuckled. I'm only curious. Spotted Paw spoke up.
we were in RiverClan, but they didn't protect Mom or Half-Kit. And Bloodstar died in front of everybody.
Shadestep wandered over to the couch, about a box length away from Dena, and curled up. He knew his daughter and how much she loved to talk. Oh my, the kitty pet finally spoke up. Yeah, it's been rough, Shadestep added. That's a lot for a little cat to see. So you've just been moving from place to place ever since? Yeah, pretty much. ShadowClan still might be after us. It's a long story, but they know that I'm still alive.
We went to a barn,
Spotted Paw added.
I liked Sandkit. We found him in the barn, and then we took him home.
Shadestep quickly interrupted. He will grow up to be a killer, like all of them.
Oh, she said sadly. And, where is Sandkit now?
Dena asked, a little worried to hear the answer. Shadestep side-eyed her. Safe, back at their camp. Spotted Paw was a little upset and curled up beside her dad. He looked down at her and then back up at the kitty pet. I just want a life that's safe for my daughter. Rogues live very dangerous lives.
Wait, so if you're from RiverClan, how come ShadowClan's after you? She asked.
There was a great war. Many lives were lost.
Yeah, they killed, well, but we managed to make it out alive.
Oh my, that's very horrible, Dena spoke. I decided to leave with Spotted Paw. I didn't want her to be, killed as well. Yes, of course. There was silence for a moment, and Shadestep finally looked over. So, you live alone here? No kids?
Oh, no. I mean, I would like to be a mother, but my owners didn't adopt any other cats.
I see. That's unfortunate. As the two adult cats spoke, Spotted Paw found herself playing on some of the furniture.
I was considering joining a clan where it's less lonely, but now I'm not so sure.
Shadestep couldn't help but laugh. I would not recommend it. Pretty cat like you doesn't belong in a clan. He suddenly realized that came out much more like a compliment and turned away. Dena raised an eyebrow.
Dad, I'm tired, Spotted Paw mewed.
Alright, well, let's sleep then. Pick a spot, he said, looking around at all the very soft-looking things.
Yes, little one, pick anywhere, Dena said.
getting up off the couch. Spotted Paw walked over to the couch and curled up. Shadestep followed her. He waited until she was settled so he could gently lay his body around her.
This is so nice.
He let out a big yawn. It's not bad, I suppose. Dena looked over at them.
You're a good father, you know,
she purred. He opened his eyes to look at her, but wasn't really sure what to say. Back at camp, he was always told he was a bad father, and honestly, he was. Things really have changed, haven't they? Spotted Paw suddenly wiggles out from her spot.
Miss Dena, you should lay with us.
Yes, fine. Only for a little bit, though, she said, approaching them on the couch. Shadestep sat up on his side. He wouldn't be able to sleep with a cat he didn't know very well so close to them. He didn't want to be rude, so he chuckled. She's a stubborn one. She probably gets that from me, he laughed. She's sweet, Dena yawned. Are you sure you don't mind us staying here for a little? You can stay here if you want, Dena offered. Well, for now I'll take you up on that offer, he said sincerely. The two cats continued to chat back and forth. Their conversation remained light and peaceful. Finally, Dena yawned. Well, I'm going to bed. Good night. Sleep well. Yeah, I should sleep as well. Night, Shadestep said. He did manage to fall asleep for quite some time, but woke up before the other cats. He had a lot on his mind, but he told himself that he would try this life for Spotted Paw's sake. Eventually, Spotted Paw awoke. Yawning, she let out a mew as she got up. Morning. Good morning, Spotted Paw chirped. Dena, at the same time, flicked her ear, opening her eyes and waking up. I'm going hunting. Don't give Dena any trouble, you hear? His large paws crunched on the snow as he walked outside, looking around, excited to hunt. He had a lot to think about. This was the first time he really got to be alone with his thoughts. He decided he was going to stay here, even though he hated the idea of living a kitty pet life. Spotted Paw needed this. Dena could be a good motherly figure towards her, and he could still live outside for the most part, hunting and protecting this camp. He easily managed to grab a crow, taking it in his jaws and walking back to the house with a smile on his face. For the first time in a long time, everything begins to fade to white. It was a chilly morning in the medicine den. The season was leaf bare. Juniper Stretch had just had 3 kittens: Autumn Kit, Moon Kit, and Maple Kit. The father, Faded Eyes, was very proud. I know I cannot see the kits, but I'm certain they are beautiful, he meowed, gently nuzzling his kits. Juniper Stretch curled up around the kits, looking down at them with a big smile. She nodded at Faded Eyes. Tiny, soft mews, mews could be heard from the 3 sisters. They really are, she finally agreed. Suddenly, another cat entered the medicine den, but this cat was large and brown, but also had a yellow glow around them. All of the cats quickly looked over, except for Faded Eyes, who is completely blind. The StarClan cat finally spoke. "Leaves of autumn cure the ill, but winter's cold always kills," she said in a raspy voice, as if it was causing her a lot of pain to send this prophecy. Soon after, she vanished. Moonkit gets startled and quickly scurries behind her mother. The other two sisters look at each other confused. "What was that?" Faded Eyes muttered. Juniper Stretch seemed to be in a state of shock. Skyflight, the medicine cat, walked over, her brow furrowed. "Something wrong?" Skyflight asked. "I'm sure it was nothing." Juniper Stretch quickly looked away. Skyflight looked between the two parents. Finally, the medicine cat's eyes landed back on Autumn Kit. They were narrowed and almost judging. Autumn Kit looked up, absolutely terrified about everything that had just happened. Finally, she spoke. "I know what that was." Maple Kit poked her head out from behind her mother. "What was it?" "It was a StarClan cat. Have you heard of StarClan?" Skyflight asked the kits. The sisters looked at each other, gasping and wondering, do they know what StarClan is? But before they could speak, Faded Eyes looked over. "StarClan? There's no such thing," he huffed. Skyflight shot a glance over at Faded Eyes before looking back at the kittens. "They're our ancestors." The three sisters erupted in questions.
"Are they evil? Dead? Dead cats came to see us?"
Juniper Stretch was able to calm her kits. No, dear. They're good cats."
"Oh, okay, Mom,"
Autumn Kit said. "It was probably just a dream," Faded Eyes grumbled. Juniper Stretch looking over at him and then back up at Skyflight with a sigh, shaking her head. Despite what had happened, the family was able to continue living their lives normally. Every day, the kits would get bigger and bigger until one day they were ready to go out on a walk with their parents outside of camp. Moon Kit and Autumn Kit had decided to explore a little farther than they should have. "Come on, Autumn Kit, I want to show you something," Moon Kit said, jumping up and down excitedly. "Oh, okay, here I come," she said, chasing after her sister. The two kits quickly ran down the hill, but it became muddy and they slipped out onto the ice. Moon Kit was running much faster than Autumn Kit, and she couldn't stop herself. With a loud splash, Moon Kit's small body fell into the frozen river. "Help! Help!" she cried out. "Moon Kit, no!" Autumn Heart cried, running towards the edge of the ice and desperately trying to paw at her sister. "Please, Moon Kit, wait!" She reached out, trying to grab her sister, but it was too late. The current had swept her body down the river. In a last attempt, she jumped into the river, swimming after her sister. Being swept by the current herself, she quickly turned back towards the shore. Juniper Stretch had walked up. Autumn Kit dragged her wet body onto the shore. As Juniper Stretch could be heard in the background, screaming and crying for her kit. "Mom, I'm so sorry. She fell. I tried." The mother collapsed to the ground, sobbing, "No, no, no." Autumn Kit couldn't stop shaking. Everything was happening so fast, yet also in slow motion. Suddenly, Maple Kit approached. "What? What happened?" Faded Eyes followed the kit's scent and approached them. "What happened?" Maple Kit
demanded to know. Moon Kit, the water took her. I tried to grab her, but I fell in and... The presence of many StarClan cats could be felt looming around the forest. Faded Eyes shot daggers at Autumn Kit. What? Juniper Stretch couldn't speak. The lump in her throat grew larger as she sobbed for her lost kit. Autumn Kit, he hissed. This is why you shouldn't run off. I'm sorry, Dad. You're in big trouble, Autumn Kit, Faded Eyes hissed. It's not my fault. She ran. Autumn Kit tried to explain herself. Dad, don't be so harsh on her. She didn't mean for it to happen, Maple Kit spoke up, trying to defend her sister. Quiet, Maple Kit, he hissed. Both of the sisters began to cry harder and harder. Kits, back to camp, now, he growled. Maple Kit sped off. She didn't have to be told twice. Yes, sir. Autumn Kit could barely speak as she followed after her father. As she slowly walked back, she could feel the presence of many, many cats surrounding her, mocking her. What was this, some cruel joke? Eventually her legs gave out. She just couldn't get herself to move. Suddenly, Juniper Stretch approached. Without saying a word, she picks up Autumn Kit in her mouth, walking her back to camp in complete silence. Back in the camp, she could see her father and sister fighting. She's not a curse! Maple Kit yelled. Juniper Stretch put her down and said, stay, walking off towards Faded Eyes. We need to talk, now, Juniper Stretch said in a very serious voice, pushing past Faded Eyes towards the medicine den. A cat named Curlpaw approached the sisters. Did something happen? He asked, curiously. The two sisters looked at each other and then looked at the ground, obviously upset. My sister, she fell into the river, Autumn Kit admitted. What is wrong with you? The two sisters turned their heads. That was their mother's voice. They both looked at each other before slowly creeping towards the medicine den. What do you mean, what's wrong with me? Faded Eyes hissed. Both of the parents staring at each other. Both of the kids' eyes widened as they watched their parents argue. You called your own kid a curse! That's because she is a curse! Faded Eyes, stop it! No, she's not! Juniper Stretch started to cry. Her crying quickly turned to rage as she looked up at her mate. You are the curse, she hissed. Faded Eyes scoffed. You know she's responsible for Moon Kit's death. Before Juniper Stretch could even respond, Faded Eyes leaped at her, pinning her to the ground. The sisters looked at each other and gasped. No. Both were too terrified of their father to move. I may be blind, but I can still fight, he hissed, sinking his claws deeper into her. Leaning down closer to her, he whispered into her ear. Now listen to me, Juniper Stretch. Autumn Kit is a curse. No, Faded Eyes. You are the curse. Maple Kit couldn't help herself. She began to cry loudly. A nearby warrior, Thornstripe, heard this and quickly entered the den to break up the fighting parents. Once Juniper Stretch was free, she quickly joined her kittens, shooting daggers at Faded Eyes. Stay away! Mom?
Autumn Kit managed to mew. Both of the kittens quickly jumped to their paws. She looked at them and muttered, "Kits, let's go." Turning around from the den, she could see Clan Cats staring. "Don't worry, I will," Faded Eyes growled as the kittens followed their mother into a safe den. The 3 calico cats all curled up around each other. You now see Littlesprout sitting in front of you. Hi there. So, unlike other stories, I wasn't able to watch the story completely and only able to check in every now and then. But let me fill you in on what's happened. Once the current leader, Pigeon Star, found out about what had happened and how Faded Eyes had attacked his mate, Juniper Stretch, he quickly exiled him. Faded Eyes mumbled and cursed under his breath, vowing he would be back. The 2 sisters, Maple Kit and Autumn Kit, were sad and confused. They still liked their dad, even everything that had happened. He was their father, after all. But they respected their leader's decision and watched their father leave. Juniper Stretch never forgave Faded Eyes for what he had done to the family. She continued to raise her kits as a single mother, doing the best job she could. The 3 of them were living peacefully. The kits became apprentices and then warriors when suddenly Juniper Stretch fell very, very ill. Maple Leaf and Autumn Heart didn't know what to do. Even the medicine cat couldn't heal her. They stayed alongside their mother as she passed on to StarClan. Now it was just them. Maple Leaf was completely distraught after this happened. Autumn Heart was sad as well, but being a medicine cat meant she was busy, and it helped with the grief a little bit. She had hoped her sister would be okay, but quickly realized she wouldn't. Not too long after, Maple Leaf asked to speak with Autumn Heart. She explained that she was leaving the clan and wanted to go be a loner. Autumn Heart was surprised, but knew that her sister was smart and would make the right decision. She wished her sister well and said goodbye, hoping maybe one day she would see her again. A few months has now passed since Maple Leaf had left the clan, and Autumn Heart was in full swing as a medicine cat, helping all kinds of cats, elders, warriors, apprentices. Today, Squirrel Star decided to pay her a visit. She quickly turned to meet her leader. Yes, Squirrel Star? Autumn Heart, she coughed. I feel kind of bad, the leader spoke, looking very weak. Autumn Heart quickly jumped to action. Oh no, please rest here and tell me what else hurts. 2 other warriors also joined them in the medicine den, clearly worried for their leader, Silvercloud and Sakura Stare. Turning to the gray warrior, she spoke. Silvercloud, could you fetch me some moss? We need some water and I seem to be out. Sure, of course, Autumn Heart, the she-cat said, leaving the medicine den. I've been coughing a lot and my throat hurts, the leader said. That's not good. Try to rest and have some poppy seeds for now. I'll get you some catmint soon. Silver Cloud quickly returned with the moss. Perfect. Thank you, she said. She carried the damp moss and set it in front of Squirrel Star. Here, try to drink a little. It might help with your sore throat. Autumn Heart knew deep down that her leader had white cough, and she knew that this was her last life. Unfortunately, with it being leaf bare, there was no catnip at all, and no one had been able to find any. I'm not sure what more I can give you for now. Let's hope it gets better soon, okay? She said. There was no point in having SquirrelStar upset in her final moments. I hope, was all SquirrelStar could manage to say. The next morning, SquirrelStar seemed to be a little better. Good morning, SquirrelStar. Can I get you a meal? How are you feeling? She asked. Good, she managed to say, although her cough was sounding much worse than yesterday. Suddenly, SquirrelStar began coughing up bits of blood and then stopped breathing altogether. Autumnheart turned and grabbed some more damp moss, hoping to clean some of the blood out and around of SquirrelStar's mouth, but turning back is when she realized she wasn't breathing. Oh, no, please, SquirrelStar, please. She curled around her leader, resting her head on her chest, knowing that it was time. It's okay, SquirrelStar, you can go. You will be missed, and I wish you a safe journey to StarClan, she cried. She didn't want to get up or accept the truth of what had just happened, but Silvercloud entered the medicine den. She turned to look. Is she dead? Silvercloud asked, taking a step closer. Yes, unfortunately, Autumnheart explained. A few other cats began to poke their head in when they heard of the leader's passing. Can you tell Seaberry to come here? She asked to Silvercloud. Seaberry was the current deputy, and now he would become the leader. Another cat quickly took off to go get the deputy. Silvercloud took another step closer. Was this her last life? Yes, unfortunately, Autumnheart sniffled. She was such a good leader and will be missed by all. Farewell, SquirrelStar, she said. Seaberry sighed and entered the medicine den, approaching the group. Seaberry, I'm so sorry. I couldn't save her. She's gone, Autumnheart explained. Seaberry gave a look down at the leader, sadness on his face. I don't blame you. I hope she is resting well in StarClan. A large Tom sat in the medicine den as well. His name was Cranberry Shade. He called out, Autumnheart, it's not your fault. You shouldn't blame yourself. You are a talented medicine cat, he said with a gentle smile. Cats simply come and go. You did your best, he said. His words definitely did comfort Autumnheart. Some of the clanmates can be seen poking their head inside the medicine den and saying their goodbyes to their beloved leader. I assume I'll have to make the journey to the Moonstone with you at sundown. Is that right, Autumnheart? The deputy asked. Yes, I can take you whenever you're ready, she said, trying to pull herself together, realizing that she had more duties to do. Autumnheart decided to stand up and let some of the other clan cats in to mourn. I must go with Seaberry. I'll be back, she said before bowing her head to her clanmates and leaving the medicine den. Seaberry had called a quick clan meeting. Our former leader, SquirrelStar, has passed, which means I am the leader now. The clan all quietly cried and mourned, but grew silent again as he began to speak. I must appoint a new deputy. Sakura Stare, please step up, he said in a confident voice. Autumn Heart looked over. She was happy for her friend. The she-cat stepped forward. "Do you promise to serve your clan, even at the cost of your life?"
"Of course, Seaberry," she said simply.
"You are now deputy of WindClan. I trust you to watch over the clan while I am at the Moonstone." "Meeting dismissed," he said before jumping off the high rock.
Autumn Heart quickly bowed her head to Sakura Stare before running over to Seaberry.
"Good luck," Silver Cloud offered the two before Seaberry turned to leave the camp. Autumn Heart quickly followed after. The two traveled without any issues to the Moonstone. The tunnel was small, but she had been here before, and they both managed to go inside. Once he returned back to this realm, Sea Star quickly dashed off, filled with what she assumed was lots of energy and excitement. With a small chuckle, she followed after him. Back at camp, there were many cats in the clearing, all busy and working. It was nice. Most even welcomed her back. After saying her hellos, she made her way back into her own medicine den. There was a lot of work to be done, and many herbs were missing. Maybe Sea Star would give her an apprentice soon. That would be helpful. Realizing that she had used the last of her poppy seeds with Squirrel Star, she decided to go out on a little walk and forage for some more. After searching all over, she still could not find any poppy flowers. Fortunately, she did find some goldenrod, so she picked it up and brought it back to camp. There was a cat already waiting for her in the den. She approached. "Hi, do you need something?" she asked, tilting her head. The warrior spoke. "Oh, just dropping off a poppy." "Oh, thank you so much," she said. "It's perfect. It's exactly what she needed." Suddenly, Looming Eyes dragged in another warrior. It was Cranberry Shade, and he seemed injured. What's wrong?" she asked, gasping and walking over to them. Looming Eyes looked over at her. "I found Cranberry. He was badly hurt." At this point, the medicine den was flooded with cats, all freaking out, wondering what was happening. She tried to calm everyone down, but it wasn't really working. Amongst all the noise, she heard a cat say, "Liar," but couldn't tell who it was coming from or what it was about, so she didn't think about it again. "It hurts so." Cranberry Shade began to vomit. It was truly awful. "I guess a rogue did it," Looming Eyes said. Whoa, everyone calm down, please," she said, trying to pay attention to what was happening, but so many cats were talking at once. A few of the warriors managed to get the hint and leave the den. She finally was able to focus on Cranberry Shade. But as soon as she leaned forward to check on him, he was already dead. What was going on? She wondered, looking around the den. Some of her clan mates helped carry Cranberry Shade out of the medicine den. It was so unfortunate what had happened, and she still didn't even know what caused it. Thankfully, the next few days were pretty peaceful until one of the kits came running into the medicine den, claiming one of their siblings was hurt. Autumn Heart dashed over to the nursery. She laid down next to the kit carefully. "What's wrong, little one?" she asked. One of their siblings says, "They're going crazy and passed out." The kit seemed to be shivering and semi-unconscious, so Autumn Heart spoke. "I'll take them to the medicine den. It's warmer there, and maybe they'll wake up. I can keep a better eye on them as well." Gently picking up the kit, she began to walk back to her medicine den. "Here you go, little one," she said, gently placing her down on the soft nest. Suddenly,
The medicine den was filled with clan cats, and 2 seemed very injured. Raindrip was soaking wet, while Looming Eyes had deep claw marks. She finally managed to get everyone to calm down for a moment. Turning to Raindrip, she asked, "What is going on here?" After a quick examination, she could tell both of them had bite marks and claw marks, but wasn't able to tell who they were from, so she quickly began to clean them both up. She had a feeling that Raindrip was hiding something, so again she asked, "What happened?" A young she-cat named Mudpaw entered the den. Seemed like Seaberry finally gave her an apprentice. "Thank goodness," she said. "It's been so busy." Turning to her apprentice, she spoke in a hushed voice. "I'll be back. I'm going to speak to Sea Star." Leaping up on the leader's rock, she whispered to Sea Star. "Sea Star, when you have a moment, I would love to talk." She had a weird feeling that something in the camp wasn't right. The Tom nodded. "I'll meet you when the time is right." She nodded, but didn't have good vibes from this. Entering the medicine den, it seemed like Raindrip had woken up. "How are you 2 feeling?" she asked Looming Eyes and Raindrip. "I'm feeling good," Raindrip spoke. "That's good. You should both heal fully. And if anyone ever needs to speak to me, I'm always available," she said, eyeing Raindrip before eyeing Looming Eyes. "Hey Raindrip, once you get better, could we have a talk outside of camp?" Looming Eyes asked. Autumnheart was startled by this. It seemed too soon for them to be leaving camp. But to her surprise, Raindrip responded, "I think I can walk, so yeah." The 2 left the den shortly after, and Autumnheart finally was able to lay down and rest for a moment. It had been such a crazy few days. After a few hours of resting, she suddenly started to shake and feel her fur stand on edge. Leaping to her paws, she looked over to Mudpaw. I'll be back." She immediately picked up a familiar scent and began to follow it. Raindrip once again seemed to be knocked out, just lying on a rock. Mudpaw was also here. She must have got a weird feeling too. Mudpaw gently nudged her and tried to get her to wake up, but Raindrip was just silent. Autumnheart looked around angrily. Something was not right. "I don't want to have to drag you if you can walk," she meowed. But still, no noise came from the warrior. "Mudpaw, we need to carry her." The apprentice quickly dashed off. "Juniper berries! We need juniper berries!" Autumnheart nodded and laid down next to Raindrip. Within a few moments, Mudpaw returned with the juniper berries, gently pushing them over to the warrior cat. Raindrip very carefully ate them and began to move around. "Oh, good. What happened?" Just when she thought that Raindrip was waking up, she wasn't. And her and Mudpaw not argued, but discussed whether it would be better to try to continue healing her here or back at camp. Autumn thought it was worth the risk to take her back where we knew it was safe, but Mudpaw wanted to stay here. "I'll sit with her until she wakes up, okay?" Mudpaw finally said. Autumnheart nodded. She needed to get back to camp in case something else was happening. When she came back to the medicine den, Looming Eyes was seemingly looking for something. "Sorry, everyone. Raindrop won't wake up. Mudpaw is still with her." The sandy-coated Tom's eyes widened as he quickly headed towards the exit. She was very shocked by his response and quickly dashed after him. Silver Cloud approached. What happened? We found her like this. We don't know what's wrong. Looming Eyes awkwardly spoke up. We should get a meeting set up for her loss, And he quickly took off yet again. As she watched Raindrip take her last few breaths, she couldn't help but look up at the sky. Why was StarClan doing this? Was this all because of her? She decided it was best to go back to camp and tell Seastar what happened. But she didn't see him where he usually is. With a sigh, she left the camp yet again to try to find Seastar. And she heard some splashes. Quickly walking over, her eyes widened. It was Seastar. He was in the water. Sakura stepped, watching from the shore. Seastar! What's happening? Are you okay? She asked, running over to the water. But his body was simply floating. The deputy looked at her. Seastar slipped into the gorge. She responded, "Oh, StarClan, no! StarClan, please!" The two cats managed to help pull Seastar's body out of the water. She knew this wasn't his last life, but to lose a life so early was horrible. Oh, Seastar. She curled up next to his body and shed a few tears. Slowly, the leader's eyes began to open again. She smiled. Thank goodness. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. She tried to comfort him. Sakura, Stare, I know this is bad timing, but we also lost Raindrop, she said, wanting to make sure she told them. I was coming to try to find you guys to tell you when... Ouch! What happened? Seastar said. Okay, I see. The deputy spoke in a sad voice. Everything's gonna be okay, Seastar. You seem to be fully healed. Sakura, Stare, can you help Seastar back to camp? The leader slowly got up. Oh, my neck hurts. Let Mudclaw look him over, just to make sure. I'll be there shortly. I want to look for a few more poppy seeds for his neck. Of course, the deputy said, raising to her paws and walking over. Seastar slowly rose to his paws and began to hobble back to camp, his deputy leaning on his shoulder for support. She watched them as they walk away when suddenly Looming Eyes appeared from behind a tree. How long had he been there? Oh, hello, Looming Eyes. The much smaller she-cat spoke, looking up at him. Hello, he said in a seemingly normal voice. Would you like to help me? Before she could take a step to go look for poppy seeds, he quickly spoke up. Can we talk? Yes, of course, she said, trying to hide how nervous she was feeling. Looming Eyes walked over to the river's edge, sitting down. She nervously joined him and sat next to him. I had an awful dream about my attack. Oh, what did you see? She questioned. The warrior looked sad and started to fake some tears, but Autumn could see through his disguise. Something was wrong. Something was horribly wrong. Too scared to move or run, she just looks over, trying to act normal. It's okay, Looming Eyes. For one moment, she quickly looked behind her to see how fast she could run to camp, but when she turned back to Looming Eyes, he had leaped on top of her, pinning her to the ground, and she could feel his claws slashing at her throat. Ah! Please, don't! Then there was silence.
Only the trickling of water could be heard. Her blood slowly began to drip into the river. As Autumnheart slowly drifted into forever unconsciousness, she could hear one of her warriors. "What are you doing?" It seemed that, at least, Looming Eyes could be stopped now. As he turned to face the other warrior, he attempted to kick her body into the river, but only half made it. The cool water felt nice, and that was the last feeling she would have as everything fades to white.
Today's story begins in RiverClan with a cat named Leopardlear. She had been spending most of the morning speaking with the medicine cat, Springshine, asking if she needed anything. "Why, yes, we're quite short on nearly everything at the moment," Springshine responded. "Oh, that's not good. I'll make sure to help out." Leopardlear responded with a smile and small nod. "Thank you kindly, Leopardlear," the medicine cat smiled back. Turning to leave camp, she practically bumped into Sparrowfeather, the deputy. "Sparrowfeather, have you seen our leader?" she asked. He had been gone for a few days at this point. "I've heard rumors that they were killed." She recently on a patrol had heard some rogues bragging about killing an important clan cat. She decided that it was finally time to tell him. "I guess that means I take his place," he said, with a bit of nervousness, but still fairly confident. "I will support you, of course." Leopardlear was a loyal RiverClan cat, no matter who was in charge, but she had been friends with this cat for a while. He was a wonderful deputy, and he would make a wonderful leader. He pauses for a moment before looking back at her. "Leopardlear, will you be my deputy?" She freezes, blinking a few times. Are you sure? I would be honored." She bows her head to him. And just like that, he jumped up onto the leader's rock. "All cats old enough to swim come for a clan meeting." And just like that, cats slowly came out of dens. The medicine cat was there. RiverClan wasn't as big as it used to be, just like the, ripples in the water. Sometimes they were larger and sometimes they were smaller, but that was okay. "Our previous leader has fallen, and I must take place. I appoint Leopardlear as my deputy," he spoke, as Leopardlear proudly walked over to the smaller rock next to him. She smiled at her few but loyal clanmates. "I promise to protect this clan with my life," she meows proudly. A few cats seem mildly suspicious at the sudden disappearance of their old leader, but still accept Sparrowstar and Leopardlear. She felt a sigh of relief when Springshine spoke up. "You two have brought great honor to our clan thus far. While we must surely mourn, I know our clan is in great pause." At least someone believed in her. The rest of the meeting went on like normal. It felt nice to appoint new kits to be apprentices and a few new apprentices to be warriors. Just as the gathering was ending, a strange cat just strolled right into camp. They reeked of ShadowClan. Quickly, Sparrowstar leaped down and approached them, the rest of the warriors and Leopardlear surrounding this cat. "What are you doing here?" Sparrowstar asked. You are not allowed to be here, Leopardleard hissed. This rogue seemed to just walk past them, not even understanding what they were saying, so she let Sparrowstar handle it and turned to her clanmates. Who would like to go on patrol? She asked. Ghosttail, a pretty white and gray colored she-cat, spoke up. I would. Just as another warrior, Briar Creek, spoke up. Same here. Surgestone, who was the largest, walked up and looked like he also wanted to go. So she nodded. The three of you can go. I'll stay with Sparrowstar in case he needs help. Looking back at Sparrowstar, it seemed like he had convinced this strange cat to leave and not come back. At least she didn't seem to be a threat. She left gladly, Sparrowstar sighed. As the two spoke, Leopardleard couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and she finally spoke up. I'm worried about the lack of kits, sir. The leader was silent for a moment before locking eyes with his deputy. I am as well. Before they could continue, the patrol was back. Ghosttail, who was usually a quiet cat, spoke up. I brought back some Chevril. Leopardleard looked back at Sparrowstar. Hopefully the clan will have some soon, she whispered before looking over. And Springshine had joined them. You have been an immense help, Ghosttail. Thank you. Leopardleard smiled. It was so nice to see her warriors and medicine cats getting along. Even if she was only the deputy, this was her family. Sparrowstar added, Kit season is just around the corner. It'll come eventually. She nodded respectively before taking a few steps. I'll be doing some evening hunting and we'll be back. She smiled and brushed past Sparrow as she left. She managed to catch a few fish and even found some time for sweet Springshine. Thank you. This will assist our clan. And congratulations on becoming Deputy Leopardleard. Oh, thank you. It was unexpected. Well, I certainly am not surprised, Springshine responded. Leopardleard smiled as Thunderbranch entered. Am I intruding? Followed by Briar Creek and Surgestone. No, welcome, the medicine cat spoke. Leopardleard smiled as she watched her clan all work together. I should get going, she said as she headed out. She had asked to speak privately with Sparrowstar. She couldn't admit that she had started to get some feelings for him. I have something to say, she spoke calmly. He laid down to get comfortable. Go on, he said when Ghosttail approached. Sparrowstar, her voice seemed a little panicked. Well, I have always had feelings for you. She pauses quickly as Ghosttail speaks, and Sparrowstar leaps to his paws. She quickly joins him. WindClan apprentices would like to speak to you, Ghosttail says, walking off. Before Sparrowstar could even speak, she quickly walks over to the two smaller WindClan cats, eyeing them. What could they be here for? But Sparrowstar sits down and smiles with a friendly smile. Hello. The medicine cat also here. It made Leopardleard feel better, knowing that Springshine was here just in case, they maybe looked sick. The last thing they needed is sickness running through the camp. But Her mind was brought back to reality as one of the apprentices spoke. "We would like to join your clan." After a few moments, Leopardlear looked over at Springshine. "Springshine, do you need an apprentice?" "Well, when a willing cat comes along, it would be nice to teach another medicine cat." "Well, maybe one of these two will be able to help you," she said, as the two little apprentices scuttled off to find a den to sleep in. It was in the middle of the night at this point. Leopardlear was about to turn around to go to her den when Sparrowstar stopped her. "You were saying?" She shyly avoided eye contact. Nothing. I should, get to bed," she said before quickly running off. Once in the safety of her own den, she curled up on her well-worn, mossy bed. She deserves some sleep. Time continues to, go on, and some moons pass. Nothing very interesting happens to the clan as a whole, but somewhere deep down in Leopardlear, something was happening. She was starting to develop a crush, and it was leading her to some nights sneak out of camp, and tonight was one of those nights. Leopardlear easily managed to leave the camp and quickly made her way over to ShadowClan territory. She hid in a bush as a few ShadowClan cats passed her. Thankfully, they didn't see her. They weren't the smartest group of cats, but still, she had a reason to be here. A cat she had grown up seeing was now leader of ShadowClan. This cat was Noise Star, a dark-coated tom, and Leopardlear was just so infatuated with him. She would sneak over to ShadowClan and just watch. She knew it was wrong because they were different clans, but she would never say anything about it, so it was fine, right? But before she realized, day was already breaking and everything around her was illuminating. Oh no, she had to get back. Usually Sparrowstar held morning announcements just to, get everyone on the same page. Sparrowstar. He was a great leader, but she didn't want to disappoint him. Running back, she managed to scoop up a bundle of yarrow, leaping over rivers and making it back to camp just in time. Sparrowstar was sitting atop of his rock, but hadn't started the meeting yet. Thank goodness. She had time to drop off the yarrow to Springshine, who seemed like she was helping one of the apprentices. Leopardlear couldn't help but smile, but her attention was quickly turned as Sparrowstar began to speak. Leopardlear quickly jumped up on her little rock and looked out at her clanmates. Everyone began to gather. "We welcome our new apprentices, such as our medicine cat apprentice, Echopaw, and Sapphirepaw will be mentored by none other than our deputy, Leopardlear." Leopardlear looked around in shock, meeting eyes with the once WindClan apprentice. She walked over and gently booped their nose. "And with that, the meeting is dismissed," Sparrowstar said, turning around to focus his attention elsewhere. Leopardlear patted over to Springshine. "Seems like we both have our paws full now with apprentices." They chatted for a few moments before she looked at Sapphirepaw. "Let's go on a patrol." Leopardlear easily guided the smaller apprentice across the rivers, showing them the easiest places to jump at. She even explained that they usually try to bring back herbs for the medicine cat while on patrol. Kind of a two fish with one swipe, if you know how the saying goes. The two cats continued to stroll around their territory. Leopard Lear couldn't help but just bask in the sunlight and the warmth. She loved RiverClan so much. It was truly the best clan. Leopard Lear made sure to stop and explain that the two legs live a little bit that way, and it's best to avoid them at all cost. The small apprentice looked around wide-eyed and simply nodded before running over and picking up a few marrow leaves. "Is this yarrow?" Sapphire Paw asked. Leopard Lear thought a moment. "Yes, I believe so. Would you mind bringing some? Thank you." It was nice. She never got to be a mother, and having an apprentice around just set off something maternal in her. Leaping up onto a dead, fallen tree, she jumps up onto the highest area. "This is a good lookout spot. You can see a lot from here." Sapphire Paw followed. And the two of them began to walk back to camp. Sapphire Paw immediately ran over to the medicine cat den, looking around at where to put it down. "You can drop it here. Good job. That's all for today," she said, before walking over to Sparrowstar, who was lounging on his usual rock. "Finished dawn patrol. Everything looks good, Sparrowstar," she spoke. "Well done, Leopard Lear," he purred, leaping down and giving her a gentle shoulder bump. "Do you need anything else? I was thinking about hunting." "I'm okay. You do whatever you want. You deserve a break," he says before turning around and leaping back up on his rock. Leopard Lear nodded. "I'll be back," she said before leaving the camp. She spent the most of the evening walking around and memorizing where different herbs were. She spent a little time hunting and just generally enjoying the day when she suddenly began to pick up scents of different clans. Running in the direction of the scent, she managed to hear the word traitor. I guess you could say that. She couldn't really pick up what these two cats were saying, so she crouched and crept forward. One smelt of shadow and the other thunder. One of them claws at the rocks. "Get lost!" She puffs up and walks over. Definitely, they were two different clans. "ThunderClan doesn't take traitors!" The other cat looks nervous. Leopard Lear just wants to know what's going on. "What is ShadowClan and ThunderClan doing so close to our camp?" she yowled. The ShadowClan cat spoke up. "I'm in ShadowClan, idiot!" And suddenly another ThunderClan cat approached. Leopard Lear began to growl. "I said ShadowClan and ThunderClan." "What is ShadowClan doing so close to here anyways?" These cats were all bickering back and forth. Apparently the ThunderClan cats were trying to get rid of this ShadowClan cat, and the ShadowClan cat was leaving their clan. "Oh, if you're interested in joining, follow me, but if not, please leave." The ThunderClan cats managed to leave, and the ShadowClan cat seemed like he was following her. She was very suspicious, but wanted to make sure Sparrowstar could see him first, whether they should attack or let this ex-ShadowClan cat in. She led him over to her leader, who immediately picked up on the strong scent, walking over. "Sparrowstar, I found this ex-ShadowClan cat," she said as a very matter of fact. Sparrowstar looked the cat up and down. "Hello." "They seem to want to join. I'll let you handle it," she said before casually walking off. She knew that Sparrowstar could handle it, and she wanted to make sure the rest of her clan was doing okay. Everything seemed to be perfect in the clan. There were no problems, until she almost stumbled over something. Looking down, it was a small kid she didn't recognize. Tilting her head, she questions, "Hello, kid." Quickly, Sparrowstar was walking over. The kid mumbled, "Oh, hello." It seemed startled. "What are you doing alone? Where are your parents?" she asked. It didn't necessarily smell like an enemy clan, but she didn't recognize this kid. Leopardleer, Sparrowstar, Ghosttail, and a few other clan cats all sort of look at this kit, puzzled. Eventually, Ghosttail spoke up. "The borders are clear, but I think I'm going to do another patrol, Leopardleer." "Thank you, Ghosttail," she said as she looked back over to the kit. Sparrowstar had seemed to already lost interest or gained interest somewhere else and kind of nonchalantly walked away, leaving Leopardleer alone with this small kit. I don't know where Mother went," the small kit shifts nervously. "They left earlier." Leopardleer frowned. She wasn't really sure what happened, but either way, this kit needed someone to look after them. "Oh, well, I can take care of you if you need anything," she said, not really sure what to say, but figured the least she could do was keep the kit warm. It looked old enough to start eating regular food. Really? Thank you!" "Of course, just stick by me," Leopardleer purred. It has now been a little while, and Honeykit was finally old enough to kind of understand everything around the camp, and so Leopardleer was giving a little tour. "This is the medicine den. You can come here if you're sick," she said, slowly walking in. Springshine seemed to be out with Sparrowstar, but Ghosting Breeze was here. "Oh, okay," the small kit said as the noble Sparrowstar strode past her. "This is Ghosting Breeze, one of our talented medicine cats," Leopardleer said. The larger Tom's ears swiveled as he looked at the kit and smiled warmly. "I'm here if you have any injuries," he said. Honeykit looked up, their eyes wide as they smiled a small little hello. Leopardleer chuckled. "How have things been going, Ghosting Breeze?" "They've been great." He gave a single nod as Sparrowstar entered the medicine den. "Oh, that's wonderful. And hello, Sparrowstar," she greeted, gently bowing her head to him. When suddenly the medicine den erupted with cats, Springshine was back with her apprentice Echopaw, and they had a small little kit with them. Must have been the task they were dealing with. "Hello," Sparrowstar purred before casually leaving the medicine den. She felt her fur bristle slightly before looking back at Ghosting Breeze, who asked, "What about you?" Doing well. Apprentice is learning, and prey is flowing." The long-furred medicine cat began to groom himself. "Oh, that's wonderful," he said. "Of course, rebuilding has been hard, but we're definitely getting there." "Well, we'll get out of your fur. Have a good night, Ghosting Breeze," she says, turning and ushering Honeykit out of the medicine den. "Of course, farewell," he said. Leopardleer smiled and gently brushed past Springshine on her way out, who was on their way back in with Echopaw right behind her. The stars slowly began to twinkle in the sky as Leopardleer found her way to the nursery. It's where she had been staying with Honeykit to make them feel more comfortable. On her way over, she couldn't help but hear Sparrowstar speaking to the ex-ShadowClan cat. They seemed to be speaking in a hushed tone, so she quickly walked past and into the nursery, curling up in a nest around Honeykit when Ghosttail suddenly entered. She carefully dropped a mouse right in front of the kit. Leopard Lear purred. "Thank you so much. We'll both appreciate this," she said, sharing dinner with Honeykit before they both fell asleep. Some time had now passed, a few moons or so, and during that time Leopard Lear actually found another kit while on a border patrol. This small white kit was known as Moonkit, and Leopard Lear decided to try to raise her with Honeykit, with help from other queens, of course. As deputy, she felt sort of like a mother of everyone, on top of apprenticing Sapphire Paw, but for right now everything was okay, and she calmly slept with the kits. Leopard Lear wakes up as she feels her body's natural rhythm. She realizes it's time for a morning hunt if she wanted to feed her clan before her kids got up, so she quietly wiggled out of the nest and whispered, "Stay here, kits," before walking over to Sapphire Paw, gently pawing at her. "Sapphire Paw, are you awake?" The small apprentice wiggled and nodded. Leopard Lear spoke quietly. "Can you watch the nursery for me? I need to hunt quickly. I'll be back." "Thank you," she says, bowing her head to her apprentice before going back over to the kits. "Yes, of course," Sapphire said, following along. She nuzzles the two kits. "I'll be back." She couldn't help but grow attached to them. They were the clan's kits and her kits, and one day she hoped to be leader, and then everyone would, truly be her family. Walking past Ghosttail, she noticed her yawn, slowly waking up. She would be part of the dawn patrol, and it was nice to see her warriors up. Leaving the camp, she spotted Little Otter. "Little Otter, would you like to hunt with me?" she asked. "I'd love to," the small, brown-coated Molly said. "Wonderful," Leopard Lear responded, leaving camp and heading out with Little Otter. They patrolled along the usual hunting grounds. But then suddenly Leopard Lear had an idea. She headed towards WindClan territory, where the bridge was. She knew that she could find a bunch of little small minnows around there, and the kids really loved them because they were small. So she took the time and tried to find as many as possible. Little Otter quickly diving in after her and fishing herself. The two she-cats just looked wonderful, both in the water and swimming around. They were truly RiverClan cats. After they both grabbed their fish, they headed back. "Good job, the clan will be happy," she said, as they both hurried with their mouthful of fish. Entering the camp, she saw StarClan sitting on his usual rock. It was so nice to see him there, and in the background she could also hear Springshine teaching Echopaw something about herbs. It was just so nice and familiar to her. She quickly drops off all of the fish in the fresh kill pile. After speaking briefly with StarClan, she hears the word Moonkit coming from the medicine den, and she stops what she's doing and quickly heads into the medicine den. Inside, she sees Springshine talking to Echopaw, a small black kit, and then Moonkit sitting in a smaller nest alone with Ghosting Breeze handing her some berries. "Thank you," she heard Moonkit say as she finished eating the berries, and Ghosting Breeze smile and nod. "Is she okay?" Leopard Lear asked. Not too frantic, but definitely concerned, as she stood beside Moonkit. Carefully, she laid down next to her. "Of course, it was just a bellyache," Ghosting Breeze comforted her. "Oh, thanks, StarClan." Everyone chat for a little while. "Once you are 6 moons, you'll be able to become an apprentice," she explained to Moonkit, who was curious about how it worked. She mewed, "Yay!" Ghosting Breeze carefully leaned down. "And what do you want to be, little one?" he asked. The kit looked around for a moment. I want to be a medicine cat. But I'm tired now, the kid said, curling up and quickly dozing off. Leopard Deer smiled. Well, good night. I'll be back. She nuzzled the kit before leaving the medicine den. She almost bumped right into Sparrowstar. Oh, hi, Sparrowstar. The borders are clear, and I even hunted earlier, she told him, and he smiled and nodded. Good job. Of course. After a small chat with him, she made her way back to the nursery. Sapphire Paw was sitting patrol guarding the nursery, ready to attack if anything were to happen. Leopard Deer smiled so wide. Thank you so much, Sapphire Paw. Make sure to go grab some fresh kill for breakfast, okay? She said, just as it started to rain. Oh, would you look at that? Rain, Leopard Deer said, as she began to feel the small little droplets of water soak into her pelt. Oh, wow, Sapphire Paw said, leaving the safe, dry nest. And you're welcome, she said before quickly padding off. Quickly shaking out her pelt, she entered the nursery and curled up around Honeykit. Looking outside of the den, she couldn't help but spot Sparrowstar hobbling into his own den. No one wanted to admit it, but Sparrowstar was getting pretty old and unfortunately was on his last life. Looking down at her small foster kit, she couldn't help but think about her future. She never thought that she would actually become leader one day. Was she ready? Thoughts whirled around in her mind. It has been a few moons since we had last seen Leopard Deer, our RiverClan deputy. This morning she awoke bright and early. It was raining, and she headed over to Sparrowstar's den. But unfortunately, she discovered Sparrowstar had passed away. He was on his last life and was getting up there in age. She knew what she needed to do. With a heavy heart and a dripping pelt, she leaped up on the high rock. All RiverClan cats that are old enough to swim, please gather for a clan meeting, she said, loudly enough so her clanmates could hear her through the pouring rain. As the clan began to assemble before her, she could tell their look of confusion quickly turned to a look of dread. Leopard Deer took a deep breath before speaking. Sparrowstar has died from old age. As deputy, I will take his place and travel to the Moonstone to become Leopardstar and gain my 9 lives. Small cries could be heard coming from the clan. While Sparrowstar never had a mate or kits, he was still very much loved by every single member. But without skipping a beat, she continued. I will also choose a new deputy. My choice is Ghosttail. Will you accept the role as deputy of RiverClan? The mostly white she-cat stood up and spoke. I accept. Her voice was a little nervous, but Leopardstar was very excited to have her as her deputy. The meeting continued. She promoted some apprentices into warriors and some kits into apprentices. Before finishing, she spoke up. Ghosting Breeze, will you travel with me to the Moonstone? He gave a firm nod, and she smiled. She knew she could trust him. Looking back over at her clan, she spoke. Clan dismissed before leaping off of the rock. Leopard Deer had hoped that the rain would let up as they traveled to the Moonstone, but it was still pouring down. Finally, she thought that they were close. It's somewhere around here, she said. She had come once as an apprentice, but that was many, many moons ago. But eventually, Ghosting Breeze had found the entrance, and they both calmly walked into the tunnel, the large stone glowing on her bluish pelt. Thank you, Ghosting Breeze. This shouldn't take very long, she said as she gently pressed her head against the stone before laying on her side and falling asleep. Leopard Deer woke up, but didn't feel completely there. Looking around, she realized that it was StarClan, and slowly appearing in front of her was her leader, Sparrowstar. Sparrowstar grinned. "I'm so proud of you." He leaned forward, touching noses with her. "With this life, I give you empathy for others." "Of course. Thank you so much, Sparrowstar. I will lead RiverClan in your honor." "Rest well, Sparrowstar. I'll be back. One day." She smiled softly, gently, nuzzling him for the last time. After a few moments, he turned to walk away. "You'll do great," he said, before fading. She woke up instantly, back at the Moonstone, the same glow as she looked over to see Ghosting Breeze, giving him a small smile and nod before leaving the tunnel. "Let's head back," she said, as Leopardstar and her head medicine cat, Ghosting Breeze, headed back to RiverClan. It had now been a few days since the two had made it back from the Moonstone safely. Leopardstar was slowly getting more and more comfortable with her role, and today she sat up on the high rock as Little Otter approached her. Leopardstar?" she spoke out, somewhat nervously. Leopardstar looked down. "Yes, Little Otter?" There is something I would like to speak to you about," the warrior said. Leopardstar raced to her paws. "Of course, let's go to my den," she said, just as the rain began to pick up once again. She spotted Springshine returning from a herb gathering session. The rain must have brought her in. Leopardstar curled up in her den as she watched Little Otter. After a few awkward moments, Leopardstar finally spoke up. "What's on your mind?" "Well, she started, "when I first joined this clan as an apprentice, but was quickly cut off by Ghosting Breeze, who approached them." Alright, come with me." Little Otter looked over but quickly continued. "I couldn't learn anything, so I began a queen, but Leopardstar noticed who had approached and quickly stood to her paw, ushering Little Otter to pause for a moment. It was Noisestar. Leopardstar quickly rose to her paws, her heart beating faster. She notices the ShadowClan leader. "Hello, Noisestar," she says. "Hello, Leopardstar," he says, in a very low voice. She needed to act cool and collected in front of her clan, so she waited for him to speak next. Eventually, he spoke up. "May I speak with you?" She didn't want to seem too eager, so she waited a few moments, pretending to ponder over the question before looking at Little Otter. "Yes, Little Otter, I will speak with you later. I apologize." Little Otter nodded and quickly padded off as the two leaders entered a little bit further into her den where nobody could hear them. She stared and watched him as he got comfortable and then spoke. "Do you know a cat that came here? The name Blood or Bloody something?" Leopardstar immediately recognized the name. Bloody Fang was the ex-ShadowClan cat that she had found back when she was a deputy, but one day he vanished and never returned. Looking up, she responded to Noisestar. "Yes, we had a Bloody Fang." "Yes, that's him." "What about him?" Leopardstar asked, trying to sound very firm, but on the inside, her heart was just melting. "He keeps coming into my den as a spy, and I wanted to let you know. To mention, we have no part in his actions, for he has broken StarClan law and the warrior code," Noisestar continued. Leopardstar nodded, listening, before finally speaking up. "Oh, well, thank you for this knowledge. We will turn him away if he ever returns." "Thank you. Just wanted to let you know that ShadowClan is no harm to RiverClan. Leopard Lear's ears turned warm at that comment, but she quickly composed herself. What did he do? He is a traitor. He would come to us and tell us things and then tell the other clans, but in the end he betrayed ShadowClan. That's horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Leopardstar attempted to comfort him. The two leaders continued to speak back and forth before eventually Leopardstar realized how long they had been talking. I wish you a safe travel back. Would you like a few of my warriors to escort you home? He shook his head. I'll be okay. Thank you, though, he said before giving her a charming smile. Of course. I, hope to see you soon. Perhaps the gathering? She stumbled over her words. Of course, Noisestar said smoothly. In a more hushed voice, she whispered, and maybe we can see each other again soon. Noisestar looked a little startled, but quickly composed himself. I'll see what I can do. I have to do some hunting and having a bit of a war with WindClan at the moment. Especially considering they previously took our kits. Leopardstar gasped. WindClan did what? Noisestar simply nodded. She hissed under her breath. Not surprisingly, WindClan has been sent in our territory and their patrols continue to harass our cats. Maybe it's okay if we can form an alliance, if possible. Leopardstar's heart was beating a mile a minute. Yes, of course, she responded, Noisestar giving her another smile before speaking. Thank you. I'll see you soon, she says, smiling and bowing her head before leaving the den. Noisestar said goodbye as she slowly saw him out of camp, meeting back up with Little Otter. I'm so sorry about that. Please continue, she said, sitting down. Little Otter nodded. Well, I want to learn how to be a real warrior, she said nervously. Leopardstar looked up at her. You are a real warrior, in my eyes. Is there anything I can do for you? Leopardstar had an idea. How about an apprentice? Oh, I would love that, Little Otter said, her face glowing with excitement. All right, I'll get working on that then, Leopardstar said. I must go now, but if you could lead a patrol tonight, that would be so helpful. Of course. Thank you, Leopardstar, Little Otter said, as they both parted ways. It had now been a few days later. The gathering was slowly approaching, but the scent of WindClan was growing ever stronger, and she wanted to make sure that Noisestar was okay, so she quickly headed out. Approaching the ShadowClan camp, she spotted a few cats outside, immediately recognizing Noisestar, but immediately a cream-colored apprentice approached her. What are you doing here? He asked. In the background, you can hear Noisestar seeming to be teaching the other apprentice. He must be training them. Leopardlear simply shook out her pelt and said, Hello. I am not here to harm. I just want to see your leader, she said calmly, continuing to watch Noisestar from afar. The apprentice looked around and sighed before turning to get his leader's attention when Leopardstar quickly added, Oh, I can wait. The apprentice closest to her continued to try to get Noisestar's attention, but he was very focused on training. Eventually, he took a moment to look up, spotting Leopardstar and smiling, padding over to her. Oh, hello. Hi, she purred. What a surprise, he says very calmly. Sorry to interrupt. No, it's fine. What's up? He asked. I just wanted to let you know that we have not seen the cat you spoke of. It seems like they are gone for good. Waiting for Noistar to respond, she looked over to see the apprentices gently playing with each other and snickering back and forth. It was very cute. Yes, I saw. Probably went rogue, he said. She couldn't help but nod. Probably for the best. No loyalty in traitors, she hissed. But, what brings you here? Was that all? He asked, with the familiar charming smile. Well, I kind of wanted to see you, she said, trying to hide her emotions, but quickly coming up with something else to say. Are those your apprentices? Indeed, he said. I'm training both of those two to become warriors at the moment, he continued. She nodded shyly and looked over. You're doing very well with them. They will become great ShadowClan warriors one day. Thank you. Dustpaw is already a very good hunter. They continued to chat for a few moments before Leopardstar spoke. I should probably head back. Clan probably needs me, she said, looking at the ground. Noistar nodded. Of course, likewise. Have a safe travel, he said, smiling and bowing his head to her before walking off. Thank you. I will, she says, blushing and quickly turning to leave. Walking back into camp, she noticed a few cats were missing. Her deputy, Ghosttail, was supposed to be leading a patrol, but she wasn't around. It was just then when Little Otter ran over to Leopardstar. Leopardstar, we found... something happened. Leopardstar tried to calm Little Otter down. Please, what happened? Ghosttail and Springshine, they're both dead. The others made it out. They were attacked, and they think it was WindClan. It was hard to tell, but the scent, it smelled like WindClan. I understand. Go get as many of the clan as you can. I will hold a meeting, Leopardstar said, looking out over the clan. All cats old enough to swim, meet me under the rock for a clan meeting, she said, her voice booming throughout the camp. Leopardstar was furious. So many clans had issues with WindClan. She spoke. A WindClan cat has murdered Ghosttail and Springshine. If we see any WindClan cats, we attack on sight, she said. What kind of clan would kill a deputy and a medicine cat? A few gasps could be heard from the clan, but Leopardstar continued. Little Otter, will you be my deputy and help me lead RiverClan? She asked. I will. I promise, Leopardstar, Little Otter spoke. Good. StarClan shines on you. I would also like to announce that Echo Paw will become Echo Whisper. She was apprenticed by Springshine herself, the best medicine cat RiverClan has ever had. Not to say that Ghosting Breeze or any of the other medicine cats weren't also equally amazing, but she was really upset by Springshine. But after, she yelled out, Clan dismissed, before leaping down and walking over to Little Otter. Little Otter, please make sure we have a strong patrol. I must speak with WindClan. Her voice strong and stern as she turns and walks straight out of RiverClan territory. Her paws taking her the ever-familiar route towards WindClan. Leopardstar felt adrenaline flowing through her veins as she ran directly inside of the WindClan camp, suddenly surrounded by WindClan cats, but she wasn't afraid at all. She stood there for a moment with her head held high, knowing that eventually they would
pick up on her strong scent and immediately notice her, which didn't take very long. After looking around for a few moments, she noticed that Wolfstar was simply lounging about with all of his loyal clanmates around him. Eventually, a cat known as Blitzheart turned around and noticed her. Before he could say anything, she spoke out, "Did I come at a bad time, Wolfstar?" You could hear the anger dripping from her voice, even if she didn't outwardly show it. Wolfstar's head shot around as he made eye contact with Leopardstar. A genuine look of surprise and shock on his face as he got up and walked over to her.
"Oh, well, it depends. What brings you here?"
Leopardstar wanted to tear into him right there for even having the gall to pretend he didn't know what she was here for. "Two of our cats were killed. They scented of your clan." Noticing how some of the other WindClan cats began to stand up and look at her, she quickly composed herself. "I'm not here to fight, but this is a warning." Wolfstar blinked a few times before eventually speaking up.
"Excuse me?"
Leopardstar again felt the anger rise in her. How could he be so foolish? She tried to remember what Noistar had mentioned to her, and then spoke up. "ShadowClan also speaks of you stealing their prey." Blitzheart had been quiet this whole time, but his face seemed one of genuine concern. Eventually he spoke up. "Why have you come alone?" More WindClan cats began to approach her as she took one small step backwards, realizing she really wasn't in a good position to upset anybody. "As I said, I do not wish to fight, but we are no longer friendly with WindClan."
"My warriors have remained within this territory during hunts. None of them have gone longer than an hour," Wolfstar barked.
The cat Leopardstar, assumed was deputy, spoke up again. "Our clan has done none of this. All of our members are here." He turned and gestured with his muzzle to the small group. "Perhaps your warriors scented wrong." "I know what I scented. That's all I have to say," Leopardstar finally said, before turning to leave, just when the deputy spoke up again. "Then you must be mistaken. I know these cats. We have no quarrel with you, and if you did, you wouldn't have come alone." He had a good point. Although Leopardstar didn't want to admit defeat, she simply gazed over to Wolfstar. "I will leave you to tend to your clan," she said, before walking off, out of WindClan. While she didn't look back, she could tell that Wolfstar was glaring at her. Once out of the camp, she could feel tears rolling down her eyes. That was a lot, and trying to keep it all together was hard. She knew exactly who could make her feel better, and she immediately ran over to ShadowClan. Panting as she finally approached, she spotted Noistar with Blackheart. She would be able to figure out why the ThunderClan deputy was here later, but for now, she needed to talk to Noistar. Making a beeline towards him, Blackheart actually stood up and stopped her. Leopardstar was honestly a little overwhelmed at this point, but she could make out Noistar speaking. "Oh, there she is now." Hello," she said, kind of to the whole group, as Noistar began to pick up on her nervousness. What's wrong, Leopardstar?" he said, just as Blackheart also stood up. "What's wrong?" I just left WindClan. I found two of my clan cats dead, and they scented of WindClan." She tried her best to keep it together as Noistar continued. "Oh." "And Wolfstar refuses to accept that." By this point, other ShadowClan cats had come out of the camp to hear her. She quickly quieted down. "I just wanted to warn you." Some cats began to whisper about Bloodfang and wondering if they really were behind all this, before Noistar spoke up.
Well, it looks like we have a meeting to go to.
He looked over at Leopardstar and gently nuzzled her cheek, as if to say don't worry, before looking around.
Gather your warriors. Then meet at my den, he said before he was cut off by Little Otter, her deputy.
Leopardstar! Leopardstar! Little Otter screamed as she halted to a stop right before her. What is it, Little Otter? There's rogues at camp trying to steal the kits! Leopardstar's eyes widened. Little Otter, get back. Kill any rogues you need to. I will be there right away, she said, very calmly and sternly, as her deputy nodded and darted back to camp. Quickly, Leopardstar looked over to Noistar and the rest of the cats. I hope to see you all at the gathering. RiverClan will be there, she said before darting off back to camp, chasing her deputy. Back at camp, she immediately noticed Echo Whisker safe inside the medicine den, which was a sigh of relief, but past her was all of her clanmates surrounding, apparently, this rogue, and she needed to get there as quick as possible. Approaching the group of cats, she realized how chaotic it was, but at least her clan could stick up for themselves while she was gone. Although she felt bad for being gone in the first place. She should have gone straight home after WinClan, but now was not the time to think about things like that. She needed to figure out what was going on. Words quickly turned to claws as the rogues refused to leave, and Leopardstar was going to make sure they knew they were not welcome here, especially if they had evil plans on stealing kits. Eventually, they both ran off. She sent a few of her warriors to follow them out, just to make sure that they made it very far away from RiverClan territory, before turning back to her own camp and slowly making her way up on the high rock. She was honestly so exhausted and slowly rolled over onto her back, letting the nice warm sun, ease her bones and such, just as Honeykit busted into camp. Honeykit looked up at her foster mom with big eyes. Leopardstar? Oh, okay. I'll just... she began, as Leopardstar quickly got up. Oh, no, yes? I missed you, Honeykit said. Leopardstar had been so busy ever since becoming a leader, but she smiled. You can come up here and nap with me if you want to. Honeykit purred. I can? Of course, she said, moving her tail to give room for Honeykit to lay. Thank you, Honeykit said as they climbed up and snuggled next to Leopardstar. Just as the two of them began to doze off, a group of her clan cats approached with Lamb, the same rogue as before. Leopardstar lifted her head. And what do I have the pleasure? She asked. There was a very long conversation, but to recap, Lamb, the rogue, wanted to join, but was a little rebellious and didn't really want to follow rules. But eventually, Leopardstar came to the conclusion that she would be very heavily watched if allowed to join, and she would have to prove herself. However, this conversation was interrupted when Colfer and Blitzheart entered into the camp. Leopardstar, he dodged a few cats, approaching the leader. I wish to speak with you. The leader nodded and simply said, my den, as she leaped off the rock and headed towards her small log den. Once both cats were comfortable, Blitzheart spoke. I speak to you on behalf of WindClan. Tomorrow night, we wish to address the concerns and rumors spread throughout both your clan and others. After a few intense moments of her staring at the deputy, she spoke. That's fine. I have been wanting a gathering soon anyways. Good luck getting ShadowClan to agree, though. It was no secret that Noistar didn't like gatherings and didn't really necessarily always go to them. Blitzheart quickly spoke up. 4 trees, then. It's settled.
He dipped his head respectfully. They have already agreed, he said before leaving the camp. Leopardstar was pretty shocked, but at least this would give her a chance to see Noistar. During the next few days leading up to the gathering, Little Otter became very ill. She asked Leopardstar if she could step down as deputy to give her time to rest and just enjoy the rest of her life. Leopardstar completely agreed and wished her a fast recovery, but now she needed to have another announcement where she picked a new deputy and promoted some of her warriors. RiverClan, if you are old enough to swim, meet me for a clan meeting, she spoke upon her rock. Looking past her clanmates, she spotted 2 cats by the entrance. One, Noistar, who just calmly strolled in, and another was a strange kitty pet, but didn't seem like a threat, so she decided to continue on with what she needed to do. Looking down at Noistar, she smiled. Oh, Noistar, you may join and we can speak after. Sure thing, he said, as he shuffled through the crowd over to her den. She couldn't help but blush as she looked back over at her clan, quickly composing herself. I will be picking a new deputy tonight, as we all wish Little Otter a speedy recovery. Colfer, do you accept the position of RiverClan deputy? The dark-coated Fluffy Molly stood up. I do, Leopardstar. Wonderful. May StarClan approve my choice. She then turned her attention to Greypaw, a small gray apprentice. Greypaw, you have trained hard, and you will now be known as Grey Pebble of RiverClan. The clan erupted with celebration as Grey Pebble nodded. She then turned to Honeykit, pride beaming on her face. Honeykit, you are now 6 moons and are ready to be an apprentice. You will train under Echo Whisker. Tomorrow night we have a gathering, so everyone rest and eat. Clan dismissed, she said, leaping off the high rock and over to Noistar, who was waiting by her den. Noistar waited until the kit was gone to speak. Well, I've been asked to a gathering at 4 Trees tomorrow night by WindClan. The she-cat nodded. I was asked the same. I thought so. She still wasn't sure what Noistar had against gatherings, but she quickly spoke up. RiverClan plans on attending. So do I and Thunder, he finally said. Oh, this shall be fun, she chuckled. Just be prepared. No fighting. But just prepare in case of anything, he said. Of course, of course. She couldn't help but lock eyes with her medicine cat, Ghosting Breeze. He was looking suspiciously at Noistar. Did he suspect something? She wanted to get up and follow Ghosting Breeze, but quickly decided not to as Noistar spoke. Anyways, see you at the gathering. Yes, see you then, she purred. He shot a smile at her before strolling out of the camp. She watched as the ShadowClan leader left before turning her attention back to Maplecit. I was wondering where I should sleep. I don't have any parents. Leopardstar thought for a moment before speaking. The nursery. Hopefully a queen can care for you. Feel free to ask around. Follow me, she said, leading the kit towards the nursery. Here you go. You will be safe here, she said, watching as the kit darted into the nursery. Okay, thank you. Leopardstar smiled and nodded as she left the kit, letting them settle in, as she made her way over to the warrior's den, happy to see Colfer there. How is everything, Colfer? Everything is going well, Leopardstar, the deputy responded. Good. Tomorrow at night is our gathering. So make sure everyone's ready, okay? She asked. All right, Colfer responded, before Leopard picked up on a rogue scent. Turning around, she spotted a tuxedo cat wearing a purple collar, who seemed to be complaining. Do these cats not have a leader? Sheesh, he said. Leopardstar was about to tear into him
verbally, when two of her clanmates showed up with a kitty pet behind them. This cat didn't smell of the harshness of a barn, but more like the softness of a two-leg nest. She figured whatever this rude rogue wanted could wait, so she walked over to this kitty pet. "How may we help you?" she asked calmly.
Well, it's too dark to go get myself home safe. I was hoping to stay here tonight, the soft-spoken kitty pet asked.
Leopard Lear wouldn't be so quick to trust kitty pets usually, but this one she just felt like she could trust them and realized that she also needed someone to watch over Maple Kit. "That's fine. In return, you must stay with Maple Kit in the nursery tonight." Colfer sent her a concerned look, but Leopard Star was still confident in her choice. "This little kit has lost their parent," she explained.
"I'm Soup, by the way," she said with a soft gaze. "I'm happy to watch for the night."
Leopard Star nodded, then looked over at Colfer. "Wonderful. Colfer, keep an eye on our guest tonight, please. This way, hopefully everyone could be happy." The kit was already so excited, purring and playing with Soup. "Tomorrow morning, you will join our clan or leave. Your choice," she said, as she turned around to finally confront the grumpy rogue who was still complaining. "Are you the leader around here?" the rogue asked. "Yes, and as you can see, a busy one," Leopard Star glared. "Well, I have something that's pretty important. You see, I presume your cats have been on my territory." The River Clan leader couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't think rogues had territory. "Clan cat smell is all over my barn, and the camp by there said they had nothing to do with it." The Tom cleared his throat, seeming to be holding back a growl. Leopard Star sighed. "I can assure you, River Clan stays far away from your barn. And I would not trust them if I were you," she said in reference to Wind Clan. The black and white cat rolled his eyes. "I don't trust any of you wild vermin. I know what I smelled." Leopard Star rolled her eyes, even more dramatic than him. "Is that all? I have important things to take care of." The rogue finally let out a puff. "Fine, I'll see myself out," he said before pushing past her towards the exit. "Ugh," she let out a sigh. Thankfully, things seemed to calm down for the most part, but tensions were still at an all-time high with some of the leaders bickering. But today was the day for the gathering, and hopefully all of this would be settled one way or another. Leopard Star leaps up onto the rock. "Any cat may come to 4 trees." She gave her deputy one solid nod as she leaped off the high rock and crossed the river, leading her clan to the 4 trees. She crossed the bridge and immediately began to smell all of the different clan scents. They were the last one there, but that was okay. Leopard Star liked to be fashionably late. She walked past all of the different cats as she made her way atop with all the other leaders. Leopard Star was the first to speak. "River Clan has lost our old deputy, Ghosttail. We scented Wind Clan, but saw no cats. We do not wish to start a war with Wind Clan, but we are cautious." Small hisses could be heard coming from Wind Clan and River Clan respectively, as a few of their warriors caught eyes with each other. Suddenly, Noise Star spoke up. "My clan has disbanded for the loss of our kits. The reasoning, Wind Clan warriors have taken them." This certainly seemed to upset some of the cats in the crowd. Accusations could be heard back and forth. "However, we are glad to still be here and will be growing ourselves back strong again."
Despite everything, we do not wish any harm or war, he ended. Leopardstar wanted to go over and nuzzle him, but she knew better, especially now in the middle of a gathering. But she did speak up. I'm sorry to hear that noise, Star. If you need any help, RiverClan will support you. The Tom flashed her a gentle smile and a quiet thank you, just as the other leaders looked like they were about to speak. Wolfstar, the Wind Clan leader, waited a moment for them to finish before speaking up himself. As saddened as I am to hear about this, it was not Wind Clan's doing. A few cats could be heard cheering on Wolfstar. Wind Clan was very loyal to him. Maplestar, the Thunder Clan leader, watched as Noisestar and Wolfstar went back and forth. She was a very fierce cat, but was fairly quiet. Then it suddenly hit Leopardstar, and she spoke up. Wait, there was a rogue, Toybox, who came and threatened the clan. This piqued Maplestar's interest as she turned to Leopardstar. A rogue? Hearing Maplestar speak up, Wolfstar and Noisestar both looked over. They all questioned as well. Then suddenly Blackheart, the ThunderClan deputy, spoke up. There was also Bloodfang. He nearly killed me. Maplestar looked sympathetically at her deputy before looking at the rest of the leaders. We've had trouble with rogues ourselves some moons ago. Everything got very quiet. It was unlike Maplestar to speak up about such deep ThunderClan issues, so it must have been very serious. Leopardstar gently placed a paw on Maplestar's. Perhaps they are the real issue then. Wolfstar begrudgingly spoke up. Well, we've been having rogues stay closer to our borders as well. Noisestar added, some rogues came in our camp and stole herbs and prey. In the heat of the moment, Leopardstar added, and one tried to steal our kits. It seems that the rogues are getting too bold, Maplestar hissed. Yes, I agree, Leopardstar added. Very much so, Noisestar also added. It's getting out of hand. RiverClan will keep an eye out and reject any rogues, just to be safe. The last thing we need is a spy. Noisestar nodded. Same here. We just need more warriors. At that, Leopardstar blushed a little bit. Did he want kids in the future? She shook her head quickly and continued to pay attention to what was happening. Blitzheart apparently wanted to speak. If we did do the murder of your deputy, Leopardstar, he turned to face her, you would have not been able to track him back to our camp. Noisestar immediately sat up. What are you trying to say? Leopardstar felt her heart pounding out of her chest as he stood up for her. She shot Wolfstar a glare before looking down at Blitzheart. We have already settled this, dear Blitzheart. Wolfstar simply shrugged. That is what you said, Leopardstar. Leopardstar was upset. They had already figured all of this out, at least she thought. Why was this cat bringing everything back up? Blackheart spoke up. Blitzheart, it's settled. Let them believe what they wish. Taking a few deep breaths, Leopardstar spoke up loudly. We should end this gathering on a good note. I don't see any more issues. It was silent for a few moments. All of the leaders exchanged glances before Noisestar spoke up. Very well. At least she knew that he had her back. Reluctantly, Wolfstar spoke up. I agree. But you could tell he really didn't. Very well then. We will stay peaceful and keep an eye out for rogues. Leopardstar bowed her head to the leaders and spoke. I wish you all a safe travel home.
she said before leaping off of the rock and walking over to her clanmates. River Clan, let's go home, she said as she led the way, Colfer, her deputy, making sure nobody got left behind. The clan made it back safely, and everything went on fine for many, many moons, until one day Leopardstar was returning home from patrol when Echo Whisker told her something horrible. The medicine cat had spotted a ThunderClan warrior stealing some of their herbs, and now they were unfortunately low on a lot of things. Leopardstar nodded and told them both not to worry, she would handle it. She quickly walked into the warrior's den. Leopardash, Russet Snarl, I'm sorry to wake you both. The two warriors yawned and looked over at her. A ThunderClan cat has stolen some of our herbs. Will you help the medicine cat refill the den when you can? You don't have to go now. It can be in the morning if you need, she said, watching as her two warriors slowly began to wake up more at the sudden realization of a thief. Leopardash yawned. Oh, I'll do it now, she said, and Leopardstar smiled, quickly following after her. I'll join you. Working together, the clan was able to refill the medicine den no problem, but it was suddenly that Leopardstar noticed and picked up the scent of another ThunderClan cat. She leaned down. I see you. You better get out of here, ThunderClan cat, she hissed. Colfer, the deputy, quickly ran over to Leopardstar as soon as she realized something was happening. After your clanmates stole our herbs, Leopardstar hissed, clawing at the ground. Russet Snarl, one of her senior warriors, quickly approached the other side of her. They had this cat surrounded. It was tense and silent for a few heartbeats before Leopardstar nodded at her deputy, Colfer, who quickly pinned the ThunderClan cat. Ravenfeather, you will come with me to ThunderClan. The enemy warrior hissed and tried to get free, but Colfer dragged their body out of the bush. Russet Snarl, you will come with me, and Colfer, you will stay and watch the camp. The three cats made it to ThunderClan and were greeted by Maplestar. While Leopardstar wanted to stay friendly with ThunderClan, she was getting fed up. We found one of your cats stealing from our medicine den. Maplestar looked very shocked. Stealing? Ravenfeather, why would you steal? We would have given if asked, Leopardstar felt the need to add. The ThunderClan warrior simply stood there, bowing his head. I'll let you deal with them, but next time we will attack, Leopardstar warned. Maplestar simply looked over and spoke in a soft voice. I apologize deeply. Leopardstar nodded and turned towards the exit, motioning for Russet Snarl to follow. Walking back to camp, she spoke a little with Russet Snarl and couldn't help but feel a connection with him, as if they knew each other in a past life. But as she neared her own camp, the strong scent of ShadowClan brought her back to reality. The first cat she spotted was Blackheart, the ThunderClan deputy. What was he doing here and not in his own camp? Striding past him, she let out a loud remark. We just returned one of your thief of a clanmate. But just like that, every brain cell she ever had escaped through her ears and her mouth as she watched as Noistar entered into her camp. Leopardstar quickly shook her head. What is going on? She asked as Noistar approached and sat down next to them. Well, a warning. There was a rogue, Blackheart spoke. Colfer, her deputy, quickly approached the group as well with her claws out, just in case. The next words out of Noistar's mouth caused her to audibly gasp. Our clan has disbanded. That meant it was finally time. If he didn't have a clan to lead anymore, then he could join RiverClan, and they could be together, and they can have kids, and her mind just began to whirl. Her face, on the other hand, remained very calm and stoic as he continued to speak. It is only me now. And while outside she looked sad, inside she was happy. If he had any old mates, that means he didn't now. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and tried to act normal. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Noise Star. During this time, Blackheart and Coalfur were exchanging little hisses and growls, and so Leopardstar quickly spoke up. Blackheart, I suggest you leave. But she was quickly turned back to Noise Star. WindClan has disbanded as well. Blackheart frowned. I will do that as soon as Noise Star has been seen to. Leopardstar rolled her eyes and looked back to Noise Star. You don't need to worry about my affairs with Noise Star. Anyway, I'm not surprised about WindClan. Wolfstar was weak. The group of cats continued to speak, and eventually Blackheart agreed to leave. Noise Star, would you join me in my den? Leopardstar asked. Without waiting for a response, she walked over to her den, smiling when she heard a small "sure" from Noise Star as he was following her. As soon as they both were comfortable, he let out a small, "You have a house cat staying here?" Leopardstar was a little taken back, but responded. Why yes, we needed a queen, and Soup is a wonderful kitty pet. But I need to ask you something. Are you really thinking about joining ThunderClan? No, I'm not joining. I stay loyal to my clan, Noise Star said. Leopardstar felt her heart break a little, but she took a deep breath. Oh, okay. After a few moments of awkward silence, he spoke up. I want to rebuild my clan. Leopardstar just felt so defeated. I understand. By StarClan law, I wish to stay loyal. I always hoped that you would join RiverClan one day. She spoke, trying to keep it together, but it was obvious by her voice that she was falling apart. Not that I wanted anything bad to happen to ShadowClan, of course, but Noise Star didn't respond for a few minutes. Leopardstar felt so foolish. Her eyes began to swell with tears as she finally looked up at Noise Star, who only responded, I wish to rebuild ShadowClan. A few tears rolled down her face as she nodded. I understand. But I'll always be an ally, Noise Star added, obviously not wanting to see her upset. He slowly reached his paw out to touch hers. Maybe when worse comes to worse, I'll consider, he said under his breath. Leopardstar's eyes lit up, and she looked up at him. I'll wait. The two leaders stare and smile at each other before eventually both looking away. Take care of yourself, Leopardstar. Of course. I should get back to work. You as well. They stared at each other for a few more moments before he quickly darted out of RiverClan territory. She couldn't help but watch him as he left. Were things finally looking up for her? She wondered. It had now been many, many moons since she had last spoken with Noise Star in private. The issue with the rogues had unfortunately continued, and they began to take out WindClan cats. ShadowClan and RiverClan tried to help, but both of them were very quickly overpowered, and both sides all three sides saw many losses. I am sad to announce the passing of Colfer. She was a great deputy, but now my new deputy will be Russet Snarl. This ginger and brown Tom was one of her senior warriors and very trusted. He was a good choice. She also got the feeling that maybe he had feelings for her, but she couldn't pay that any attention when her focus was still so much on Noistar, the ShadowClan leader. But back to this meeting. Honeypaw has trained hard and learned everything from her mentor and will now be known as Honeybriar. Russet Snarl's ears perked up and he looked a little shocked, but Leopardstar was busy and she had to continue. Maplepaw, you will train with Leoparddash. It was suddenly that a familiar ThunderClan cat strolled in. What did Blackheart want now? A few of the soon-to-be apprentices were squabbling over mentors, so she quickly spoke. Yes, match yourselves. I need to take care of something. I'll be back. Young Leopardstar would never dream of doing anything so non-professional, but as she's gotten older, she's learned to just kind of go with the flow, and so she approaches the two ThunderClan cats. Well, if it isn't Blackheart, she said with a genuine smile. She had met the ThunderClan deputy before many times, but this time he interrupted her. It's Blackstar now. But he sighed. Leopardstar tilted her head. Oh, I see. Congrats, I suppose. In order for the deputy to become leader, this usually means that the leader has lost their last life. There was a few moments of awkward silence before Blackstar spoke up again. Maplestar died in a fire. Oh, she was a good leader. I'm so sorry to hear that. Leopardstar had heard about Two Legs starting a small fire over by ThunderClan. It seemed like all the cats were getting bad luck nowadays. Yes, she was a great leader, he says. And he was right. But unfortunately, every great leader one day must pass on the leadership. There was another few awkward moments before Blackstar spoke up again. We came because we need shelter. The fire ended up engulfing our territory. The RiverClan leader thought for a few moments. Fine, but please stay peaceful and hunt for yourself. The new ThunderClan leader nodded his head respectively. Yes, Leopardstar. As she turned and walked back over to her high rock. She then began to explain why the few ThunderClan cats were here, and even though some of her clanmates weren't exactly happy, they understood her reasoning. A few days later, the camp was attacked by rogues, but thankfully Blackstar was there to help, and Noistar appeared just in the nick of time. The three leaders were able to seemingly take down most of the rogues. Hopefully that would be the end of them for now. Leopard took a moment to nap on her usual rock when Soup, the kitty pet, approached. Leopardstar? She said, bounding over and taking her chance to talk to the ever-busy leader. The RiverClan she-cat kept her eyes closed for a few moments. She definitely heard, but was tired. But eventually opened her eyes and sat up, looking at her old friend. Yes, Soup? She asked. Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been watching over Maplepaw for a few days now. I adore this place, I do. It's amazing, but I know I'm not suited for this lifestyle. She nodded to the bow around her neck. I'd like permission to visit here, but keep my old home, the kitty pet finished. her eyes slowly looking down at her paws nervously. Maybe a younger Leopardstar would have been nervous to grant access to a kitty pet, but in her old age, she couldn't help but smile. That's fine. I appreciate your time here, Soup. RiverClan will always welcome you. The two she-cats slow blinked at each other just as Noisestar entered the camp. Thank you, the kitty pet grinned, feeling a surge of pride. Of course. Safe travels, kitty pet, Leopardstar said before looking over at Noisestar. She walked over to Noisestar and smiled. Glancing over her shoulder, she noticed Blackstar, so she quickly said, "Let us go to my den." However, it seemed like Blackstar gave them a small grin and stayed behind on purpose. Leopardstar smiled and, with Noisestar, went inside her den. Once alone, she realized that this was her moment. She had to tell Noisestar how she felt. Fiddling her paws before looking up at him. Noisestar, what if all three clans joined together? Think of how powerful we could be, she said, trying to read him. But after a moment, he only shrugged. That's what being allies are for, right? There was silence, and Leopardstar could feel a tear running down her cheek. I don't know how much longer I can lead, Noisestar. I want kids of my own one day, even though I know I'm getting old. Noisestar looked over at her and gently slid his paw to touch hers. I understand. Did he? She had to tell him. I was thinking. Noisestar's ear twitched as he looked over at her. Well, maybe. She froze. Maybe my clan can join you. And I could retire. And maybe we... After a few moments, Noisestar only responded, You want your clan to join me? The blue-coated she-cat tilted her head. That's not the answer she was expecting, but she responded, Well, I trust you to lead us, if you wanted. The ShadowClan leader simply shrugged. Of course. Had he really not picked up on any of the signs over the years? Finally, Leopardstar took a deep breath. I have feelings for you, Noisestar. The Tom stood to his paws, taking a half a step forward. Before taking a step back. Leopardstar stood to her paws and took a step after him, looking at him nervously. He only responded, Well, do you not feel the same? Leopardstar could feel her heart breaking. Her whole life, she had been waiting for this moment, and like that, she saw it completely flash before her eyes. She began to sob. Noisestar refused to make eye contact with her. He looked at the ground. Well, see, I have a queen. Noisestar simply stayed silent, not trying to comfort Leopardstar at all. Pulling herself together, she felt angry at him. Oh, you should leave RiverClan. Noistar simply looked at her in shock, but she unsheathed her claws and took a step closer to show she was being very serious. "Oh?" he finally spoke up, as if questioning if she would really attack him. But she stood her ground. "Yes," she said, with all the fury of her one remaining life. This was her one chance. Noistar simply shrugged very well as he left RiverClan. She held it together until he left and then turned into her den. How could he just go back home to his clan, to his mate who was expecting? Was she really nothing to him? Eventually, as the night went on, Leopardstar knew that she would feel better if she checked in on everyone before heading to bed. But as she was getting up on her rock to look around, Blackstar snarled and strutted over to her. "What is the meaning of this?" "Meaning of what?" she hissed, not in the mood. Blackstar didn't back down and hissed back. "Why did you kick out those ShadowClan cats in Noistar?" "They have their own camp. Do you want RiverClan to take care of every cat in this forest?" "Are you forgetting that we are letting your clan stay here currently?" Blackstar knew better than to respond to her when she was this angry. "Fine, we will be leaving as well," he said calmly. "And it was only 2 cats, me and my deputy." Leopardstar was happy to hear they were leaving and calmed down slightly. "Well, sounds like the 2 most important cats of a clan if you ask me. But if you hold no value in our kindness, then fine." Blackstar froze for a moment and thought, his short snout scrunching up. "Well, I do value your kindness, and one day we will repay it, but today we must get going." Leopardstar's tail flicked towards the exit. "Safe travels." Leopardstar made sure that Blackstar made it out, and she slowly went and rolled over next to Russet Snarl, her deputy, and close friend. She was exhausted. The next few moons passed on relatively peacefully. She grew closer to Russet Snarl, but learned the hard way that she was too old for kits. This morning she was planning on a simple hunting trip with Russet Snarl when Leopard Dash approached them. "Oh, when you come back, Maplepaw is ready to be a warrior now." Maplepaw stood there, looking doubled in size by now. "That's wonderful." Leopardstar smiles warmly at the apprentice and her warrior before picking up a familiar scent. Looking past Maplepaw, she spotted Noistar. What was he doing here? She made it very clear that he was no longer welcomed. She approached him very cautiously. Nowadays, Russet Snarl never left her side, especially now. He puffed up slightly and stood protectively next to Leopardstar. The 2 leaders exchanged a hesitant hello before Noistar spoke. "Do you mind if we speak privately?" he said, eyeing Russet Snarl. The she-cat thought for a moment. She wanted to say no and to hiss and claw at him, but part of her wanted to say yes. "Fine. Russet Snarl, if I'm not back soon, come look for me," she said before giving her deputy a small smile, then looking over at Noistar, who only spoke, "Come. We will walk and talk," he said quietly, as the two of them walked farther away. Once out of earshot, Noistar stops. "Now." Her eyebrows lowered as she was confused. "Yes?" Littlesprout was so confused, but before she could ask another question, Noistar began to trot off, and she couldn't help but smile and chase after him. Eventually, Noistar slowed down and brought them both to a familiar spot in the river, one where they used to meet back before they were both leaders. Littlesprout gently tapped her paw in the water, not really wanting to see her reflection right now. She was an old cat, and most of her fur was now light gray, but thankfully Noistar spoke up. "I wanted to apologize." Littlesprout could feel the tightness in her throat as she knew where this conversation was going, but she quickly swallowed. "There is no need, Noistar. You did nothing wrong." She knew they weren't supposed to be together. Maybe this was StarClan teaching her a lesson. She would find out sooner than later. Noistar looked confused. "Then, why were you mad at me? Why did you kick me out of RiverClan and banish me?" Littlesprout didn't want to respond. She simply looked down at the water that was slowly becoming more calm. She could now see her and Noistar sitting together in the reflection. Eventually, looking up, "Reasons of my own," is all she could manage to say. The Dark Tom sighed, knowing that it was deeper than that. "Listen, you're a good cat, okay?" Littlesprout simply wasn't paying attention. Their reflection, it was an older version of them than she pictured when she was younger, but this was fine. "Uh-huh. Thanks, I guess." Noistar gently laid a paw on Littlesprout's chin to direct her attention towards him. "I know you're mad because I have a mate of my own, but we shouldn't jeopardize our friendship over that, and our partnership." Littlesprout simply enjoyed the moment she had looking into his eyes. "You're right. I feel my days are growing shorter anyways. I know that Rusted Snarl will make a good leader." She tried to hold it in. Noistar simply nodded in agreement. "I wouldn't doubt that. But we need to make the most of what we have, because soon we will join StarClan." Littlesprout quickly tried to wipe a tear from her eye. "Yes, we have both lived many lives." She took this moment to look over at him, thinking what their lives could have been in a different timeline. But this was the one she was stuck in, and she had to come to terms with it. After a few breaths, Noistar spoke up. "Anyways, take care of yourself, okay, Littlesprout?" The two leaders embraced in a nuzzle for quite some time. "Thank you, Noistar. You as well," she said before she finally took a step back. A small, warm pink glow can be seen on her face as she watches him go, leaving her completely alone by the river. A few days later, Russet Snarl, the deputy, found Leopardstar wandering around outside of their territory, and he hesitantly questioned.
Leopardstar explained that her time had come and she wanted to leave gracefully. The deputy tried to smile, but he was visibly upset. Am I gonna see you again after this? He asked. Leopardstar gently licked his cheek. Of course. I'll be giving you one of your new lives, silly. His ears flattened. He wanted to be happy, but he was just sad. He would miss Leopardstar. She knew that this probably wasn't going to comfort him much, but there was nothing she could do. Her fate was unfortunately already sealed. Leopardstar tried to keep it together as she wiped a quick tear away from her face. You will make a great leader, Russet Snarl. I promise.
The orange and brown Tom nodded. I'll do my best, he answered, just as Noisestar approached. But Leopardstar wasn't startled. She was somewhat comforted as he boomed, "Let's go." Two other ShadowClan cats were following behind Noisestar. One she had assumed to be his deputy, and the other his mate. She walked forward. Russet Snarl close behind her as the small tunnel opens up into a large cave, a glittering crystal rock in the middle. Noisestar approaches first, with the two white cats on either side of him. She stays back next to Russet Snarl and watches. In front of StarClan, I now hereby transfer leadership of ShadowClan over to Snowstorm, so he may come Snowstar. Noisestar and Snowstorm shared a few last moments with each other as Leopardstar approached the rock and looked over to Russet Snarl. He knew it was time. Leopardstar was already in tears at this point after watching Noisestar and his deputy, but she tried to take a deep breath and pull herself together. I, Leopardstar, hereby transfer leadership to my deputy, Russet Snarl. You will now be known as Russet Star. I will see you again very soon, she said before touching noses with him one last time. Both of the deputies look at each other before watching as their leaders slowly fade into the rock. Leopardstar can hear Noisestar's voice. Let's go. The two leaders now find themselves in a vast starry plain, but it's empty. Leopardstar looks around, but then lays down comfortably. She's tired. Noisestar looks around a moment, but then quickly joins her. It's been fun, she says with a weak smile. Despite our ups and downs, she said with a small chuckle, her pelt beginning to fade into stars. Leaning forward, he gently nuzzled her. It's been fun. Thank you for being an amazing ally. Leopardstar feels her breath become shallow as she responds. Of course. I will see you on the other side. She begins to lean back on him, losing the ability to hold herself up. After she laid curled up and still for a few moments, Noistar put his arm around her, laying beside her. In a low voice, he purrs, "See you on the other side."
Today's story revolves around a kitty pet named Elsa. She is a 3-year-old Oriental Shorthair and was adopted by a young 2-legged girl. Elsa was the only cat in this 2-legged nest and often found her life to be rather boring. Every day, pretty much the same thing. She'd wake up, she would eat, go outside maybe, but that's about it. Her 2-legged girl had grown up and didn't have as much time to play with her. Elsa often found herself sitting inside and looking out of a window. She wondered, could there be more to this simple kitty pet life? She was not often found wandering past her own yard, but today she was feeling a bit of excitement and bravery, so she ventured off into the forest. She had heard about clan cats, but never actually met one before. Maybe her luck would change. The sleek gray cat found herself playing in the snow. It was all so much fun and different, even though she really wasn't that far from home. But suddenly she picked up a scent. It definitely wasn't a normal scent. Maybe it was a clan cat. She quickly turned and started to follow the scent. What Elsa saw next, she could never have imagined. A whole camp full of warrior cats. There were so many different colors and sizes, and every single cat was different. She looked down and watched them, hoping no one would notice and shoo her off. After spending most of the day watching the very interesting cats, she realized it was getting dark and it was probably best if she headed back to her safe home for tonight. Like always, her 2 legs left the kitty door open and she could easily go inside to escape the snowy cold. With her head full of images of cats running and carrying large prey and all living together, she managed to fall asleep pretty quickly, dreaming about being one. The next morning she knew that she wanted to explore more, see if she could find out more about these warrior cats and maybe what their clan was called. Taking a few steps out of her nest, she noticed a strange scent and a noise coming not too far from the house. She quickly went to investigate. And just like that, a large cat leaped over the fence, grabbing a purple flower. Elsa tilted her head and said, "Hello?" Maybe they were friendly, maybe they would want to talk to her. The warrior cat quickly bolted, running up a rock and leaping over the fence, gone in a flash. Elsa watched in pure shock. What was he scared of? Did this cat need this flower? She figured maybe she could help and grabbed some herself. She had bravely decided that she would take this flower to the camp. At least maybe it would give her an excuse to meet some of the cats and find out some more information. Approaching the camp, she saw so many clan cats all running one way or another. Looking around, she spotted a large Tom sitting by himself and figured maybe he would be friendly. That's when she met him. After the 2 cats exchanged a friendly hello, Elsa began to explain why she had brought the flower here and her interest in clan life. The Tom began to explain what the flower was for. Different herbs and flowers found in this forest could actually heal them. Elsa was so surprised. That sounded wonderful. She continued to ask him questions like, was he a part of this clan and what the clan was called. She found out this clan was called ThunderClan. The two cats exchanged names. She found out his name was Badgerfur. She complimented him, saying it was very fitting, and thanked him for not chasing her off, even questioning maybe we could meet again. Badgerfur replies, maybe. Elsa understands it's probably not wise to hang around here too much. Excitement filling her heart, she headed back. Were all clan cats as nice as Badgerfur? Maybe she could try to join. But that meant she would have to leave her house, her family. She decided at least tonight she would head back. The next morning she had made up her mind. She wanted to at least try this new life. If it didn't work out, she could always come back and paw at the door, and her two legs would most likely let her back in, but she just felt a calling to her. Only a few steps outside of her home, she saw two clan cats. She quickly caught up to them and then began to follow them back to camp. While the two cats she was following entered the camp, she noticed two other cats sitting and talking. One of them seemed to be a clan cat and the other a kitty pet. She approached and listened until the clan cat called out and asked, "Who are you?" Elsa took a deep breath and tried to speak with confidence, although slight nervousness could still be heard. She said, "My name's Elsa. I'm a kitty pet and I wanted to ask to join your clan." The ThunderClan Tom looked her up and down and thought for a moment. After a few moments, the Tom spoke. "I'll have to speak to my leader," he said calmly. "Of course, thank you so much," Elsa managed to say before she was suddenly surrounded by ThunderClan cats. "Clouded Dawn, there's a clan meeting. We must go," said a yellow and gray she-cat. After listening to the clan cat speak, she realized the cat she was speaking to, Clouded Dawn, was actually the deputy. He turned and looked at her and said, "Wait outside, I'll be back," and the clan cats went inside the camp. Elsa curled up outside of the ThunderClan camp and waited. She could barely hear all the different cat voices speaking. How exciting it must be. Not too long after, she noticed a familiar black and white Tom strolling out of the camp. It was Badgerfur. Her instinct was to jump up and run over, say hello, but Clouded Dawn had asked her to stay put. But perhaps a quick hello wouldn't hurt. She got up and strolled over. Badgerfur turned and noticed her, a smile on his face. He leaped down from his rock and said, "Hey." Elsa explained to Badgerfur that she had spoken to Clouded Dawn, the deputy, and even asked him to join the clan. She was still nervous, but also very excited. Badgerfur confidently told her not to worry, and then waved his tail. "Come on, this way." Elsa was confused. Her ears felt warm, but she happily got up and began to follow him. Her mind raced as they walked together through the snow. Where was he taking her? And would Clouded Dawn be back soon? Maybe none of that mattered right now. Badgerfur told her that he wanted to go somewhere more quiet, and then took her to this rock facing the thunder path. Elsa looked around. Elsa admitted that she usually never travels this far. It's dangerous to go alone, especially for a kitty pet. Badgerfur looked at her. Nothing really dangerous around these woods." Elsa chuckled. "Well, maybe not to a big cat like you." She quickly looked away. They continued to chat as the moon raised higher and higher into the sky. Elsa gasped. She had never seen the moon so big and bright before, without all the lights around her two-leg nest. And the stars just seemed so bright. Badgerfur looked over, and he began to explain StarClan to her, and how, to the clan cats, the stars were their ancestors. A little later, Badgerfur sighs. Elsa tilts her head and asks, "What's wrong?" He responds, "Despite being in a clan with dozens of cats, it still gets lonely." Elsa nodded sadly. "Yes, in my two-leg nest I'm the only cat there, and none of the two legs really ever want to play anymore, so I find myself being alone almost always." Elsa quickly added cheerfully, "But hopefully your clan will accept me and we can hang out all the time." Badgerfur chuckled. "Yeah, I hope so." Speaking of the clan, she remembered that she should have been waiting outside for Clouded Dawn. "Badgerfur, can you take me back to the clan?" He looked down and he nodded. "Of course, this way." The two cats walked back to the clan, playfully brushing up against each other's pelts as they walked. Elsa nervously followed Badgerfur down the tunnel and into ThunderClan. She sat by the entrance. Badgerfur looked at her. "I'll get the deputy." She nodded. Clan cats walked in and out and barely even seemed to notice her. That's a good sign, right? She noticed a cat approach Badgerfur. "Please, our kit's missing. Do you mind joining us? We need to find them." Badgerfur replied, "Of course." Elsa jumped to her paws and walked over. "May I help?" The clan cat responded, "Any help's better than none." The dark gray cat introduced herself. "I'm Smokestorm, the ThunderClan medicine cat. Please follow me." Elsa nodded and quickly followed behind the she-cat. Elsa began to track the kit through the snow, but it seemed like the scent kept going in circles. Finally, Smokestorm looked at Elsa. "I think it's going back to camp. Hurry, let's go. Maybe he's back there safe." To everyone's relief, the kit was found back inside of the medicine den. The stern Smokestorm made sure to tell the kit how dangerous it was to go out alone and to stay in the camp from now on. Elsa watched and let out a sigh of relief. She was just happy the kit was home. Elsa was turning to leave. She wanted to tell the others that the kit was found when she bumped into a beautiful orange cat with the red flower in her hair. Who was that? Padding out into the camp, she looked around. There he was, Badgerfur. She quickly walked up to him. "Did you find the kit?" he asked. Elsa responded, "Yes, I was just looking for you." "He is safe in the medicine den." She could not help looking around. Where was Clouded Dawn, the deputy? Had he made his decision about her yet? Badgerfur could tell she was worried. "I'll go find the deputy," he said. Elsa nodded, thankfully. Suddenly, Clouded Dawn jumped onto the leader's rock. He was calling a clan meeting. Elsa looked around, trying to find somewhere to sit. She found a spot next to a pretty calico cat. "I'm Mapleshine," the calico cat said, turning to Elsa. "What a lovely name," Elsa replied. Both of the cats continued to speak to each other as they waited for the rest of the clan to join for this clan meeting. There was a hush over the clan as Clouded Dawn began to speak. "I will be the new leader of ThunderClan, and I will also be picking a deputy." Elsa watched, her eyes wide with excitement.
who would be the next deputy. Everything was quiet. The deputy will be Badgerfur, a strong and loyal ThunderClan warrior. That is all. The whole clan began to cheer. Badgerfur! 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 Elsa couldn't believe it. This cat she had made friends with was now the deputy of ThunderClan. She rose to her paws to go greet him when he spoke up. Clouded Star, there's a kitty pet named Elsa that would like to join our clan. Clouded Star responded, I will meet with her soon. The clan began to disperse, and Elsa trotted over to Badgerfur. Congrats! She sat down and looked up at him, noticing the similar orange cat was sitting next to her as well. She could hear from other cats that her name was Willowtail. Willowshine looked over at Elsa before quickly looking back up at Badgerfur. It is such an honor to be in the presence of our new deputy, she chuckled. Elsa didn't really have time to think about what was happening because Clouded Star approached her. Come into my den, please. Elsa took a few nervous steps inside of the leader's den when she suddenly felt the fur of another cat brushing up against her side. Looking over, it was Badgerfur. He smiled and gently nudged her shoulder. It's gonna be okay. Elsa took a deep breath before looking at Badgerfur, smiling. Everything would be okay, right? Elsa approaches the brand new leader, sitting down and looking at him in his eyes. Hello, Clouded Star. Yes, I would like to join ThunderClan. Clouded Dawn thinks for a moment. Why is it you want to join ThunderClan? He asks. Elsa explains that she wants to be something bigger and maybe start her own family one day. After a few nerve-wracking seconds, Clouded Star finally responded. Okay, you may join the clan, but trust needs to be earned and that will take time. Of course. Thank you so much, Clouded Star. I won't let you down, Elsa muttered, excitement filling her completely. Good, he smiled. As Elsa and Clouded Star continued to talk, a large brown warrior entered the leader's den. She said a few hushed words to Clouded Star before quickly leaving the den. Elsa wondered what that was about, but was quickly distracted when Clouded Star spoke to her. Tell Badgerfur to start a patrol, and he can train you. As Elsa left the leader's den, there was a line of cats waiting to speak to Clouded Star. What a busy life he must lead. She finally found Badgerfur, but he was busy entertaining a very curious kit. She sat down and waited for him to finish. In the meantime, her friend Mapleshine decided to join her. Elsa explained that Clouded Star had allowed her to stay. Oh, that's amazing, Mapleshine replied. Badgerfur certainly seemed to be Mr. Popular around camp, being deputy and all. Elsa decided to take a small nap. Maybe he would have time later to take her out training. Padding into the den, she found a nice empty nest. Curling up, she took a small nap. Searching around the camp, she couldn't find Badgerfur anywhere. There were admittedly a lot of different dens, and they all seemed pretty similar. Finally, she poked her head into the right one. There was many more cats sleeping, and there was Badgerfur. Badgerfur greeted her with a purr. Hey, Snowpelt, he corrected himself. She chuckled. Elsa slowly moved closer to Badgerfur, curling up and resting her head on his shoulder. She had never felt this way about another cat before, but it didn't last long. Suddenly, Willowtail came barging into the den. There's a clan meeting.
You guys better be there. Badgerfur quickly got up and left, leaving Elsa awkwardly staring at Willowtail. She couldn't shake the feeling that Willowtail didn't like her for some reason, but there was no time to think about that now. There was her first clan meeting. Elsa jumped to her paws and quickly followed after Badgerfur. The clan was already sitting around the gathering rock, Clouded Star at the top, and Badgerfur taking his spot as deputy. She sat down and watched. Her friend Maple Shine joined her. The two of them cheered on the apprentices as they were announced. The wonderful snow falling all around the camp as Clouded Star said, "Clan dismissed." Mapleshine turned to Elsa. "I need to tell you something. I want to figure out how to get Clouded Star to notice me." Elsa gasped. "That's really, really cute, Mapleshine." The two best friends continued to talk and laugh, but all while Elsa couldn't help notice but Willowtail side-eyeing her. Now she was sitting next to Badgerfur on the deputy rock. Elsa walked up to Badgerfur, but Willowtail gave her a nasty glare. Elsa decided maybe it was best if she went out hunting instead. Elsa wanted to clear her mind from all of the mess back at camp, so she padded out into the snow. Looking around, it was truly just so beautiful. But as she looked around, part of her just didn't understand why there was cats that already disliked her. All she had done so far was join the clan. Was she doing something wrong? After walking for a while, she spotted Beestrike, a fellow warrior. "Hi, Beestrike," she called out to him. The two cats chatted for a bit until Elsa asked, "Can I join you hunting?" "Sure, I don't mind," Beestrike responded. Beestrike lowered himself to the ground, his white stomach blending in with the white snow. He stopped and looked at his prey. Elsa did the same. Before he leaped. "That was amazing," she said. Elsa couldn't help but watch Beestrike with amazement. He was such a good hunter. Hopefully one day she could get on his level. He turned and looked at her. "We should head back." She nodded. Entering the camp, she walked past Badgerfur, who looked like he was on a mission and didn't have time to talk. She looked around and spotted her best friend Mapleshine. "Mapleshine, where's Badgerfur going?" Mapleshine looked around. "He's looking for Willowtail." Elsa couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Mapleshine was called off to a patrol, and suddenly Willowtail was behind her. "Don't try and guilt trip me. It won't work." Elsa was completely stunned and taken off guard. What was Willowtail talking about? Before Elsa could properly ask a question, Willowtail was already walking off, not wanting to talk. Elsa took a few steps towards Willowtail, wanting to ask what was going on. But then Badgerfur walked in and said, "Oh, there you are." Elsa stopped and watched. Ridiculous! Badger with a cat previously named after a Disney princess? Willowtail's voice, unfortunately, could be heard throughout the whole camp. Elsa could feel her heart simply breaking as Willowtail stormed off and Badgerfur followed her. A golden calico cat approached Badgerfur and Willowtail. "Badgerfur, this is important." Badgerfur looked. In a moment. Honeyfern shook her head. "No, Badgerfur, it's Clouded Star. He's not happy with how distracted you've been, and he's gonna decide a new deputy." Elsa gasped. Elsa couldn't help but watch, her eyes wide, her stomach filled with a nervousness for her friend Badgerfur.
Finally he responded, "Fine, fine. Willowtail will speak later." And then he walked towards the gathering rock. Elsa followed behind Badgerfur. A group of cats could already be seen looking up at Clouded Star. Elsa had a bad feeling about this. As she sat waiting for Clouded Star to begin speaking, she could hear the hushed tones of her clanmates. A new deputy. I wonder who it'll be. Elsa couldn't help but feel a sense of betrayal. A brown apprentice looked up at her. His name was Snakepaw. A new deputy? This ought to get interesting. Elsa didn't even know how to respond. She was still so new to clan culture, but it just didn't feel right. She looked back up at Clouded Star. Hopefully he would settle all of this soon. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. There was a hush over the clan. Clouded Star spoke. "I'm sorry to announce I'm stepping down from leadership position." Small whispers could be heard, but for the most part the clan stayed silent, knowing that Clouded Star was not finished speaking. After a few moments, he announced, "And the old deputy will be changed too. Stone Whisper will become Stone Star, and Burnt Pelt will become the new deputy." Clouded Star spoke. The clan gasped. Elsa couldn't help but call out, "But what about Badgerfur?" Snakepaw looked up at her and said, "Don't know what I expected, but not this." She could hear other clan cats disagreeing and not happy with Clouded Stars. The clan began to erupt with noise. Most of the cats seemed to side with Badgerfur, saying it was unfair, but there were still those who supported Clouded Star's decision. Bramblepaw could be heard saying, "Our leader is insane." Teeth and fangs began to come out, clanmates turning on each other. Bramblepaw spoke up. "The medicine cat should decide now." Elsa agreed that was a good idea. But would it work? It might be too late for that. Some clanmates began to fight each other, while others attempted to separate them. Clouded Star finally spoke up. "This is not my clan anymore." He jumped down from the rock and walked right out of camp. The clan erupted. Elsa felt defeated. She didn't want to be a part of this clan if they didn't accept Badgerfur. Suddenly Bramblepaw spoke. "Not right. Clouded Star is an old mouse brain." The new leader, Stone Star, began to speak. "If Burnt Pelt dies or does not do well in his role, the new deputy will be Badgerfur, without opinions." Elsa looked confused. That seemed okay, but not really. Suddenly, Willowtail took a step in front of the clan. "Mouse-brained, all of you!" She turned and started to leave the camp. Elsa looked back at Badgerfur, sitting alone in front of the whole camp. She took a step forward, sitting next to him, hoping maybe to bring him some comfort. As Stone Star continued to argue with some of the clanmates, Elsa leaned over and whispered, "Are you okay?" to Badgerfur. Badgerfur looked up at Elsa with a gentle smile before standing to his paws, looking over his clanmates. "Get everyone who disagrees with me to meet me outside of the camp," he roared. Elsa jumped to her paws and began to follow Badgerfur, and with a wonderful surprise, so did many of the clanmates. Elsa followed the group of cats, Badgerfur leading. He looked back and said, "I have an idea." The group of cats huddled around each other, right outside of the ThunderClan camp. The wind blowing and freezing Elsa's paws. But it was worth it. She wanted to support Badgerfur in whatever his idea was. Everything was quiet. Badgerfur looked at the group and said seriously, "We should leave." Willowtail spoke up. "No, we'd become rogues and disrespected by all clans." Elsa couldn't help but roll her eyes slightly. Didn't she support Badgerfur? Badgerfur spoke. "We will move to ShadowClan camp. It has been empty for many, many moons." Snakepaw chirped in, "That's a good idea. We can start our own clan."
A new clan sounded wonderful to Elsa. She looked over at Willowtail. You can always stay here. Willowtail puffed up, hissing. I know the only reason you want Badgerfur is because he has power. Back off! Elsa sighed. Was the she-cat serious? She looked over. I met Badgerfur before he was deputy. Badgerfur spoke up. Anyone who wishes to join me in ShadowClan, come sit by me. Elsa took the opportunity to walk over and sit next to Badgerfur. You know, 'cause he's fluffy and it's cold out. Willowtail did not appreciate this and walked over, squeezing herself in between Elsa and Badgerfur. Badgerfur rose to his paws and looked around at his new clan. Let's go. Everybody jumped up, slowly walking and then running, following Badgerfur. She runs across the thunder path, not even bothering to look. All that matters was keeping up with this group. As she ran up a hill, she could tell that ThunderClan's scent was no more. It didn't really smell like anything, and before long, she had made it. This was the new camp. The clan immediately began to look around. Badgerfur called out, Everyone gather around for a meeting. Elsa smiled. He looked like he belonged up on that rock. She walked over to the group and sat next to Snakepaw. Elsa's smile quickly turned to a frown as Badgerfur spoke. Willowtail, you have proven loyal to the warrior code, and I admire your cleverness. This is why I ask that you become our next deputy. Elsa looked down at her paws. The cat that hated her was going to be deputy now? This wasn't good. Willowtail looked around at the small clan. I accept. I will protect this clan with my life, she said proudly. Badgerfur continued. White Shadow, you will be ShadowClan's new medicine cat. He looked at the small clan once more and then up at the stars. May StarClan approve my decision. He dismissed the clan and jumped down from the rock, just as Willowtail approached Beestrike and Elsa. Beestrike, you and Snakepaw will patrol borders by dawn. She then turned to Badgerstar. May I talk with you? Elsa at this point was just kind of watching everything happen. Badgerstar responded, Of course. Willowtail side-eyed Elsa. Alone. Elsa got the message and decided to walk to the other side of camp. Elsa found a nice empty rock to jump up on. She took a moment to look around the camp. This clan was much smaller than ThunderClan. And with Badgerstar leader, that was great. But Willowtail being deputy, is this really the life she wanted? She couldn't help but overthink a little bit. In the distance, she noticed two strange cats over by the camp entrance. Beestrike and another ShadowClan warrior seemed to be handling it. Did these two cats want to join? She listened. Curious, and wondered if her clanmates needed help, she walked over to Beestrike. These two seemed to be kitty pets, just like her. Maybe this would be amazing. Maybe other cats in this clan who really understood her. It seemed like these two kitty pets did want to join ShadowClan. She happily led them over to Badgerstar's den. Sitting down, Badgerstar walked out. Elsa could feel her fur bristle as Willowtail approached her from behind, sitting next to her. Oh, what now? Willowtail looked over. Snowpelt, can we talk? Elsa forgot that the clan had renamed her Snowpelt, a more warrior-sounding name, although she still liked to call herself Elsa. Badgerstar invited the two kitty pets into his den. Elsa looked a little uncomfortable, but nodded. Sure. Willowtail jumped to her paws
and started walking away from the group. Come on. Both of the she-cats jumped up onto a rock. Now they were sitting next to each other. Elsa couldn't help but think that maybe she was being kicked out of the clan. Finally, Willowtail broke the awkward silence. I'm sorry for everything. I know you've never really done anything to me and you don't deserve it. Elsa's jaw almost dropped. Was Willowtail apologizing? She quickly added, It's just I've known Badgerstar for a long time, and I'll admit I was a bit jealous. Elsa thought for a moment before responding. Badgerstar helped me leave my kitty pet life. I simply wanted a friend. Elsa sighed. She couldn't pretend like she didn't at least used to have feelings for Badgerstar. I don't blame you though. We used to be pretty close. But I can see that he's moved on. Willowtail meowed. I understand that now, but I didn't before. I just wanted to apologize for my inappropriate behavior towards you. It's okay, I forgive you. Elsa smiled and gently bowed her head. This was her new deputy after all. At least the two were able to make up. Willowtail smiled and bowed her head back. No cat is perfect, and I know that I'm certainly not. Elsa chuckled. I think you'll be a good deputy. This is going to be new for all of us. Willowtail looked. I know, but I'm just not used to all this change. Badgerstar will be there to help you if you need. I'm sure of it. Willowtail looked over and nodded. And I'll be there for you too, as a friend, not a rival, she said, sticking her tongue out. Elsa felt a warm, comforting feeling. This was so nice. It finally felt like she belonged here and this was her home. Turning to look at Willowtail, she spoke. I promise to be a loyal warrior to you guys. Willowtail smiled. Thank you, Elsa. Leaping off of the rock, they were greeted by Badgerstar and Honeyfern. Badgerstar had a big smile on his face as he spoke. I'm glad to see you two getting along. Of course, Elsa purred. Willowtail chirping in. I'm also glad we got past our differences. Badgerstar spoke. Willowtail, if you could make sure the dawn patrol gets done. Willowtail perked up. Oh, right. Bye, guys, she said as she walked off. Now it was just Elsa and Badgerstar sitting next to each other. It feels like the first time they had been able to talk in forever. Elsa smiled. You run this clan very well. Thank you, Elsa, he responded. Apparently I make a better leader than deputy. Elsa fluffed up. Clouded Star was a foolish old cat. Willowtail, who had just finished her duties, walked over. Mouse-brained indeed. Badgerstar and Willowtail began to speak back and forth. Elsa quietly added, I'll leave you two alone and hunt for the clan. She turned and padded off. After a successful hunt, she walked back to camp. The clan seemed to be all hyped up, speaking about a gathering tonight. Honeyfern and Beestrike explained that they had just finished spying on ThunderClan, explaining that it's even more of a mess now. As the clan continued to chat, a cat walked up to her. It was Milkbark, one of the kitty pets that recently joined. She looked at Elsa and said, Snowpelt, come on, patrol. Oh, coming. She followed Milkbark out of the camp. The other kitty pet, Ospreywing, was also joining them. The three cats stumbled upon a fresh-looking den. Elsa leaped down to get a better look, Milkbark responding, Rogues have been here. It stinks.
As the patrol headed back to tell Badgerstar, Honeyfern came running towards them. "Guys, the gathering! Come on, we're gonna be late!" The sound of many paws thumping against the ground could be heard as the group of cats all reached the gathering. This was no ordinary small clan gathering. This was a gathering where every clan came and the leaders would speak about current issues. Elsa quickly sat next to a large brown warrior named Lionpad. He was telling the clan how it was good to be early and being on time meant you were being late. Elsa couldn't help but smile. They were the only clan there so far.
B-Strike ran up to Badgerstar. "ThunderClan's on their way." Suddenly, Stone Star was on top of the rock, sitting next to Badgerstar, and soon after, more ThunderClan cats surrounded them. "Hello, Stone Star," Badger first said. "ThunderClan may start." Stone Star spoke. "My clan's been okay. After Badger left, the clan needed a new deputy. I was going to choose him, but he left. My clan is good, though." Hisses could be heard coming from the ShadowClan cats. Why was Stone Star lying? He had picked Burnt Pelt. Badgerstar spoke. "ShadowClan is doing very well. Prey is plenty, and we have 2 new warriors." Willowtail spoke. "And for your information, Stone Star, we don't regret a single decision." Stone Star looked over at his clan. "I do not wish to start a war, Badgerstar." Badgerstar responded, "For now, yes, we will remain peaceful." "Who said anything about wars? ThunderClan and ShadowClan have been accusing each other since the dawn of the clans," Lionpad muttered. Elsa was just happy there wasn't going to be a war. That's the last thing either of the clans needed. Then Badgerstar spoke. "If that's everything, I think this gathering is over." Mumbles and whispers could be heard from the ThunderClan side, talking about war and seeking revenge. Willowtail hissed, "Nobody is going to war!" Both of the leaders jumped down from the rock, Badgerstar walking over to the ShadowClan side. He looked at them and said, "ShadowClan, let's go." The clan rose to their paws. Scary sounds of rumbling and monsters could be heard above, as Badgerstar led them in a tunnel underneath the Thunder Path. Elsa made sure to stick close with her clanmates, feeling such a sense of pride to be a part of the ShadowClan. Back at camp, she decided to give the 2 new warriors a tour of the clan, showing them the different dens and where Badgerstar usually calls the meetings. When finished, she walked over to Lionpad, who was sitting on a rock by himself. "Hi, Lionpad," she said. "Oh, hello, Snowpelt." While the 2 cats chatted, Elsa couldn't help but notice how handsome this Tom was. Maybe she could get to know him better. As it started to get late, Elsa got up and stretched. "Well, time for a well-deserved sleep. You try and get some as well," she purred to Lionpad before walking off into the den. Elsa drifted off to sleep as the moon rose high in the sky. But then suddenly she heard a cat approaching. Looking up, it was Badgerstar. He gently nudged her with his large paw. Snowpelt?" Elsa quickly got up. Yes?" Badgerstar shuffled his paws nervously. Elsa could tell something was wrong. She tilted her head. "Is something wrong, Badgerstar?" His expression softened. "I want to tell you something." Curling up next to her, he looked into her eyes, gently leaning forward to boop her nose. "I, love you, Elsa." Elsa just was in disbelief. She looked at Badgerstar. "Me? But isn't Willowtail your mate?" Badgerstar simply shook his head. Elsa looked at the ground for a moment before looking back up at him and speaking.
She was very protective of you. It's why I left you alone. Nah, she's just jealous. But she told me she was over it, Badgerstar said. Elsa could feel her ears burn red. She had to admit it to him. I've always had a crush on you, Badgerstar. Really? The dark-coated Tom asked. His face brightened up. Elsa couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She was unsure how to feel, not wanting to upset her new friend Willowtail, but also wanting to be happy and maybe even starting a family. After a few moments, she looked up, staring into Badgerfur's yellow eyes. She couldn't help but smile. "Do you want to be with me?" she asked. Almost immediately, Badgerstar stood to his paws. "Hang on." His face seemed concerned. Elsa was a little startled, but nodded. "Something's happened," Badgerstar says, walking out of the den. Elsa, soon after, gets up and follows him. Once they were both in the clearing of camp, Lionpad came racing in. "Guys, come on! Something's happened!" Elsa tried her best to keep up with the group as they raced out of camp, down a hill, and to the Thunderpath? Elsa couldn't believe her eyes. Laying in front of her, almost motionless, was Willowtail. The rest of the clan surrounding her. One of the cats said, "Let's get her back to camp." Badgerstar walked up behind Elsa. You could just hear the heartbreak in his voice. "Willowtail!" "She shouldn't have died," Hollyfur said. "Oh no," was all that Elsa could manage to say as the cats leaned down around her body. "It's too late for her, Badgerstar, I'm sorry," Lionpad spoke. Many of the ShadowClan cats bowed their head respectfully. Lionpad spoke up again. "She can rest now. She walks with StarClan now," Badgerstar spoke. "She will be missed," Elsa said wholeheartedly. After a few more moments of mourning, Hollyfur speaks up. "We need to get back to camp." Badgerfur nods. "We'll bring her and bury her by the camp." Taking a deep breath, "I will go back to camp," Elsa said gently, nuzzling Badgerstar comfortingly. The snow was falling hard and fast as she walked back to camp. She wanted to let Badgerstar say his final goodbye to Willowtail alone. Walking into camp, she spotted Lionpad. Tears were rolling down his face. She walked over to make sure he was okay. "Lionpad, I'm so sorry. I'm very sad as well," she sniffled. It's all right. It's just," Lionpad stammered. Elsa tilted her head. "What's wrong?" "I've seen so much death in my life." Elsa listened to him speak. "I saw my first body at 3 moons. Elsa looked down. "That's unfortunate." Looking up at the Tom, she spoke. "During my time as a kitty pet, I never saw blood. It never gets easy," she admitted. "It was my mother when my father left us." "I'm sorry to hear that." Elsa leaped up next to Lionpad, hoping she could
bring him some comfort. He couldn't take care of my brother, and I never saw him again after that. Elsa gently nudged him, resting her head on his shoulder. He looked over. Thank you. I never knew my parents, she sighed, not trying to take away from Lionpad's sadness, but maybe bring some comfort knowing that he's not alone. I'm sorry about that, Lionpad said. Elsa gave him a gentle smile. It's okay. It's pretty common with kitty pets, unfortunately. Looking up, she spotted a few clan cats coming into camp. One of them was Badgerstar. Oh, look, Badgerstar's back. She got up to go see him. Everyone gather for a meeting, he said, blankly, almost expressionless. The clan seemed so quiet and empty without Willowtail. Honeyfern, Beestrike, Lionpad, Elsa, and Milky Way all sat together, looking up, waiting for Badgerclaw to speak next. Despite what happened, the clan must go on, Badgerfur said. Elsa nodded sadly. So, I will choose a new deputy. Elsa had almost forgotten that they had to choose a deputy so soon. She looked around and wondered who it would be. After a few moments of silence, Badgerstar spoke up. Lionpad, will you accept the role of deputy and serve your clan, even at the cost of your own life? Lionpad, who was sitting next to Elsa, perked his ears up. Lots of cheers could be heard from the clanmates. Yay, Lionpad! Congratulations, Lionpad! I do, Badgerstar, Lionpad said proudly. Badgerstar nodded. May StarClan approve my choice. We will gather at 4 trees tonight. That is all. Clan dismissed. Elsa still wanted to talk to Badgerstar. He never really answered the question if he wanted them to be together or if they were mates. After he jumped off the rock, she quickly followed after, but before she could say anything, he yelled, Come on, the gathering, let's go. Leaving the camp, Elsa realized just how harsh the weather was right now. It felt almost like a blizzard. She could barely see right in front of her paws, but she trusted Badgerstar. Taking a deep breath, she dashed across the thunder path. This was almost the exact place where Willowtail died, but she couldn't think about her right now. She needed to think about her future. Maybe after this gathering, her and Badgerstar could become real mates and, who knows, maybe even start a family. Settling into a spot, she couldn't help but smile. Even while her body was freezing, her heart was just so warm, thinking about her future. It's been quite a few moons since we last saw this couple. Everything has been going well in ShadowClan, and Badgerstar is a wonderful leader. Elsa has been begging and begging for Badgerstar to take her on a journey through all the different territories. Badgerstar finally agreed, and they both decided that they would travel far away from all the current clans. Past the two-leg house, past the ravine, and to a land where there weren't as many clans, maybe only one left, if that. I'm just so happy you finally decided to take a trip with me. I'm sure Lionpad will do a good job with the clan while you're gone, she purred. The large and muscular Tom simply kind of shrugged and nodded. I hope so. I'm sure it'll be fine. Besides, this place may be good to expand our own territory. Badgerstar nodded. Possibly. He seemed tired, but hopefully this little vacation would give him some time to rest, and she also wanted to tell him something. Oh, come on. Try and enjoy this break.
and alone time with me. It wasn't very often that they got to hang out together. Badgerstar was a very busy leader, and Elsa was usually hunting or patrolling. All right, fine. Badgerstar finally gave in and gently nuzzled her neck. Good. Sun's coming up. Perfect timing. But, Badgerstar, before we go, I want to tell you something. Well, I'm expecting your kids. Badgerstar's face lit up with joy and pride. They will be good and strong ShadowClan warriors. I'm very excited. After the two shared some tongues and cuddles, they decided it was best to get a move on with their journey. The two were off, walking together side by side as they explored in new and uncharted lands. Before long, they stumbled upon another kitty pet house, but this one was nothing like Elsa's. Too busy looking at everything else, Elsa almost bumped right into something. It was a beautiful floating garden. How strange. She scented that badger fur entered the house, so she did as well. She had not been back into a two-leg nest since she first left and met badger fur. Memories came flooding back. Badger fur, where'd you go? She asked, when he suddenly appeared right next to her. I'm right here. Oh, I got scared. Before long, they were out of that house and decided to walk around and explore a bit more. After walking deeper into the forest, Elsa suddenly noticed a cat. She whispered, "Whoa, other cats around." But Badgerstar had already walked away. She quickly hid behind a tree and peeked out. The black and white she-cat didn't seem aggressive, so Elsa curiously walked over. Badgerfur sighed and mumbled something under his breath as he turned around and ran back towards his mate. You have the attention span of a goldfish, I swear, he said, only partially joking. Oh, I'm just saying hello. She did a little blep and stuck her tongue out at him before turning to the she-cat, who finally spoke. A kitty pet, eh? I'm Darkpelt. I'm from Lightning Clan. Elsa was a little shocked. She hadn't been called a kitty pet in a long time, but then suddenly realized that she was still wearing her collar. She loved it and never took it off. Suddenly, another speckled-looking cat ran up to the group. They also smelled like Lightning Clan, and seemed like they were in a hurry. Elsa was a little confused as what exactly they were saying, but from the most part, she understood that this cat was telling Darkpelt that they weren't the deputy anymore, and were just talking about some other of their own clan drama. This was interesting, but also nice to know that their clan wasn't the only clan with drama. Elsa introduced herself, as well as Badgerstar. She found out this cat was Lightstar and leader of Lightning Clan. The group all talked during the night. They decided to rest here anyways. It didn't seem like Darkpelt was very fazed by this, but it was hard to tell. They seemed a little emotionless. We should hunt in the morning, Elsa said, trying to lighten the mood. I'm starving. Badgerstar nodded just as another Lightning Clan warrior approached. This was getting a little scary. Ha ha ha, oh look, a whole party, Elsa joked. Apparently this cat was the new deputy. The new deputy introduced herself as Dusty Tornado, kind of pushing a mouse in Elsa's face and not taking no for an answer. She was definitely not going to complain about free prey, so she happily chewed on the gift. Badgerstar seemed to be falling asleep. The deputy quickly turned to leave as she continued. We're just exploring. Our home is very far away from here. Dusty Tornado asked if Lightstar was going back to camp, but he simply turned to his deputy and said, "No," before turning to Elsa. "What do you do here, Elsa?" She, still couldn't help but feel a little awkward and did her best to smile. "We won't be here long, I promise." The stern leader responded with, "Okay," and quickly dashed away. The sun slowly began to rise. Seemed like they hadn't gotten that much sleep, but that was okay. They met some cool new cats. "Well, it was nice meeting you, but we should really get going." Dark Pelt walked up. May I join you two? I haven't really got a clan to call home anymore." Elsa didn't want to really say yes or no, so she awkwardly looked up at her mate. He responded, "You won't have much luck with us either." "You sure about that?" Dark Pelt said, in a almost amused tone. The ShadowClan leader responded, "Pretty sure." Elsa didn't mind that he was a little more on the strict side when it came to the clan. He just wanted to keep them safe. Dark Pelt chuckled, "Wait here," and she dashed off back towards the two-leg house. A few heartbeats later, she was running back with a huge squirrel. It was the biggest squirrel she'd ever seen, and so fast. "How about now?" Dark Pelt said proudly. "Oh, wow, nice. But we are traveling very far," she said. "I'm good with that," she very quickly added. Before either of the two cats could respond, Dark Pelt walked up and gently shoved the squirrel in Badgerstar's face. Elsa was a little shocked. "Oh, well, okay," she said with a smile as Badgerstar inhaled the squirrel. "It's best we probably get moving then," she said, leaping to her paws and beginning to walk. Badgerstar slowly getting up and lumbering after her. The three of them walked for a very long time, all chatting and exploring the area. This place seemed weirdly familiar, like she's been here before, but it looked very different, so it couldn't have been. Up ahead was a bridge. They all crossed as the sun began to fade. It was getting dark and they should probably find some shelter. Elsa was walking when she suddenly fell in a hole. It started to get dark and she wanted to get out when suddenly there was a large rabbit. She instinctively pounced on it and found the exit. Dark Pelt had come in looking for her. With the help of Dark Pelt, Elsa managed to make it safely to the barn. Badgerstar was already inside, scoping it out and making sure it was safe. It was so dark, and for a while she sat by the door, the moonlight at least a little brighter out there. She thought she saw a cat run by, so she quickly scurried back in the barn, giving the rabbit to Badgerstar and laying down next to him. "I got this for you, my love," she said, very cheesy and romantic, as they both shared the rabbit. "Thank you," he smiled, and they both curled up and managed to get some sleep. Just as the sun began to rise, Dark Pelt came into the barn with a large fish and plopped it down in front of them all. "I'm half River Clan, so I can catch fish and swim pretty well," she explained. "I don't like helping other cats usually, though. They always reject me," she said. Elsa frowned. That was so sad. "Oh, you should come back and join us. Join us in ShadowClan." "ShadowClan?" Dark Pelt questioned. "Uh-huh. Badgerstar here is leader. We wanted to travel. That's why we're here," she said and looked over at her sleeping mate. She said,
still not seeming to maybe trust them. "So, who's the deputy?" she asked. Elsa smiled. "Lion Pad, a strong and loyal Tom." As the sun rays slowly crept closer and closer to her, she got up and stretched. "You're right. Let's head out. Come on," he said as he led the group out of the barn. They very carefully climbed up a large mountain and began to explore. It seemed like this land went on forever. But which way was back home? While Badgerstar was still trying to figure out how to get home, Elsa decided to ask Darkpelt a question. "So, what do you think about joining ShadowClan?" she asked, walking over to her. "Huh? What?" Darkpelt asked, not hearing her properly. "Do you want to join us?" Elsa asked again, this time louder and more excited. "Oh, yeah, I can join." "Oh, wonderful. We need more warriors since I'm going to be busy with kids soon." At some point, Badgerstar came over and sat down next to them. He looked still so tired. Darkpelt looked over at Elsa. "Oh, congratulations." "Thank you so much. This is my first litter." "Thank you, Darkpelt," Badgerstar said with pride. Suddenly her voice got sad and her expression dark. "My kids got hunted down by RiverClan." Darkpelt continued to open up about her life and how she also lost her eye in that battle. It was nice to be able to talk to someone, Elsa thought, and she was happy that this new clan cat was opening up to her. Badgerstar soon realized that these two were not going to stop talking anytime soon, so he kind of leaned back, closed his eyes, and got some rest. As the sun went down, they continued talking. Darkpelt explained that her kits were Velvet Claw and Moonstripe, and Elsa opened up that she was kind of scared of having kids. She didn't know what was going to happen and just wanted them to grow up safe. As the moon began to rise once again, she curled up next to Badgerstar, still talking with Darkpelt. She was explaining about the clan and how nice everyone was, and how even though her mate could be a little stoic at times, he always had the clan's best interest at heart. As the sun rose again, she gently nudged her mate awake. They exchanged some nuzzles and good mornings when Darkpelt decided that they should go hunting, and it was a good idea before their long travel back. They all split up slightly to cover more ground and try to find something to eat. But when she approached Badgerstar, he said he couldn't find anything. "Oh, dang," she said as her stomach began to growl. Darkpelt jumped to her paws. "Let's go by the river. It borders Lightning Clan, but they shouldn't have any patrols over there around now." "Okay, sounds good," she chirped as they began to follow Darkpelt. Nothing bad had happened so far, so just some quick fishing and then they would be out of there. As they approached the river, Darkpelt jumped in and immediately grabbed a fish. Elsa figured she would try it out too, but definitely wasn't as graceful. But after a little swimming and searching, she did manage to find a very small fish of her own. I got one, she said, probably a little too loud, as she ran over to Badgerstar. He chuckled and said he wasn't going to give up. They continued to walk down the river a little when suddenly they were ambushed. "Whoa!" Elsa said as the cats leaped over her. She almost dropped her fish. One of the cats seemed familiar. Lightstar? "Hello." The group all said hello to each other. But
The other cats seemed to be angry, and she quickly hid behind Badgerstar. Lightstar hissed, "This is Lightning Clan! Get out!" Badgerstar's fur bristled as he looked back and whispered, "Let's go, Elsa." Darkpelt seemed to want to argue with her past leader, but she turned tail and immediately began to follow Badgerstar as they made their way as far as possible, as fast as possible, when suddenly another cat came out of nowhere and leaped on top of Elsa. Quickly, one cat turned to two. She screamed. They weren't using their claws, thankfully, but they were attacking her and jumping on her. She finally hissed, "Hey, watch it!" Badgerstar was immediately there, helping her fend off these two cats. She just wanted to leave. Why wouldn't they let her leave? They just kept hissing at her. She tried to explain that they were leaving and just to let them go. She wanted to run, but she wasn't very fast right now. Lightstar yowled, "I let you go once!" Elsa turned to try to make it down the slippery bank when she fell to the ground.
The warriors continued to taunt and circle her as she begged, "Please stop." Badgerstar quickly swam across the river to be with her. Just as Lightstar strolled up, "Are you okay?" He seemed genuine. "I can't move fast. I'm with kids," she finally said. Badgerstar leaned down to help her up. "Thank you," she spoke as she carefully got back to her paws. Badger hissed at the clan, "Get lost!" before they both turned and began to leave. The Lightning Clan warriors continued to chase them into the Thunder Path. They didn't have a choice but just to run across it and hope for the best. But thankfully everything was okay, and it seemed like, for now at least, they had lost the warriors. The good news is that Elsa began to scent their homeland. They had finally found the right mountain to go over, and they all began to climb up. Even though this trip didn't really end on a good note, she still didn't regret going, and meeting Darkpelt was so nice. She's excited and ready to be a mother. The scene fades to white.
The scene fades in, and you see an exhausted Elsa with her only surviving kit. This all-white bundle she has named Snow Kit. Everyone in the clan was so happy and excited when they were finally moved to the nursery. Elsa had some complications that worried the medicine cats, but for now she seemed in good spirits. Spending all of her time with Snowkit, teaching her about clans, loners, and kitty pets, telling her the tale of how she met her father and became a warrior. As moons went on, Elsa only became weaker, unable to make it out of camp most days. Eventually, Mistpool, the new head medicine cat, decided that she should stay in the medicine den full time if she wanted to get better. But only a few days later, Elsa passed away. You now see her laying with a familiar StarClan cat. Hello, Elsa. What an adventure your life has been. I'm so sorry to see you here so early, but fear not. Snowkit is in safe paws and will grow to tell her own amazing journey. The Oriental Shorthair nods and leans comfortingly on Littlesprout
as they both looked down past the StarClan clouds. For the first few years, everything was fine. Snowkit became Snowpaw, and the clan was doing fine. However, there was a young warrior named Thistletail that began to pick on Snowpaw, calling her Mudpaw, because she would often get her white fur dirty. Everyone in the clan started calling her that until no one could even remember what her warrior name was, and everyone just called her Mudfur. Despite her somewhat cruel nickname, she didn't let it bother her and continued happily being a warrior. That was until her father picked Thistletail to become the deputy. After that, everything went downhill. He became sick. And Thistletail wouldn't let anyone visit him. She would sit outside the medicine den and just guard it. It was a normal sunny day as the medicine cat Mistpool walks over to Thistletail. However, the expression on the medicine cat's face made her realize today was going to be anything but normal. Thistletail glances up towards the medicine cat. How is he? Her voice low. Mistpool's ears flick nervously as she realizes this conversation might not end well. I'm sorry. He is gone, she says. There was a few moments of silence. That means I'm leader? Her brows furrowed with a mixture of emotions. I wish I could have saved him, but it was already too late. She bows her head. The medicine cat slowly leaned in before saying her next few words. Maybe it was for the best? Well, it is for the best. My father has been leader for too long now. She stood to her paws. I'll begin thinking about who to choose as deputy. Mistpool looked down at her paws for a moment before responding. I know he didn't treat you the best, but in his last moments, he wanted you to know he was sorry for everything. She pauses a bit nervously. He also wanted you to know something else. This warranted a very angry glare from Thistletail. He could have said that while he was alive. Her ear flicked at Mistpool's second comment. What? The yellow-coated she-cat grimaces. He wants Mudfur. He wants her to be your deputy. She braces herself for the oncoming anger. The fur along Thistletail's spine raised up slowly. Why am I not surprised? Her tone was full of venom for the mention of Mudfur. He always loved her more than me. Mistpool quickly nodded. I don't think that he should be really getting a say in who gets to be the deputy, but you know. Her voice trailed off. No, it's fine. If that mange pelt
want her to be in the line of danger, then fine by me, she spat. I'm the leader now, anyways. She stood up once more. I guess it's time to call the blasted meeting. Mistpool nervously moved closer to comfort Thistletail Star. Of course, we'll figure this out. I know we will. Thistlestar moved briskly away from Mistpool before she could even finish her sentence. Just like my father to ruin my first day of power, she said before storming off. The mostly blind she-cat could tell that Thistlestar had already walked off, but still whispered after her, I'll always be there to support you. After all the cats were gathered, Thistlestar took a deep breath and spoke. Sadly, our great leader has passed on. I will be taking his place. Mudfur began to weep for her father softly. She had known that he was sick, but didn't realize that this was his final life. Thankfully, Mothros was there to comfort her. He too had just recently lost his father, Lionpad, a senior ShadowClan warrior. After a few moments, the two cats looked back up at Thistlestar, who continued, Before I go and get my 9 lives, I must decide on a deputy. The brand new leader tried to force down a growl as she looked over at Mudfur with a narrowed gaze. You. There was lots of gasps and shock from the crowd. There was plenty of other senior warriors. With the clan's eyes locked on Mudfur, she nervously walked over where the deputy sat before looking up at Thistlestar. Now, with that all over with, she puts on a fake smile. Crow-Kit, step forward. A small dark-coated kit emerges from the crowd and looks wide-eyed and nervously up at his new leader. You have reached the age of 6 moons, and it is time for your apprenticeship. You will train under Mistpool as a medicine cat. Mudfur gave Crowpaw a reassuring smile. She didn't know a lot about this kit. They found him in the territory, but she was happy for him nonetheless. The apprentice's eyes lit up as he pranced over to Mistpool. Thank you. I'll do my best. After everything settled, Thistlestar glanced over at Mudfur for one final time before calling out, Meeting dismissed. Mudfur waited for Thistlestar to leave before quickly making sure that the patrols were all taken care of. This was gonna be hard being deputy, but she didn't want to let down her clan. A few days later, Mudfur finds herself sitting next to her favorite pond, just staring into the water. She just sat there and wondered, why was all of this happening? Why did Thistlestar pick her as deputy? But quickly she was interrupted by 2 frogs swimming around, and she couldn't help but smile. I wish things will look up for me and the clan. She smiles and paws a small pebble into the water. She stood up and watched as the pebble slowly fell to the riverbed. I should get back. It's getting dark. Thistlestar hates when I'm late. As she was turning to leave, it was then Mothros stepped out from a bush.
His ears perked up at the sight of the pale-colored feline. He grinned.
"Evening, milady."
Mudfur was startled. "Oh, Mothros! Hi!"
"What are you doing out so late?" he asked.
"Oh, just some last-minute hunting before it gets dark, but it seems like I'm late for that," she chuckled. Maybe I could bring back some herbs at least." She looked up with her bright eyes and smiled. "Would you mind helping me, Mothros?" The Tom smiled widely.
"Of course. Littlesprout has you working so hard. It's the least I can do."
Mudfur couldn't help but feel butterflies in her stomach. Or maybe moths in her stomach. She had always fancied him. Nodding, she began to lead the two of them, and they successfully managed to hunt down some herbs. They were going to head back, you see, but since everyone was probably asleep, they decided to spend some more alone time together and found a nice quiet place to chat. "Mothros, no one told me you were so good at finding herbs," she complimented.
"Oh, I don't know if I would say I'm that good, but I'm happy I was able to help you."
Little did these cats know that Littlesprout had picked up on their scent and knew that they went back. She slowly stalked until she could see them, watching carefully in the distance. Not hearing her leader's arrival due to the stream, she continued talking with Mothros. "I'm sorry we haven't been able to hang out much. Being deputy has kept me so busy." The Tom shook his head. "No worries at all. Like I said before, if you need any help, just let me know." The two cats gently touched noses, and this was enough to set Littlesprout off, walking back to camp. "Of course, I'll be sure to ask you any time," she purred, but then twitched her ear as she thought she heard a pebble move. Quickly standing to her feet and looking around, but not seeing anyone. "Did you hear something?" she asked, looking back at Mothros. He sat up and looked around.
No. Did you?"
The she-cat shook her head. Probably just a bird or something. Now, we should get back to camp before the sun comes up." And with that, the two cats chased each other playfully back to camp. It is now a few days later, and a warrior named Ivy Pelt has found his way into the medicine den, but Miss Poole is using this as an opportunity to mentor Crowpaw. That is, until they're interrupted. Littlesprout suddenly storms into the den, brushing her tail along Mistpool's side before stepping into the side den. Ivy Pelt, Crowpaw, and Mistpool all watched as their leader walked away. There was a little bit of awkward silence for a moment as Mistpool pulled herself together.
Crowpaw, keep helping Ivy Pelt. I have something to attend to."
Before either the apprentice or injured warrior could respond, she was already walking over to Littlesprout. The leader's tail tip flicked with fury, looking over at Mistpool.
"Mudfur is talking to Mothros now. She steals everything from me."
The medicine cat gasps and walks over to comfort Littlesprout.
"Mudfur is just using him to get to you. She will never amount to you."
The leader grumbled, but allowed the medicine cat to approach her. She was still fuming. digging her claws deep into the ground. Mudfur has to go. Moth-Rose is mine. Mistpool nodded vigorously. She has been a problem for quite some time. She is just a frog brain who doesn't know how things are supposed to be. Frustrated, the leader stood up and began to pace for a moment, before sitting down with a thud. I know she's been a problem. I need some way to get rid of her. Mistpool sat up and began to think. I mean, the Thunderpath is always a good place to make sure she gets hit. Just a thought. The medicine cat didn't realize that Littlestar was glaring at her at this point. But the Thunderpath could hurt me. She stiffened with a bit of disdain. Honestly, Mistpool, you need to think things through more.
I am so sorry, my queen. I will of course think more next time. Perhaps we can send her on a patrol every day to the kitty pet houses, and maybe one of them will kidnap her.
But yet again, Littlestar hissed. No, that could take ages, and I need her gone now. I would just do it myself if I didn't want to get my paws dirty. Mistpool raised her eyebrows before quickly poking her head in to the main medicine den, just to make sure that Crowpaw and Ivypelt were distracted and not listening in. She quickly turned back and sat next to Littlestar.
I will do it, Littlestar. I will do whatever I need to make sure that you're happy.
No. I need you here to deal with other problems. Her brows raised as she scooted away from Mistpool's touch. What about Falcon Hunt? He's loyally blind and owes me a few favors.
Even if that means I have to kill her myself, Mistpool trails off. I mean, that could work. And it means that you don't have to get your paws dirty.
Yes, that'll have to do, she grumbled. Falcon Hunt will do a fine job of disposing of our problem.
Of course, my queen, you are so smart.
Proud of herself, Littlestar stood up. I will go speak to him now. Go do something useful, she said before flicking her tail and trotting out of the medicine den. Mistpool goes to nuzzle her, but Littlestar is much too fast. She sighs before walking back to her apprentice. Holding back tears, she approaches Ivypool and Crowpaw. Did you help him? I gave him some poppy seeds for the pain. I think that should be all right. After some rest? The blind medicine cat nodded. Yes. You're good to head back to your den and rest. Take care for a couple of days, though. I will. Thank you both, Ivypelt said, standing to his paws before limping out. Immediately after the warrior left, Mistpool turned to where she believed Crowpaw was. Did everything go okay? She questioned. Crowpaw nervously looked up into her blue eyes, mumbling a soft, yeah, before turning to fiddle with some herbs. She could tell that he was hiding something, but didn't want to press, simply nodding as the scene fades to white. As the scene fades in, you notice Crowpaw taking a midday nap, while Mistpool is out gathering herbs. When suddenly, Thistlestar enters the den, followed by a senior warrior known as Falcon Hunt. She looks over the sleeping medicine can apprentice for a few moments until she's satisfied that he is really asleep, and then continues walking into the deeper den. Once they were both inside, Falcon Hunt lowered his head and whispered, "What is it you ask of me?" She leaned in closer. "I need you to dispose of Mudfur for me." Her one good eye glowing in the darkness. The Tom's eyes widened. "Thistlestar, are you sure?" Thistlestar's eyes narrowed as they locked onto Falcon Hunt before she spoke. "I am very sure about this," she seethed. "You must take her to WindClan territory, near the barn. Let her pick some wildflowers." Falcon Hunt simply nodded. "Yes, of course." A bit of unsureness flicked in his eyes, but he quickly looked down. The leader hissed at his hesitance. "To make sure you do quick work of things, bring me the flower around her ear. She'd never be separated with it unless forced. It was from her stupid kitty pet mother." "What if other cats see?" he asked. "You're asking too many questions!" Thistlestar's claws unsheathed. "Do as you're told, like a good and strong ShadowClan warrior. You owe me this, remember?" The warrior moved back slightly, out of fear. "Yes, I remember." A wide grin spread on Thistlestar's face as she stepped forward to stretch. "Then move along and prepare yourself. I'll tell the little flower the good news." Falcon Hunt tried to force a smile as he bowed his head to her. "Yes, Thistlestar." Finally satisfied, she makes her way out of the medicine den. He waited for her to leave before sighing to himself, a bit of guilt overcoming him as he knew what he was about to do. However, he couldn't let Thistlestar down, so he turned and followed after her. Out in the camp clearing, we see Moth-Rose and Mudfur sitting and talking. "Aw, that was a lovely story, Moth-Rose. My favorite flower is actually a daisy," she purred at him. Thistlestar wandered over to Mudfur, worming her way in between the two with a distasteful huff. "Deputy, I'm giving you permission to go scope out the barn. You remember that we agreed to help WindClan with their rogue problem. You wouldn't want to upset WindClan, would you?"
"Oh, hello, Thistlestar. Okay. Moth-Rose, would you like to come with me?"
she asked, looking over Thistlestar's shoulder. Moth-Rose's smile slowly turned to a frown as he realized he already accepted to go hunting with Thistlestar, but she quickly interrupts. "No, he's coming with me," she says, purring slightly and sitting closer towards him. "Oh, okay. Who should I take?" she asks, looking at the ground. Thistlestar waved her tail dramatically towards the entrance. "Maybe pay more attention to your surroundings." She kept her eyes on Moth-Rose's face, a small grin tugging on her lips. "Oh, of course. Falcon Hunt and Ivy Pelt. How silly of me." "I'm sorry. I'll see you both around, though," she smiled. "Are you still here?" Littlesprout yowled. This caused a shiver to run down Mudford's spine as she ducked down and quickly made her way over to the patrol. Hi guys," she greeted them. "So, we're going to the barn, I hear." "Are you ready to go?" He nods to Mudford. "Yeah, well, pretty much all I've been told," Ivypelt states, just as Littlesprout pushes past them with Moth-Rose in foot. She sadly watched as they leave, but wasn't going to let this ruin her day. It wasn't every day that she got to go out to WindClan, and they always had the best flowers. "Alright, let's head out," she says, as she quickly notices a flower, leaning down and picking it up. The 3 ShadowClan warriors traveled throughout their territory mostly uninterrupted, only stopping when Mudford found a beautiful flower. That is until they reached the Thunder Path, where it became very loud, but thankfully they knew a path to go underneath it. Mudford traveled underneath first, unable to hear that Falcon Hunt had actually stopped. Ivypelt continued to walk when the brown Tom interrupted. "Go home. I'll handle this." Ivypelt turned around, his head tilted. "Handle this?" The warrior quickly looked to notice that Mudford was still walking and hadn't realized that they had stopped. Falcon Hunt puffed up. "You heard me. Go on now," he hissed. Ivypelt looked uneasy, but shrugged. "All right." Falcon Hunt shakes out his pelt before quickly going to catch up with Mudford. It wouldn't be long now that they were in WindClan territory. He would make sure to walk slow and let her pick whatever flowers she wanted. It was the least he could do. Almost at the barn, Mudford turns to tell the others when she notices that Ivypelt's gone and quickly turns to look away. She noticed that Falcon Hunt's claws were unsheathed and he was walking closer to her, so she backed up. She kept moving backwards, farther and farther until there really wasn't anywhere else to go. The gorge was below her. Realizing that she was pretty much trapped, she spoke up. "Where did Ivy go?" The Tom simply let out a small chuckle. "Oh, we don't need to worry about Ivypelt, I assure you." Mudford takes 2 steps backwards. "What?" She looks behind her to see how far the fall really was, and maybe she could try to make it. But Falcon Hunt moves closer, raking the soil with his claws. "What do you want? Why are you doing this?" As deputy, I ordered you to stop," she begs. But the Tom continues closer, finally, until he is right in front of her, his eyes coldly staring at the she-cat as he raises his paw. The white she-cat instinctively covers her head with her paw. Please don't do this!" Falcon Hunt sighs and retracts his claws, but continues to make impact on her head, causing Mudford to hit the ground hard. The Tom quickly looks around just to make sure no one saw him, before tugging the flowers off of her fur.
Once that was done, he firmly grabbed onto her white pelt before throwing her off of the gorge. The fall was not pretty. She hit her head quite a few times on the way down, tumbling as the dirt and rocks slid under her, laying seemingly limp as Falconstorm paced back and forth, looking over just to make sure she didn't get up. Once satisfied, he turned tail back to ShadowClan. She wasn't sure how much time had elapsed, but suddenly began to feel the cool water brushing up on her muzzle, causing her to wake up, but she was in a lot of pain. She continued to lay there for a few moments with her eyes closed, trying to remember what happened, but suddenly realized that she couldn't really remember anything. The only thing she could remember was her name being Mud something. Realizing it would do no good to stay here by the water, she slowly got up and began to crawl out of a nearby hole she found. The first thing she spotted was a barn, and something about that felt familiar to her, like that's where she was supposed to go. So she did. She slowly limped towards the barn. Everything still felt very slowed down and woozy to her. She needed to find somewhere safe to rest, at least for tonight. Only a few wobbly steps in the barn, she thought she heard something behind her. Slowly turning around to notice the door was suddenly closed, but not seeing anyone there. She tried to open it, but her body was still in so much pain that she figured it was best to just leave it closed for now. When she thought she heard something from above, quickly turning around, but again not seeing anything. Maybe this barn just had rats, something good for breakfast, she thought. She tried to sniff around to see if she could pick up on any scents, but her nose was too damaged from the fall to be able to make anything out. So after one good look around, she decided to lay down in a soft hay nest and try to get some sleep. Tomorrow she would figure everything out. As the sun sets outside, the scene returns to ShadowClan, where we can see that Littlesprout has held an emergency meeting. She stood there for a few moments, waiting for everyone to settle down before she addressed them. I have some news for you all. It is unfortunate that I have to announce that Mudfur has been taken to StarClan from a rogue attack. Falconhunt was with her on patrol, and he tried his very best, but I guess there was just too many of them, she says, her tail waving dismissively as she sat down. Now I must pick a new deputy. Moth-Rose, she grinned down at the Tom. You will be my new deputy. The clan all cheered. He was a very good warrior and very well liked within the clan. May StarClan guide us through this tragic loss. Meeting dismissed, she last said before leaving the rock. Later that evening, Littlesprout found herself out on a walk with Mistpool, her medicine cat. They were enjoying the moonlight when Mistpool spoke up. Everything is perfect, isn't it? Now that Mudfur's gone. She could tell that Littlesprout still wasn't happy, so she continued. And now that Moth-Rose is deputy. I guess, Littlesprout muttered. Her eyes narrowed as she thought back to the meeting. Moth-Rose didn't even seem pleased with me. Picking him for deputy and all. Mistpool gasped. What? Why not?
I would have happily been your deputy. Her paws gently pawing at the ground nervously. You know you can't do that, Thistlestar snapped. You're a medicine cat. I wouldn't have chosen you anyways with... She trailed off, looking into Mistpool's foggy gaze before looking away. You wouldn't do a good job anyways. The she-cat froze at the harsh tone. Trying not to cry as she continued. Of course, whatever you feel is best. Thistlestar stiffened, looking away with a bit of a conflicted look. You're better in the medicine den anyways. I couldn't have Crowpaw all alone in there. There was a bit of silence as fireflies surrounded them and the stars slowly were covered by clouds. Mistpool looked back at Thistlestar. Thank you, Thistlestar. I will fit any role that you need me to. Yes, I know, she muttered through a dramatic sigh. And I think you're right. Moth-Rose just needs a little time to forget about that slime-faced Mudfur, and everything will be perfect. Mistpool nodded. Of course. She slowly scooted over, closer to Thistlestar. I'm sure everything will work out just perfectly. The leader grumbled as Mistpool neared her, standing quickly to her own paws. We need to go back to camp now. It's getting late. Yes, of course. The clan needs you, the medicine cat says as her face grew warm in embarrassment. Yes, they do, she began, walking off with her tail tip lashing, not really caring whether Mistpool kept up or not. However, much to Thistlestar's disgruntle, Mistpool kept up the whole way as they headed back to camp. As the scene fades in, you see a few young, curious cats slowly begin to approach the sleeping Mudfur. A quiet voice from behind the hay could be heard whispering, "What is that?" The orange-coated Tom, who also appeared to look the oldest, slowly peered over to get a better look. I'm not too sure, but you can see them too, right? As the orange and black cat kept their eyes fixed on Mudfur, two other cats slowly came out to join them. A grumble could be heard coming from the black cat. What is she doing here? I'm not sure, Fairy responded. She doesn't even smell like anything. Well, I could get closer, Flick said, puffing out his chest. Just as Flick was about to take a step forward, Fairy put his paw out to stop him. Hang on. He hopped over to the nearby crate, trying to get a closer look. It was at that moment that Snowfur's body shifts a little bit in her sleep, causing all of the cats to scatter. Eventually, all of the cats slowly found their way back, realizing that it was silly of them to get so scared over one cat. Fairy was the first cat, like usual, to kind of lead the way and hop back up on the hay bale. Flick was quick to follow, the fur on his spine raised. Yeah, probably just some warrior. Some of them like to come around here and act like they own the place. Gale, who was Fairy's younger brother, finally managed to climb his way up onto the hay bale and quietly stood there behind his brother. Barry was the last cat to join. He was usually a little bit more nervous about new things. Are all warriors evil?
From what I remember from the He paused, not wanting to move forward with the topic and just kind of looking away. Before Fairy had a chance to ask if Barry was okay, Mudfur's ears twitched towards the sound of the rustling hay, and her eyes fluttered open. Flick was the first cat to instinctively leap backwards. Gale, realizing what was happening, quickly skittered underneath his brother's legs. Mudfur slowly turned and looked at each cat before giving a sympathetic smile. "Oh, hi there." "Oh, hello there," Fairy said in his usual excited voice. A tiny voice could be heard squeaking. "It talks? I thought it was a ghost." Barry took the opportunity to slowly slink farther away from the mysterious cat and hide behind Flick, who scowled. "Oh, stop being a timid mouse." Mudfur sat up, looking around a little awkwardly again. Who are you all?" she purred, hoping to hide her confusion since she couldn't remember much of anything. Flick instinctively leaped to his paws, his tail high in the air and chest puffed out. "Who's asking?" Barry also took a step closer, but chuckled. "There's no need to be rude, Flick." She looked down at her own muddy paws, and something about that felt very familiar, so she answered, I think mud." All four cats tilted their head at the same time, Fairy questioning, "You think?" The kit chirped up again. "Mud? That's kind of a silly name." When Barry stepped forward, his steps were quiet as he approached. I think that Mud is a nice name," he mumbled. Her ears lowered. "I'm sorry. I've got such an awful headache. I can't recall much." She shakes her head slightly. "Guys, wait," Fairy spoke up. "Maybe it's not a bad idea that she's hanging out with us, you know? Why, maybe she could even join us." Barry quickly nodding his head in agreement, while Mudfur looked at them both. "Join you?" She wasn't really sure what she was joining, but they all seemed like polite cats. Before any of the older cats had a chance to explain, Gale spoke up. "To be a part of our family." Barry chuckled before leaning down to lick his little brother's forehead. "Yeah, we all live here together." Mudfur smiled at the kit. He was so wholesome. The kit's eyes widened. "Oh, of course, I'm Gale." She took another moment to look around at all the cats before speaking. "Well, I'm still not quite sure who you all are, but I'm happy to join you." All of the cats took turns introducing themselves to her, just as Gale's little stomach growled. Fairy looked down at Gale. "Are you hungry?" Very hungry." Barry gently tapped his foot down to get all the cats' attention. "Come on, guys. I know a great place. Let's head out." He was about to turn and leap off the hay before looking back at his brother. "Want me to carry you, Gale?" Gale nodded and smiled. "Yes, please," he said, as Fairy gently leaned down and picked him up by the scruff. "Oh, alrighty, guys. Let's go." The group of cats slowly exited the barn, Barry gently kicking on the door so it would open. The group of cats walked together and shared stories as they followed Fairy to his special hunting place. Pushing past a few bushes, the group made their way to the clearing.
It was fairly empty, but there was a lot of bushes, and little birds and rodents could be heard rustling around inside. He gently set Gale down in a sunny patch of grass while he looked around. "Do you smell anything?" The group began to slowly spread out, each poking their head in a bush and sniffing quietly. Gale became suddenly interested in a small little beetle running across the ground and followed it. Slowly it took him further and further away from the group. Little did he know that there was a pair of yellow eyes staring directly at him. Within 1 second, the fox had Gale in his mouth and was dashing away from the group. The fox tried to run and dash in a bush, but everywhere he turned was another cat hissing and swiping at him, until an orange cat barreled into him, knocking the kit from his mouth. Gale let out a yelp as he hit the ground, but managed to quickly get on his paws and run behind his brother. However, the fox, who was very, very thin, wasn't about to give up so easily, taking a few steps backwards, but watching the group very carefully. Panting, Fairy called out, "Barry, get Gale! Go back to the barn! Please!" Barry nodded and carefully picked up the kit, while Fairy, Flick, and Mudfur helped distract the fox just long enough to let them run back safely. However, now that there was only 3 cats, the fox began to eye the black kit, who was, currently, the smallest. Fairy did his best to keep Flick behind him at all times. Mudfur wanted to help, but she was terrified. She couldn't remember how to fight. Fairy and the fox continued to swipe at each other and hiss, the fox not wanting to back down. When suddenly, the fox launches and snaps at the orange cat, attempting to snap his neck. It was then that Snowfur suddenly remembered all of her training. She bolted in front of the fox with a hiss, batting at his face with her unsheathed claws, making sure it dug in deep. This gave Fairy enough time to get up and move farther back next to Flick. Mudfur hissed and stood her ground, refusing to let it get any closer to her new friends. But the fox refused to give up, tearing into all of the cats as they continued to hiss and fight. When suddenly, Flick was on the ground with the fox on top of him, snapping at his throat. A twig snap causes everyone to look up to see a very large, brown and deep red cat come barreling towards the fox. "Fox, out!" he almost barked, his claws digging at the ground as he leapt at the fox. A small growl could be heard leaving the fox's jaws before he finally turned and fled. "And stay out!" he yowled, before turning back to this strange group. "Is everyone here okay?" he asked, stopping a few feet away from them, not wanting to scare them. I'm all right. I just got the wind knocked out of me," Flick grumbled, brushing himself off. Fairy looked up with a small smile. "Yeah, we're all right. Thanks to you." Mudfur opened her mouth to speak when a small cream and orange-colored cat came busting through the bushes, tumbling into them before quickly standing next to this larger cat. "Who are you?" the large Tom said as he was interrupted by his apprentice. "Is everything all right? Sorry I'm late." She sniffed around the ground until she could tell she had picked up the scent of a fox. "That fox had better be far gone by now," she growled. The Tom looked down. "They should be. I can always send extra patrol if needed." The 3 cats awkwardly stared at each other for a moment until Fairy spoke up. "I'm Fairy. This is Flick. And on my other side is Mud." "I wanted to thank you so much
for saving us. That fox was ruthless." The deputy nodded, eyeing Mud in particular, as if he recognized her.
"I see. Is there anything else we can help you with?"
Fairy stepped closer. "Actually, if it's not too much trouble, could you lead us back to the barn? That's where our friend and my brother is." The older Tom thought for a moment.
"I don't see why that should be too much trouble."
He looked down to Sunpaw.
How do you feel about this?"
The apprentice thought for a moment, tapping her paw, before finally nodding. "Yeah, I don't see why not." Fairy's face lit up. "Thanks, that's great," he said at Sunpaw, before turning around. "Let's hurry up and get back." The WindClan deputy safely led the 3 cats back to the barn, even letting them stop to pick up a few herbs. They had quite a few scratches, and it seemed like they would probably need them. You watch as Fairy, Flick, and Mudfur all hobble into the barn, their mouths full of herbs. Thankfully, Barry and Gale were safe in the barn, and it didn't take long for Barry to begin healing everybody else, just as Fairy looked at the group. "Is everyone okay?" Flick simply shrugged. "I'll be fine." "That was really scary," Fairy added. "I'm sorry I got you guys all mixed up with that fox." "Yes, it was scary, but you can't beat yourself up. It wasn't your fault." Gale let out a small, nervous mew as he shook. "Hey, it's all right to be afraid, but you've got us to keep you safe," he purred and comforted his brother as the other cats all nodded in agreement. Barry waited a few moments before speaking up. "Luckily, none of your wounds look like they'll have any permanent damage, just as long as we make sure to keep them clean," he purred. Mudford looked down at her injury. Barry had done a very good job. It already began to stop stinging, but she looked over at him. "How do you know so much about herbs and healing, Barry?" But at this question, the young Tom's eyes softened and he looked down at the hay. "Well, my father was a clan cat, a medicine cat." His voice trailed off. "And, well, medicine cats aren't supposed to have kids, so when the clan found out about me and my siblings, they forced us to leave." Mudfur frowned. "I'm so sorry. That's horrible, and that should never happen." Barry nodded sympathetically, but then smiled. "But I'm really glad that I'm here now. Fairy found me, and Flick was already with him, and they treated me just like family." The young cats began to retell tales of adventures they had together when Gale quietly speaks up. Mud?" "Yes, little one?" She tilts her head. Have you ever had any friends before?" he tried to ask. Mudfur kind of froze at the comment for a moment, a little bit of a worried expression on her face. I'm not sure. I feel like I did. Let me see," she says, staring off into the distance as she tries hard to remember anything. "Wait, I remember my mother? She had the prettiest fur, and a bell. So, not a clan cat, right? Wait, though. My father, he was leader? She began to feel dizzy as all of these thoughts began to return. One after another, they became stronger until she remembered him. Mothros, I think I'm a clan cat. I remember the cat I love, his beautiful brown fur. She blinks in shock as the memories just continue to flood back. All cats within ear range look up with shocked expressions as the scene fades. But not to white. There happens to be a gathering tonight. Here we see a mixture of ShadowClan and RiverClan, some apprentices and medicine cats, and warriors. Sunpaw, a WindClan apprentice, could be heard loudly trying to get Crowpaw's attention. Psst! Hey! Crowpaw! Currently, Acorn Star was going on and on about prey, and Crowpaw was trying to pay attention, but looked over. Oh, hey, Sunpaw. Sunpaw quickly looked around to make sure none of the other cats were listening before leaning closer, but still speaking rather loud. Your clan's deputy went missing a while back, right? The one with the pure white coat. Crowpaw slowly nodded. Mm-hmm. More worried that Mistpool would yell at him for not paying attention. Yeah, her name was Mudfur, I think. Sunpaw's eyes lit up. Well, I saw a cat that seemed to fit her description a little too closely the other night. I mean, she didn't have those red flowers, but her fur, it was so bright. Oh, really? He asked, kind of not really interested as he looked back up at Littlesprout. I don't know. It's hard to mistake that beautiful white coat, you know? A quiet, exasperated mew could be heard coming from Mistpool. Oh, beetle dung. I mean, I was just confused because why would she just leave ShadowClan, and she didn't even mention being a deputy when I saw her. Crowpaw simply sighed. Well, maybe she'll come back someday. He trailed off before looking and spotting Mistpool's blind gaze glaring at him. So sorry, Mistpool. Sunpaw continued to talk and babble, but as she did, Crowpaw began to see a vision. His eyes became blurred and then unblurred as he saw a small frog hopping on the ground, but then suddenly hopping into mud, and instead of being able to swim out, it's sinking deeper and deeper into the mud until the frog is completely gone. The walk home was awkward, to say the least. Crowpaw asked to go gather herbs as soon as they got back, and Mistpool agreed. However, before he was about to leave, his mentor spoke up. Oh, Crowpaw, before you go collect more herbs, could you go get Littlesprout for me? Tell her it's important. He simply nodded nervously before responding. Oh, yeah, I can do that. As soon as Crowpaw was out of the medicine den, Mistpool began to pace. She didn't know how Littlesprout was going to take this, but Before she could think any more, Thistlestar was walking into her den.
I just have to say it how it is,
she let out, before Thistlestar scowled. Mistpool, what is it?
Oh, Thistlestar.
She bowed her head a bit.
I have some grave news.
Thistlestar's ears naturally went flat against her head as she listened. Well, spit it out, Miss Poole. The blind medicine cat took a couple of deep breaths.
Mudfur is alive.
Her fur raised, preparing for the anger. The ShadowClan's leader jaw dropped in utter disbelief. That mouse dung!
I know, he's so dull. If I had done it, she would have been dead for sure.
Unfortunately, Thistlestar couldn't even hear Mistpool over the furious buzzing in her own head.
I just have to do everything myself, just like it's always been.
Her claws burrowed deep into the dirt.
No, Thistlestar, you don't have to. I'll do it. You shouldn't have to get your precious paws dirty.
What do you mean? Thistlestar hisses. She thought for a moment, looking at her herbs. I think I have an idea.
Give me an hour to make something. Come back and I'll explain everything that needs to be done.
She tried to give Thistlestar a small nuzzle to reassure her.
It will be okay, my queen.
Thistlestar managed to, like always, quickly move out of the way just in time. There was a moment of silence before she sighed.
This plan of yours better be a good one.
Mistpool flinched at the movement and looked down sadly.
Of course it will be.
But Thistlestar had already left the medicine den. We now return back to Mudfur, who has slowly been regaining bits and pieces of her memory.
Wait a moment. Falcon hunt,
she says, a distant look in her widening eyes.
He tried to kill me.
Fairy's eyes immediately widened as well, in concern. Gale let out a small, "Oh no, are you okay?" Flick let out a huff. "I told you guys she would just run back to the clans and forget about us."
I have to warn Thistlestar. If he tried to kill me, she may be in trouble.
Her eyes wider than ever, a panicked look seeping through. Fairy stood up.
Mud, wait. If he's out to get you, you know, it wouldn't be safe for you to return. But what if she's in trouble? I can't just let him hurt her.
He let out a sigh.
But you could get hurt going by yourself.
A few teardrops fell from her eyes.
Well, what should I do then?
It was quiet for a moment before Fairy spoke up.
We'll go, as a group. You should stay here, with Gale. You're one of us, Mud, and we're here to help.
Barry simply looked back and forth, not really having much to say. The group of cats spoke until it was decided that Fairy, Berry, and Flick would go back to ShadowClan and talk to Thistlestar, telling her to come back and meet them at the barn. That way, Mud could speak to her alone. I will protect Gale until you come back with Thistlestar. You have my word. I would never let anything happen to them. Flick simply grumbled, "You better," before looking away, ready to leave already. "And I'll protect Mud," Gale said proudly. Fairy couldn't help but let out a chuckle as they both smile at the kit. "Well, we'll be back before you know it, okay? Thank you all so much. We'll be waiting." "Bye, guys," the kit says. "Alright, let's go. Come on," Fairy says as he leads the group out. Opening the barn door, they noticed that it had started to rain, but that wouldn't stop them. Not today. We returned to ShadowClan to see a frantic Mistpool crouching over and sniffing herbs. "Where are those herbs? I can never find them when I need them." When suddenly Crowpaw returns from gathering herbs. "I couldn't find a ton, but I did find some." He pauses and notices how weird Miss Poole is acting. "What's going on?" "Oh, Crowpaw, it's nothing to worry about." She rushes to look around again. "Just come help me." With what?" he replies. "Just do what you're told," she says in a frantic and harsh tone. Crowpaw opens his mouth to speak, but stops and begins to look around. "Grab that frog off the shelf," she orders, and he quickly does as he's told. Carefully, he picks up a slimy, wiggly frog, bringing it over to Mistpool, looking very confused at what she was going to do with it. Satisfied with the frog, she turns and mumbles, "Berries, where did I put those berries?" Crowpaw tries his best to hold on to the frog as it slips out of his mouth every once in a while, picking it up again. "What is this even for?" he mutters. "Oh, there they are," she finally says, relieved, and bringing the berries over to Crowpaw and the frog. Just as Thistlestar barges into the den, fully fluffed up and furious. "All right, Miss Poole, you better be ready to finally explain whatever you think will work." Miss Poole quickly hands the berries over to Crowpaw and whispers, "Crush this together." Thistlestar was completely focused on the frog, frowning. "Is this a joke?" "Oh, Thistlestar, it's not. I promise." "Then you better start explaining yourself," Thistle scowled. "Crowpaw, put the berries that you crushed all over the frog. Wash your paws and then wrap it up in a big leaf. Hurry." "What?" Crowpaw asked, but continued to do what he was told. "Now!" she shouted again. "Thistlestar, this frog is a present for Mudfur." "And how do you expect me to find her?" Thistlestar responded. "I had a vision. She is at the barn, I believe. You can find her there and give her this as a gift." She smirked, her crooked, toothy grin being ever so visible. Littlestar was not amused, however. Great. Trust a dream. Perfect plan. She stood, shaking out her coat. I guess it's the only thing we've got. Crowpaw simply forced himself to look away. He didn't understand what was happening, but knew it couldn't be good. However, Littlestar simply snatches up the leaf-covered frog carefully, making sure that she didn't touch the berries at all, turning to leave before suddenly stopping. If I hear one word about this, I will make sure that you disappear in the same way, she said, locking eyes with Crowpaw. He simply shakes slightly as his fur raises. And your little ghost messages won't be able to save you from me. Overcome with fear, he simply runs to the back of the medicine den, wanting to get away from it all. Satisfied with the apprentice's reaction, the leader looks back over to her medicine cat. Thank you, Mr. Fool, she smiles before leaving the den. It was pouring by the time Littlestar finally made it to the barn, but it would all be worth it. Without any hesitation, she simply walks right into the building, looking around. Oh, Mudfur! Littlestar calls out, just as Gale can be seen. Mud, are you finding any bugs? They're being really sneaky right now. The kit freezes, spotting the large, strange cat. Ah! They say, leaping into the air before running back to safety. Mudfur's ears perked up, and she immediately recognized the cat. Oh, thanks, StarClan, you're all right. She rushes over to greet her leader. What? Gale questions, peeking their head out from the debris, slowly inching closer. Littlestar put on her best fake smile. Yes, I am perfectly fine, my dear. The rain only crashes down harder as Gale slowly crawls behind Mudfur. I'm so glad they went to find you. It's all right, Gale. This is Littlestar. Hello, the kid says shyly, now hiding in between Mudfur's legs. There was a hint of confusion on her face, but it was quickly buried by her grin once more. She ignored the kid and simply set down the small leaf package, revealing the frog. I've brought a meal from home in case you were out here starving. You'll never believe what happened after you sent me off with Falcon Hunt and the patrol. She stopped, looking down at the frog. Oh, that is so kind of you. Gale slowly moves over closer to the frog to sniff it. Oh, food. Yes, it was kind of me. Littlestar rumbles a purr, but tries to nudge the frog more in Mudfur's direction. I don't know. It smells kind of funny, Gale says as his nose wrinkles up. Mudfur lets out a soft laugh. It's just a frog. They're really good. See? She crouches down to take a bite. Well, I'm glad you don't like it then, because it's not meant for you, she mumbled to the kit before looking wide-eyed back at Mudfur, who seemed to be having more difficulty chewing.
It's difficult, but Mudfur swallows as her happy expression turns to a blank one. I don't feel so good, she lets out before her body goes limp and she hits the ground.
Mud?
Gale screeches, running over and pressing his small face into her fur. Littlestar couldn't help but smirk as Mudfur's body fell. Then she glanced over towards Gale. I suggest you start running. Gale, however, wanted to be brave.
What did you do to her?
He huffed. The leader, however, simply unsheathed her claws, taking a step forward. This sent the kit running as she let out a soft chuckle, which turned into a deep laughter. The rain continued to pour as Fairy led the group back. This group including Moth-Rose and Crowpaw. Just as they began to enter the barn, Littlestar exited, her maniacal crackling laugh still lingering. I'm free! Finally free! She strutted from the barn door just to be greeted by them, freezing in her step. Fairy's fur was the first to bristle in surprise. It's you! Flick quickly following. The ShadowClan leader eyeing the younger cats for a moment before looking over at Moth-Rose. Oh, Moth-Rose, you've come to see me, she purrs, taking a hesitant step forward as he puffs up to greet her, his lips curling. Save it! Crowpaw told me everything. All of the cats let out low growls and hisses. Flick even going as far as to unsheath his claws, as Littlestar gasped, eyes quickly narrowing as she searched for a response. I don't know what you mean. Littlestar, move out of the way, now, or I'll make you, Moth-Rose growled. We know her real name now. Where is she? What did you do to her? Fairy says. Barry nervously took a step backwards and accidentally brushed up against Crowpaw's fur, his eyes widening as they never left Moth-Rose or Littlestar. Littlestar scoffed. You wouldn't do that to me. You care for me deeply, don't you, Moth-Rose? Flick moving closer as his patience grows thin. If you did anything to her, very quickly walking in front of Flick. Flick, stay back, he whispered. Moth-Rose had had enough. He unsheathed his claws and swiftly tackled the she-cat. Where is she? He spat. Littlestar only looked away for one moment to lock eyes with Flick, beginning to say, "Oh, shut it," when she was cut off as Moth-Rose, her deputy, tackled into her, knocking her to the ground. Littlestar, however, was not going down without a fight. Fairy had to come help just to keep her down. What in StarClan? She gasped, kicking frantically at Moth-Rose's belly fur and swiping at Fairy's face. Unhand me! Flick eventually pouncing in to help with the fight as the group of cats continue to hiss and share claws. She's gone! We're free of her problems, Littlestar yowled, beginning to heave the toms off of her. Gone? What do you mean? Fairy said. With one final swift kick, she managed to worm her way out from under Moth-Rose.
Go check for yourself. And with that, Thistle turned tail and began to flee into the darkness. But Moth Rose, Fairy, and Flick weren't going to let her get away with this. Crowpaw looked over at Barry.
If she's still in the barn, there's still time to save her.
Barry turned to face the medicine cat apprentice.
Right. We need to get to Mud, he stammered.
Let's go, Crowpaw said, as the two Toms hurriedly walked into the barn. It was then that they saw an all-white cat that they recognized laying still on the floor. But before they could say anything, a familiar kid comes walking over.
Barry? Barry, immediately recognizing who it was, ran over.
Gale! The two embraced. The kid quickly added,
There was a mean, big cat who did something bad to Mud.
It was then that Crowpaw spoke up. She's just asleep. I need to gather some herbs from the area. He gave a glance to the pair and then back at his old deputy's form.
Sniffing around for a moment, his nose led him outside of the barn, where he quickly found what he needed.
Is she gonna be okay?
Gale asked, a few tears slowly rolling down his eyes. Barry looked over at the kid sympathetically and tried his best to comfort him. Crowpaw said that she will be, and I trust him. Look, he's back, he said, just as Crowpaw re-entered the barn with a mouth full of herbs. The kid still didn't look happy. Okay. He turned to look at Mud.
Please wake up, Mud.
All right, just give me one moment, Crowpaw said, as he carefully put the herbs inside of her mouth and helped her to chew and swallow. Barry and Crowpaw worked together to do the best they could to help Mudfur. She slowly began to start breathing again, but did not regain consciousness. This is good. With some time, she should come back, but it could take some time, Crowpaw said. Just as we return back to Mothra's Fairy and Flick, who are chasing Littlesprout. She manages to sprint ahead of them and out onto the thunder path, but they suddenly stop as a monster approaches and everything is quiet after the monster passes. Mothra's Fairy and Flick all stop as the rain continues to beat down on their pelts, their eyes fixated on what they see in front of them. Oh no, Fairy lets out, taking a few steps forward. All three cats get close enough to see Littlesprout's limp body laying in the road where a monster had hit it. The group all just sort of looked at each other, not really sure if it was worth the risk going out there when suddenly Littlesprout began to get up. Her movements were slow at first, but it seemed as if she slowly regained her strength with each step, not even bothering to look back to see if the cats were following her. She safely made it to the other side as Mothra spoke up. As her deputy, I know she only has a few lives left. We shouldn't bother and should just head back. The two younger cats grimly nodded and quickly followed after Mothra. The rain had slowly begun to stop as Mothra, Flick, and Fairy all entered the barn to see everyone gathered around Mudfur. Mothra let out a small, "Is she okay?" as Barry's eyes peered over his shoulder to him, looking worried.
Mud, please wake up. You're okay now. They fixed you.
Crowpaw looked down, defeated. I thought she was getting better, but I'm not sure. She hasn't woken up yet. He looked away, too worried to meet Mothrose's gaze. Barry picked up on this and quickly went over to comfort him. There was a few moments of silence as Mothrose's ears flattened. He crouched down next to her face, pressing his forehead to hers, whispering softly, "Please." With still no movement, all of the cats began to slowly mourn as tears began to fall. When suddenly, Mudfur slowly begins to wake up. First her ears twitch, then her tail, then she slowly rolls over to her side, blinking and looking at everybody. Almost in unison, most of the cats let out a excited, "Mud? What happened? Where is Littlestar?" She looked around confused, meeting eyes with Mothrose and letting out a small purr. Crowpaw let out a sigh of relief. I thought I had messed up. Thank the stars. Mothrose let out a Snow, you're okay. Snow? She asked, confused but so happy to see everyone here. Mothrose couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. Oh, Snow White, that was your real warrior name. Littlestar just called you Mud, and Mudfur is a cruel nickname, but now that she's gone, you can be Snowstar. Would you be my Snowstar? There was a few small gasps as Snow White took in all of this information, but she eventually smiled and stood up. Of course, Mothrose, this all I've ever wanted was to be with you. She stood to her paws and looked around. Let's all go back to ShadowClan. If you guys want, that is, she said, looking at her loner friends. Barry looked over at the group. What do you guys think? Barry's eyes lit up as he turned to discuss it with the others. He didn't realize how close he had gotten to Crowpaw. Just as Flick ruffled the top of Gale's head. I guess we could try it out. Happy that the group was all in agreement, Mothrose continued to fill in Snow White about what happened, how Miss Poole never came back from her medicine cat meeting, and that's when Crowpaw had the time to tell him. Snow White was a little confused, but she knew that she had to get back as soon as possible and figure out what her clan needed. You now see Snowstar sitting on top of the high rock with Mothrose next to her. She is about to hold a meeting. She explains everything that happened with Littlestar, wanting to be completely honest with her clan now that she was leader. She also explained that Mistpool was missing and is to be brought back safely if found. But for now, it was time to graduate some of her clanmates. She announces that Crowpaw will become Crowfoot and that he saved her life. Next up was Barry, a previous clan cat who turned loner and always had a knack for healing. He would help Crowfoot out and become Berry Swirl, a second medicine cat. Next was Fairy to step up. Fairy would become Fairy Light. He was one of the bravest cats that she had ever met that wasn't a warrior. He would be able to become a full ShadowClan warrior. Flick would also join the clan, but he insisted on keeping his name and wasn't too sure about actually becoming a warrior, but Snowstar allowed him to come and go all the same. And last but not least was Gale. Gale would become Galepaw, and he would train directly under her. And with that finished, she calls the meeting to an end as the scene fades to white. However, the scene doesn't stay white forever. You now see what seems to be the last Medicine Cat meeting. You see Medicine Cats from ThunderClan, WindClan, RiverClan, and ShadowClan, all slowly making their way to the Moonstone. Mistpool, usually being the slowest, is last to enter. But before she makes it even a few steps in, a all too familiar face comes to grab her. Thistlestar's claws sinking in deeply as she reaches for her medicine cat, pulling her back into the bush quickly, as the scene fades for its final time.
This story begins with a young barn cat named Noodle. He is a black and white cat who's very scrawny and fluffy. The Tom runs into the barn, hoping to see his brother with some food. "Hey, Cattle, find anything to eat?" he asked. The older, more beat-up-looking Tom simply hissed at the sight of his younger brother. Noodle simply continued to stare until finally Cattle retorted, "Yeah, for me." "But Mom said to share, remember?" Cattle simply let out a small chuckle as his partner in crime, Javelin, appeared. "Well, what have we got here?" Javelin taunted, glancing down from the crate over to Noodle. The sounds of other cats scurrying around the barn could be heard. It wasn't unusual for cats to come and go. Cattle finally looked back down at his brother. "Yeah, I remember. But I also remember not caring." Noodle's fur puffed up as he turned around to face Javelin. "Mom said to stay away from you as well," he grumbled. "And you look like a cow," Javelin snarled back. Noodle simply rolled his eyes. "Ugh, fine. I'll just find my own food." The two older cats simply let out a chuckle as he turned to leave, when suddenly he turned back around, shooting them a glare. "Oh, are you scared to go alone?" Javelin asked, just as Cattle also spoke up. "At last, poor baby Noodle's growing up right before our eyes." "Of course not. I'm braver than both of y'all combined," he hissed. But before Noodle could say anything else, Cattle came leaping down, his weight causing the floorboards to creak. "Sure." Instinctively, Noodle dropped into a crouch, flinching. "Real brave there, Noodle," Cattle chuckled, as Javelin in the background continued to poke fun. "You have the power of a newborn kitty pet." He couldn't help but sneer in disgust. "Y'all are just bigger is all," he frowned, trying not to look as scared as he was. "Now scram, will ya?" Cattle finally said, with a hiss. Noodle waited for his brother to get up and move before he got to his own paws. "Whatever," he grumbled. heading out of the barn, but not too quickly. He didn't want to seem like he was scared. Food was unfortunately very hard to come by nowadays. There was a lot more kitty pets around, and strays and loners, and even the clan cats had left because of the lack of prey. However, recently a traveling loner spoke of a clan that was still there, but way past the Thunder Path. There was still some prey around, and Noodle decided that today was the best day to try. He was getting hungry. The path was not necessarily a safe one, but eventually Noodle found what seemed to be familiar from this loner's story. Once he picked up the scent of other cats, it didn't take him long to find their camp. There was so many cats. It was amazing to him to see them all so well fed, when suddenly a larger female cat approached him. She let out a small gasp. "You?" Noodle quickly jumped to his paws. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She shook her head. "Please, leave." "But, if I may ask, what is this place called?" The warrior wondered for a moment if she should speak, before looking around, then back at him. "This is ShadowClan." "Oh, it's so beautiful." "Why, thank you," she responded. "If I, may be so bold, how does one, join, if you don't mind me asking?" "I suppose you would ask our leader." "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a kit to find," she said, worry growing on her face again as she begins to look around. "Of course, I hope to see you again," he purred, wishing her luck on her kit hunt before quickly leaving the area. Noodle managed to catch a small fish on the way back, but shortly, once he crossed the Thunder Path, he ran into Javelin and Cattle. "Well, look who's here," Javelin said, slowly walking towards Noodle with his claws extended. "Have you seen—" "Oh," Noodle says, just as his brother quickly approaches them. "There you are," Cattle said with a tone, a mix of aggression and a little bit of worry. "Cattle, listen, I found other cats, far from here." "Well, duh. You aren't the only pest in this world." Noodle quickly side-eyed the Tom, just as his brother spoke up. "Oh, is that so?" Cattle asked. Noodle simply puffed up and held his ground. "What's going on, Cattle?" he asked, taking a step closer to his brother. "Well, gosh, I don't know." Javelin sniffed the air for a few moments before locking eyes with Noodle. "You've been to ShadowClan, haven't you?" Yeah, that's what it was called. I met this pretty she-cat, but didn't get her name." "Well, that's because no she-cat would give her name to you," Javelin chuckled. "Well, Noodle, you got yourself a mate now?" He barked with laughter, Javelin quickly chiming in. "Oh, cut it out!" Noodle frowned. He had only seen that cat for a few seconds. They just loved to give him a hard time. "It's not like that," he finally said. "She told me to leave anyways." "As she should." Javelin's tail lashed against the smooth stone. "I don't know, Cattle. Looks like someone has a crush." Noodle hissed. Was that interrupting something over here? Cattle quickly shot a glance at both of them. Get inside, Noodle. Fine, he said as he hesitantly walked back with the two other cats. Well, I'll see y'all 2 in the morning, Javelin yawned before giving Cattle a small nod. As Cattle nodded back, yeah. Noodle usually wouldn't pick such a close place to sleep, but the barn was unusually full that night, full of wanderers. Did you end up catching anything today? Cattle asked. Noodle thought a moment before responding. No. He knew he should lie. Well, that's a shocker, he said, with a small grumble in his throat. Cattle simply rolled his eyes. It's not like the fish was big enough for them to share anyways, or let alone that Cattle would share if he caught something. But after a few moments, he looked over at his brother. Hey, Cattle? Cattle glanced over, his eyes already closed and his tail curled around him. Do you think Mom will ever come back? With this, Cattle opened his eyes but didn't move. I don't know. Probably not. Yeah. Noodle shifted. It was better not to think about it as he curled up and tried his best to sleep. However, it didn't take long for Noodle to feel his stomach growling again. Not wanting to wake up his brother, he decided to sneak out. He was old enough now to anyways, and it's not like his brother cared. Since he did manage to find a fish earlier around ShadowClan, that's where he decided to go. As he traveled deeper, he began to pick up on the scent of a fox near an old abandoned yard. He knew he couldn't necessarily fight the fox, but if the fox had food, maybe he could at least grab some and run. So he cautiously traveled deeper into the clutter, his nose carefully sniffing around each corner as it began to rain. When suddenly he noticed not only a fox, but a dog and another cat. What were they all doing here? He wondered and tried to hide behind a loose piece of wood. The fox at the sight of him seemed to sort of run off, but he was fixated on the cat in front of him, so he slowly began to walk forward. Hello there, miss, he said quietly, hoping he wasn't interrupting. It was then that the large husky pulled himself out from underneath a box. Noodle was startled and quickly climbed up onto a wooden pallet. Oh, the she-cat gasped, turning to face the Tom, only to see him running away. You scared me, she said. And almost like clockwork, Javelin, an all too familiar cat, came over and leaped upon a crate. Oh, sorry, miss, Noodle said as he spotted the cat. The rain continued to pour down as he froze. Well, who have I found again? He sneered. The earthy-toned she-cat looked quickly between the two figures, then frowned up at the rain. It's all right. We might want to get out of this rain, though. I'm just here to hunt, Noodle admitted. To hunt? More like finding disease-filled rats. Noodle was quick to respond. Noodle puffed up and responded.
Now look here, at least better than you can do. All of this yelling and commotion seemed to attract every cat in the area. Noodle looked up for a moment to spot a large gray and orange cat approach, just as an all too familiar scent filled his nostrils from behind. It was cattle. Noodle lowered his head and sighed. "Oh, flee me," as his brother's voice could be heard. "Noodle, what do you think you're doing over here?" "Oh, calm down. The two brothers couldn't get much bickering in as the largest cat finally spoke. She seemed to be very regal and strong, like a warrior cat. "What is going on here?" Her ears flattening at the rose. Noodle tries to let out a small, "I'm sorry, ma'am," but Cattle just continues. "You leave in the middle of the night to hang out with a bunch of, what, foxes?" "No, it's not like that. I was just hungry," Noodle tried to explain when the large cat spoke up again. "Silence, rogues! You are on my territory." Everything got quiet for a moment. The rain continued to beat down on all of the cats as Noodle looked up to his brother. "No, it's not like that. I was just hungry." Cattle let out a sigh. "Great. Now ShadowClan's here." Noodle quickly added, "Well, not all of the clan. It looks like just the..." But he was interrupted when the cream-colored she-cat quickly confronted Cattle. "Hey, be nice. He has a soft soul." She scooted between the two cats, her tail puffing up. Cattle took a step back, but looked disgusted. "Excuse me?" He arched his eyebrow. Noodle's eyes quickly filled with worry as he looked up at his brother. "Cattle, just go home." The she-cat furrowed her brows as well. He was just hunting. But the three of them were interrupted by the clan cat. "You should all leave before my clan comes and makes you leave. Go back to the barn where you belong," she huffs, trying to look tough. Javelin could be heard. "I'm out anyways. I'm not dealing with my old company," he snarled at the clan leader before quickly leaping away and heading back to the barn. Cattle completely ignored the clan cat, looking back at the she-cat. "In the middle of the night? With no hunting experience?" Noodle tried his best to shove himself in between the two bickering cats. He looked over. What's your name?" he asked, maybe if he could change the subject, but Cattle just hissed. "It's the only way to learn," she mumbled in a polite purr. "I'm sure he can handle himself." "Fine, but if you die, don't expect me to care," Cattle retorted. Noodle felt somewhat guilty. "Cattle, you're so dramatic," he hissed back. Before the three of them could continue arguing, another cat approached. This time, Cattle knew exactly who it was, the Wind Clan leader. With another angry glare, he turned and quickly ran across the road. The sleek gray and black cat strode up, blocking Noodle's way. With the aggressive cat gone, Harkin sighed and turned towards the larger cat with the shy grin. "Sorry, are we intruding?" Noodle simply curled up and watched with wide eyes. He didn't get out much. The ShadowClan leader shot her a glance. "Then hunt somewhere else. Or at least come ask to use our hunting ground. I am Marble Star,
leader of ShadowClan. Noodle was soaking wet and cold at this point. All right, fine. Anything, just to get us out of this rain. Marble Star shot them both a glance before walking past them as Hark looked over to Noodle. Oh, do you need a guide back? The Tom nodded. Oh, yeah, that would be nice. All right, she stretched. Where are you staying? The old barn, he said with a smile. Not too far, but the rain messes with my smell, he said, slightly embarrassed. All right, simple enough. This way. He followed closely after Hark as she crouched down. I learned that the monsters don't hit us as much at the end of the thunder path, she explained. Once across the street, she gestured over. Do you see it? Just that way. Oh, yeah, I can see it from here. Thank you. As much as he wanted to get out of this rain, he also didn't want to leave Hark, so he asked, So, do you live back there? She chuckled and shook her head. No, I wander now and then. Oh, I see. Well, it was really nice meeting you. If you ever need shelter, the barn's always open, he purred before walking off. Thanks. The name's Harkin, by the way, but you can call me Hark. The Tom felt his cheeks go red. He had never even asked her name. How embarrassing. Oh, I'm Noodle. It's silly, I know, he said, looking down, embarrassed. She tried to stifle a bit of a laugh. No, it suits you. I'll see you around, Noodle, she said. Before he even had a chance to speak, she took off. Oh, thanks, he chuckled. Oh, yeah, Hark, you too. But she was gone. Wow, what a lady, he said before turning back and running through the rain to the barn. It didn't take him long before he was inside the barn, shaking off his pelt and immediately faced with his older brother, Cattle. Oh, hey, he said, looking up. Cattle snarled, Welcome back. Noodle hopped up on the crate to join his brother. I got distracted by a small mouse, but it got away. Cattle then spoke in a flat tone. I think you forgot something out there. Noodle tilted his head. Huh? He turned to glare at his younger brother. I'm older. I'm in charge. Noodle simply flopped on his stomach. Oh, yeah. If you want to stay in my barn, you need to follow my rules. I mean, I'm not a kid anymore, though, Noodle grumbled. Standing to his paws, he puffed up. Your barn? In your dreams, he said before jumping off the crate, Cattle leaping down with a thud. Yes, my barn. Whatever, he said, rolling his eyes, but Cattle was furious. Don't you turn your back on me, runt. Noodle froze, feeling his heart drop as he turned around carefully. Don't call me that, he yowled, carefully and slowly taking steps closer to Cattle, unsheathing his own claws. His brother also unsheathing his claws. Make me. Noodle puffed up, but he just couldn't make the first move. Just drop it, alright? Cattle let out a deep laugh before a simple no
Noodle let out another eye roll before turning back to the hay. He didn't want to sit and argue with his brother all day. But suddenly, in a blind fury, Cattle rushed his brother, jumping on Noodle's back. Noodle hit the ground hard, but thankfully the hay stopped him from getting hurt. He let out a small, surprised, "Ah!" The two cats fumbled around in the hay, each swiping and taking kicks at each other. Neither seeming to really win, but Cattle was definitely more experienced. Eventually, poor Noodle ran out of stamina. "Get off me!" But Cattle didn't stop, only taking another swipe across Noodle's face. Noodle, unfortunately, couldn't move out of the way, and the red blood slowly dripped down onto his white fur. "I trust you won't forget who's in charge again, right?" An utterly defeated Noodle let out a small, "All right. I'm sorry. It won't happen again," said Noodle, trying to hold back the tears. Cattle slinked closer, leaning forward. "Don't you forget it." The older Tom took off for another part of the barn as Noodle quietly curled up and began to lick his wounds. It was the next morning when the black and white Tom woke up to a familiar scent, his eyes immediately looking over to see a sleeping Cattle. He sighed thankfully. Turning the corner, he almost practically bumped into Hark. "Oh, it's you. Hurry," he said in a panicked voice. Noodle led her to a few tall hay bales, making sure that they wouldn't be seen right away by Cattle if he decided to walk around. Sorry. I didn't want my brother to see us," he said, shamefully. "Oh, that's all right. I actually came here to ask about him. Is he treating you well?" she said, looking over his fresh claw marks. Noodle kept his eyes to the floor. "He can be such a jerk sometimes." "Well, usually he isn't violent, but last night he stretched a little to show Hark." Hark's eyes widened. "Noodle! Oh no!" She raised a paw to touch the wounds, but stopped herself. "That's terrible," she finally let out. "I'll be okay, I'm sure. I just don't think it's safe for you here." His eyes looking back every once in a while, paranoid. Hark shook her head. "No, it's not right." Her fur puffed up once more. "We should get out of here. I know a safe place for you." "You do? Well, lead the way," he purred, nervously but excited. Honestly, anything sounded better than here. "All right." She stood quickly, peeking around the hay bale to make sure the coast was clear, Noodle sticking close behind her. With no cattle in sight, they ran, making it all the way to the thunder path. Hark let out a small, "You know that big cat we saw at the carry-on place?" Noodle nodded. "Yeah? Well, she is leader of some sort of clan, Shadow, I think. She seems nice enough, though. I think she'll take you in." "Oh, well, would you join me?" he asked, taking a step closer to her. His eyes filled with excitement as he waited for her to respond. Harkin looked down at her paws. "My situation isn't really suited for clan life. I promise to visit if I'm allowed." Noodle began to fiddle with a pebble under his paw. "I mean, you don't have to, of course." He turned away and then nodded slowly and sadly. Yeah, of course." After a few moments, he finally looked over and locked eyes with her.
Thank you, Hark. There was a bit of regret in her eyes, but she nodded. You're welcome, Noodle. Let's get there before those wounds get any worse. Harkin was the one to lead the way, but Noodle made sure to stay close behind, especially under the thunder path. But before long, they were in the familiar territory that he had explored once before. The she-cat stopped for a moment to sniff around. When Noodle finally spoke up, I remember going to ShadowClan once, on accident. I think it's deep into the woods, he said reassuringly. She turned and grabbed a small stick. Noodle watched her as she turned to grab a small stick. Maybe you should take the lead from here then. Oh, you got it, he said, very excited to be able to prove himself. Noodle quickly picked up the familiar scent of ShadowClan, and he was off. Before they knew it, they were both at the entrance. Coming to a stop, he looked over at her. Never went in, though. I think this is it, Hark said as she dropped the stick. Take this to the leader. She's usually more welcoming when you offer things to her medicine cat. Noodle nervously leaned down and picked up the stick. Oh, okay. He understood. Hark spoke again, putting on a brave face. Good luck, Noodle. Thank you, Hark. And, if you see my brother, tell him I'm gone. His voice almost cracking as he spoke. She looked quite shocked, but only for a moment. I will. Her paws shifting in the dirt. I'll give him a good stern talking to about those scratches as well. He didn't like the idea of her going back to the barn at all, but he knew he couldn't stop her, so he simply smiled. Thanks, purring and gently touching her nose before running and stumbling inside. The camp was large and very impressive. Many different cats walked around. All of them seemed to be focused on something up ahead. He realized that it was the leader that he had seen before in the dump, but now he didn't want to interrupt, so he simply sat and looked around until he noticed a familiar cat, the one he had seen before. Autumn Pelt? He decided to walk over. Oh, it's you! Poor Noodle didn't even realize that a large gray Tom was glaring at him, now standing. Shut up, barn cat! Noodle was taken back by the aggression. Huh? But I know her. I met her the one time. He continued to mumble, but the she-cat wouldn't even look at him. The gray Tom took a step closer. You don't know anybody, he said, yowling. Noodle's fur stood on end as he took many steps backwards. Okay. This clan didn't seem that friendly so far. But eventually Noodle was able to speak with the leader, Marble Star. I was sent here by Hark. He took a deep breath and gained some confidence. To ask to join. Little did he know that his brother was already watching him, well aware what he had done. But poor Noodle was way too distracted speaking to the leader to even look around or pick up on the scent. Oh dear, you're injured. This way, please. Her eyes were wide with concern, but her steps were very focused. She brought them both over to a white-faced Tom. Overgrown Heart, this rogue needs your help. Noodle bowed slowly. Hello there. The other Tom looking him over. All right,
Follow Overgrown Heart. He will take care of you, the leader spoke. Noodle nodded. Thanks, again. After, can we speak? For once, the leader's expression turned soft. Of course. Noodle thanked her once again and followed the medicine cat into his den. He set down the branch and then curled up where he assumed he was supposed to be sitting. Overgrown Heart looking at the stick and then back up at him. So, how did you injure yourself? Oh, well, he looked away. You see, my brother, well, he was upset with me. The medicine cat wasted no time and began to pull herbs together, mixing them and carefully applying them to his wounds. Was it over something, or? The medicine cat asked. Noodle flinched a little. Just, he kind of plays rough, I guess, Noodle downplayed. But, I think I want to try and join this clan, he said, standing up proudly. The medicine cat looked over the tom once more. Well, that would be great. Anyone is welcome to join. Really? You think so? I sure hope the leader says yes, he said, as he carefully took the poppy seeds that Overgrown Heart had handed him. With his mouth full, he said again, Thank you. The medicine cat chuckled. I think she will. She accepted a ton of kitty pets. I suppose I should go find her. Thank you so much again, Overgrown Heart. The black and white Tom swiftly left the medicine den. Thankfully, he was no longer in pain. It was then that he quite literally bumped into Marble Star. Oh, sorry, Marble Star. She let out a small chuckle. Oh, hello again. It's quite all right. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm happy to hear that, she responded. It was then that Sandpelt the deputy approached. But before he could speak, Marble Star spoke. You wanted to ask about clan life, is that right? However, before he could respond, Sandpelt spoke up. Excuse me, what are you called? His voice was very serious, and Noodle looked at the leader and then looked back at him. Yes, Marble Star, I did. And, I'm Noodle. These next words caused Noodle's heart to freeze. Noodle, your brother was just here. What? He took a few steps backwards in shock. The deputy took a few steps forward. He said your mother was back at the barn. She is? He said, almost stuttering. I have to go. Sandpelt simply shrugged. That's what he said, yes. Marble Star noticed and heard the conversation. Oh, all right. Be safe, Noodle. He nodded. I think I just need to go back one last time to say goodbye. He didn't want to seem like he was already leaving the clan before he even started, but if it was true, he needed to see her again. I'll be back, he said, as he began to quickly leave ShadowClan. Noodle thought he was dreaming when he saw Hark sitting on top of the stump. Oh, it's you, he said, bounding towards her. Oh, Noodle, hi, Hark said, as he leaped up to join her on the stump. My brother said that our mother is finally back home. I need to see if it's true. What? Her brows furrowed. I don't think that's safe. Noodle looked around before looking back at her. I mean, my brother might be a jerk, but he isn't that bad. I'll be okay. I just don't think he would lie about this. Harkin looked away, almost ashamed. He nearly clawed my ears off last night when I came across him. Noodle's eyes widened. Huh? Did he attack you? She sat down with a sigh. Nearly, I think. Her expression was puzzled. I don't know. Something's just off about him. Reminds me of some kin I had in my kidhood. Noodle comfortingly sat next to her. Jeez, I don't know what's gotten into him lately. Harkin's ear flicked. I don't know either. Maybe at least take some clan cats with you for backup, if they let you join. Oh, well, I don't think I'm officially a part of the clan yet, but Marblestar said we could talk about it when I come back. There was a little bit of awkward silence when he gently reached out with his paw. Would it be too much trouble to ask if you wanted to join me? Hark glanced up. Oh, I guess I could come help, she grinned. Still not liking the idea of them going back, but at least if he was going, she could be there with him. Thankfully, the poppy seeds from earlier meant he could easily run back to the barn, looking back every once in a while to make sure that Hark was close behind. By the time they had reached WindClan, they both needed a break. Let's take a break here, Hark said, catching her breath. The two of them looked up at the clouds and just relaxed in each other's presence. Not wanting to keep Noodle waiting, Hark stretched. Okay, I think I have my breath back. Let's go. Noodle nodded and quickly chased after her. Thankfully, the rest of the walk was also pretty peaceful. They didn't run into any WindClan cats. However, the second they leaped over the fence and were in the barn area, they felt dread. Noodle took a deep breath as he slowly approached the large red building. Mom? Mom? Are you here? The two cats looked around cautiously, trying to pick up any sign of movement. Noodle tried to remember what his mother's name was. It was so long ago when she left, but finally he remembered. It was Scarlet, but just as he began to say it out loud, his brother Cattle dropped from the ceiling with a thud. Well, glad you could make it, Cattle hissed, as Noodle quickly and defensively stood in front of Hark. Cattle, what is going on? Harkin hissed as well, ready to pounce at any moment. Cattle let out a chuckle. Calm down. Mother arrived about an hour ago. She's sick. Noodle's fur stood on edge with every word his brother spoke. Where is she? Cattle simply looked over at Hark before looking back over to him. Don't you think this should just be us? Noodle felt his heart racing out of his chest. He was so confused and didn't know what was going on. She's fine. Cattle, come on, where is she? Cattle simply shook his head. She just wants to make sure that I'm okay. Harkin sat down, her eyes looking low. He's right. I can wait here. Finally satisfied with that answer, Cattle turned around. She's up here, he said before leading Noodle up. Back there. Noodle took a deep breath. Okay. Gosh, I'm nervous. Before he tried to groom his cheeks, then taking the brave steps around the crate. Mom? His heart immediately dropped when he saw the empty nest. He knew it. Cattle, he hissed, looking around for his brother, but it was too late. Cattle was already lunging at him, slamming him to the ground and onto his back. Why are you doing this? Cattle asked as he struggled and tried to claw at his brother. You are just so gullible. I almost feel sorry. Noodle used his strength to knock his brother off and puff up. I'm done with you. I'm done with all this. His head quickly snapped as he heard another cat approaching. It was Hark. Noodle, she yowled in fear. Are you okay? Hark, get out of here. It's not safe. Go back to ShadowClan. But before either of them could turn to leave, Cattle was barreling towards them, knocking them both down in one fell swoop. Noodle's jaw hit the ground hard, and he bit his tongue. Ah! He yelled, just as Cattle grabbed Hark by the scruff, pulling her up on one of the crates. Stop! Please, leave her alone! Noodle said and tried to get up, but felt so dizzy. He quickly managed to leap onto the windowsill, but Cattle growled, Stay down, or she gets it. Noodle, terrified, leaped down. Harkin writhed with anger. Let go, she shouted, wriggling around, trying to get out of his grip. He doesn't deserve this. What do you even want? Why are you doing this? Noodle continued to ask. What did I ever do to you? Noodle simply looked away from him, either not having an answer or simply not wanting to tell him. But Noodle is too furious at this point and leaps up onto the crate, trying to knock his brother off. Cattle stumbled a bit, but mostly regained his balance. The two Toms were now atop the crate. Harkin took the opportunity to leap up, lunging at the Tom's chest. Wait! Harkin to fall! He tried to call out, but it was too late. He watched his brother, and then Harkin tumbled off the crate. However, when he leaped down, only Harkin was standing there. His brother continued to fall until he heard a very loud thud. Cattle! Noodle screamed. Looking down, he could see his brother laying on the ground, still. Harkin's eyes widened in shock, but she grabbed Noodle and pulled him back from the edge. Careful. Noodle immediately darted for the quickest and safest way down. I have to see if he's okay. He approached his brother's body and leaned down, trying to tell if he was breathing. Cattle? After a few moments, Cattle's whiskers twitched and his lips curled up with anger. Cattle, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I asked Mom to go out that day. I didn't know what would happen. You have to believe me. Hark could only look over with soft, sad eyes as she gently placed a paw next to his. Cattle, please, just forgive me. With an ear-shattering yowl, Cattle swung at the cats' faces. Noodle leaped up in shock. Ugh! Thankfully, he only managed to graze Noodle's face, but his wounds from earlier were still bleeding. Harkin quickly stood over Noodle and hissed. Cattle stumbled back, falling over again. Something was wrong. Noodle let out a sigh. Cattle, please, you're hurt. The clan cats, they can help you. However, Harkin wasn't so accepting. You utter rat-faced monster, she hissed under her breath, as Cattle tries to stand but finds once more his paws are broken from the fall. Tattle simply hissed, his ears pinned back. Noodle finally looked over at Hark. Let's just go. If he wants to be a stubborn cat till the end, then fine. The she-cat bit back the boiling anger in her chest, wishing she could claw his sides in. I know, she sighed, glancing to Noodle. Let's get you home where it's safe. It's still your fault, Cattle muttered with a raspy voice. Both of the cats quickly glared and swiped at him, telling him to shut it, before Noodle looked back at Hark. Let's go. Together. He smiled and she smiled back. Noodle could hear his brother's voice. She'd still be here. He took a deep breath and kicked the barn door closed as he left with Hark, no longer wanting to think about his brother ever again. Let's get out of here. For good. Hark nodded slowly. Yeah. She took a deep breath and began to run after Noodle. During their walk back, Noodle couldn't help but think that he needed to talk to Hark before they got to ShadowClan, and she left again. Hark, I know you like being a loner, but I'm afraid we won't see each other if I become a full clan cat. Hark looked up and met his gaze. You want to see me again? Of course, Hark. You are the most important cat to me. I mean, I know we haven't known each other very long, but I trust you with my life. Her heart could have bursted in that moment. You're so sweet. There was a long moment of silence as she debated in her head. But I understand if you need more time. However, he was interrupted. I can try for you. Really? He looked up excitedly, running over and nuzzling her soft fur. She presented a hopeful grin and nuzzled him back. I will. Let's go then. What are we waiting for? We got a clan to join. He purred and started to trot off. Once they entered the camp, she took a shaky breath. Together. Of course, he comforted her. Marblestar was busy, but thankfully he was able to find the deputy, Sandpelt. He explained everything that happened and how they both were here and would like to join the clan. Sandpelt nodded and said that Marblestar would be able to meet with them later today. Well, we would like to join your clan if you'd have us. Of course, I'd be happy to have you. I'll organize a meeting to accept you at once, she purrs excitedly before running off to do just that. The two cats thank her as they look at each other with delight. This was really happening, and Noodle was so happy that he had Hark to be there for him. It wasn't too much longer until Marblestar held the next meeting. All cats old enough to catch their own prey, please gather around the Shade Rock for a clan meeting. Today, we gather to welcome two new clanmates, Hark and Noodle. Will you two promise to uphold the warrior code and protect this clan with your life? The two cats responded respectively. I do. Of course. Hark, you will hereby be known as Tumbling Sun. The clan all erupted with cheer, and then quieted down as it was Noodle's turn. And Noodle, you will be known as Ashstorm. The clan again all cheered, and Noodle felt such a swell of pride in his new name. After the meeting, he was greeted by all types of clan cats, and one of them even offered to help him get his bandana off, a shy she-cat named Oak Forest. Later, he caught back up with Hark, Tumbling Sun. "Hey, sorry that took so long," he chuckled. "It's all right," she smiled to him. "I never noticed that little patch with your cloth on." Tumbling nodded to his little chest heart. Noodle looked down at his usually all-white neck to see the black fur. "Oh, yeah," he chuckled and blushed. "Well, I should get some rest before my first patrol," he said, gently brushing past her as he walked into the warrior cat den. "Well, I think it's cute," she said as she followed him into the den. "Of course, do you mind if I join you?" His tail almost stood on end. "Cute? Yeah, of course," he said, curling up in an empty nest. Hark was the first to fall asleep. He felt warm and could not help but purr loudly as he also slowly drifted to sleep as the scene fades to white.